Hello, everybody, and welcome. I am your host, Joe the Music Man, and we have something incredible on the docket for you to do today. It is the R6 North Rainbow Rumble, a tournament reborn. We are back here, and it's the Blast Europe League qualifier today. So we have some of the best teams in Europe competing for a spot in the group stages of the Rumble. I am, as of course I've already said, Jerry the Music Man, but more importantly, I am joined by the wonderful, the ineffable Two Doors. Two Doors, how are you doing, my man?
Well, I'm doing absolutely fantastic. It's good to finally be back from the dead after having been locked in my room for like the last 3 weeks, basically just studying nonstop for university. But it's a well-needed break, and it couldn't have come at a better time for me. I'm so excited to be, well, just basically back in action, casting once again, and being on the mic yet again with you yourself, Jerry. It's really like a trip down memory lane from when we used to actually start, when we started off casting way back many moons ago.
Tell
with
me
all
about
that funky, all those funky little tier 4 platforms. But now we're obviously getting into some of the more juicier stuff, the big leagues within EU, and we've got ourselves quite a ridiculous lineup of matches that are going to be taking place over the course of all of today.
We do. Let's just have a quick look at them right now, shall we? So this is the schedule for today. As you can see, we've got 5 rounds of games. We're just looking at Twitter here, why not? 5 rounds of games, and each team will play each other team. 6 teams in this very quick round robin tournament that's all taking place today. We've already had our first round of games. We had to miss that. Unfortunately, I was busy this morning, so I couldn't get straight in. But we're in from this second round onwards now. We have Wolves versus Heroic up as our first game, and then from here on out it's just kind of following whatever we can. We know that Fresh is covering G2, but in a kind of watch party style thing. We've got Chamberine as well, worth opening up in another tab. Have their commentary open as well, so that you can watch all 3 games at once. It's an exciting day. Anything really stand out to you just in these games here, Tudor?
Well, honestly, I'm very curious about obviously G2, because they recently did pick up Gemini as well, who had been one of the most long-standing players on that Makers roster, and I think he was, I don't even remember exactly when he joined the roster, but I think he was still participating in that SI qualifier when Makers was the first tier 3 team at the time to actually go and physically participate in Montreal. I think that was in 2020. It must have been
so long ago. Yeah,
it was so ridiculously long ago. But for the remainder of, the rest of the squads, obviously having the transfer window just been closed off, now we're getting back into the swing of things, back into the swing of competition. Most of these teams, they have been relatively consistent. They have really not made all that many different sort of substitutes, any kind of different roster decisions or shifts. Obviously the one that does strike me as the most interesting has got to be the addition of Gemini, because he is making his tier 1 debut. And obviously, as you mentioned, you can go ahead and watch all of G2's action over on Fresh's channel as well, which you should be doing. You should be having as many of these live streams open on all of your monitors, and maybe even like an iPad or something on the side if you've got that available. But
just flexing all of your screens, every single screen.
Yes.
Get it. If you can get it running on your fridge, do it. If it can run Doom, it can run Twitch. We've got... I've just thrown up the little bracket here. Well, it's not really a bracket. This is the qualifiers layout, the qualifying format. And it's a little bit different to a sort of sister tournament, if you will, in the Central Combine. So there's some differences here, but... The thing that's most similar is that we have a Blast EU team qualifier. It puts you through to the group stage. So there will be a group stage where these tier 1 teams are competing alongside lesser teams. And what's exciting about that is that we get to see that action all the way through, as opposed to Combine, where they're kind of there as like an end boss for the playoffs. Basically. So we already know that from the Combine, M&M and Wolves are the ones that made it through to the playoffs of that tournament. M&M not competing today, though. We have Wolves here again to try and continue to dominate the tier 2 space. And then G2, Heroic, Wild, TT9, and VP rounding out the lot. I'm going to throw it on straight to the game, because I've just spotted we are ready to go in. It is, of course, now the wonderful Heroic versus Wolves, a pair of teams that have so far today had mixed fortunes. We saw Heroic take the dub against TT9, a pair of teams that I think will possibly be in a position where they might struggle during these qualifiers. Wolves, though, they lost their first game up against G2. So the new look G2 looking pretty good, but Wolves, it's worth mentioning, are playing without P4 today. They have Voy in his place.
Yeah, and that doesn't necessarily mean that Voy isn't one of the worst players out there. I mean, he's obviously been swirling around the French scene for God, as long as I can actually remember, because he was also playing in Challenger League when it was still a thing last year. If I'm not mistaken, it wasn't with which team was he playing on at that certain point? It
Voy,
was
the thing is, Voy's been kind of around. He was on the this roster at one point. I think he got benched,
Yeah.
if I'm
Okay.
not
Yeah.
mistaken.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that might have been things. So I might have had everything backwards, so to speak. And all the truth be told, Challenger League, that was such a very, very long time ago that I couldn't be able to recite many of the things that had actually happened there. Bar the fact that you had 10 Star unfortunately get knocked out and not take the crown that they definitely wanted to go for. But
I have to
still,
correct
Wolves.
myself. I have to correct myself. He was playing on Heroic a very long time ago. That was
Really?
yeah, that
Okay.
was back
That
in
was a thing.
yeah, I think that was back when they that was
Oh,
like the
damn.
end of 2021 or something, and
Yeah.
it was at that point where Heroic had a bit of they had to basically rescue a team that got dumped, that got like thrown out on the streets. I'm trying to remember the name of that team. I mean, it's almost a good thing that I can't remember it, because it was
Yeah,
a real
exactly.
kind of bad thing for the scene, and thankfully these players found their feet again. Voy now competing alongside fellow Frenchmen for this tournament.
Yeah, going to be a really, really fun game. We are obviously on Clubhouse, and as the bands currently stand, we've got Nokiana, Fenrir, and Mira being taken off the playing field for the time being. I have yet to actually cast anything with the new patch, with the new season. I have yet to see Fenrir actually take place, or a sort of like be featured in action at the top of these tier 1 levels. And obviously, for those of you guys that might have gone ahead and watched Kangaroo Kenny's video on the power creep that Fenrir has brought into the table, into the current meta, he does kind of dismantle and sort of throw things way off of their feet when he actually does see play. So it doesn't surprise me at all that Mr. Dogcone is going to be sitting out on this particular best of 1, and it just feels more or less appropriate. But we will have Joom on that Dokkaebi, and Deadshot going for a very, very greedy little spawn peek towards that white fan, but he has, Jim's got his number, and he doesn't necessarily want to parlay with that at the very start.
Now the DMR as well, even if you don't hit the headshot, it will do a decent amount of damage at that range. Mowgli actually involved in the first engagement, takes a lot of damage through that soft wall inside of CCTV. Does manage to escape with his life though, and he's still running for it right now. But he's found his way into the safety of Bar, the relative safety of Bar, I should say. Still under the cosh there. It's really now a case of whether Deadshot can cause an impact on this top floor, and we see there is that Logi hatch being opened. Hard breach as well onto Jacuzzi. Makes things a bit tougher. Mowgli back up in support of Deadshot as he finds that first kill, but Joom will sit down that Mozzie, and Kayak finds Deadshot as well. So an opening frag going the way of Wolves, but Heroic then trading back out, and then now they sit in the ascendancy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if Deadshot would have been able to get himself away with that extra frag onto the Jacuzzi player, it would have set up Wolves for ultimate success. Because at that certain stage, Deadshot would have been the last player alive on that top floor, the one sole roamer that is still left lingering around. And then he could have just gone all the way back down. But unfortunately enough, Wolves have had to forfeit the majority of control over the course of all of Clubhouse right now. And with just under 90 seconds left to go, Heroic, they've already started taking off, well, taking out the hatches and checking off those boxes on the checklist so far, and they've relegated the last remaining Wolves back down to this bomb site, to Church, and to Arsenal. So they've got free reign and so much time to play with.
The only thing they may feel that they're missing Heroic at this point is, of course, the sledge being able to create a lot of destruction on that kitchen floor. But besides that, they have all the tools they need, realistically, to get this collapse going. And there's a lot of places that Wolves need to keep track of. We've got a push down blue. We've got a push down main stairs. Jin Candela's come out to try and blind anyone playing on that third box area, but no one is there right now. 2 stacked inside of Church. Make it 1 as Joom ends Bibu. Make it none as Shinka added to the kill list. And the last alive is Voy, but he's melted by the LMG. Blaz does not know how to let go of Mouse 1 as they storm through the first round. Heroic 1 up.
He doesn't give a hoot at all. That LMG does absolutely rip and tear his way through the last standing anchor on the side of the Wolves. But obviously that round in its entirety was lost far too early on throughout the earlier stages, with Wolves unable to actually get themselves the control that they needed on those top floors. It was a little bit unfortunate, sure, that Mowgli got a bit of a love tap, being thwarted all the way back down to about 30 HP, and then having to heavily rely upon Deadshot to do the majority of the heavy lifting on that roam. And the both of them, they were wiped off the face of Clubhouse fairly early on. And with Heroic having so much time to play within so many different avenues of approach to go for that execute, they had all of the pieces to the puzzle that they needed. And well, it seemed like an unwinnable round for Wolves by the very end of it, truth be told.
So Wolves losing that first round does put some doubt on my sort of predictions for today, as does their early loss to G2. I had G2 kind of marked as a bit of a wild card during this tournament with the addition of Gemini. Of course, you can't really predict what a new team is going to be like. The sort of ranked streams that they were doing yesterday seemed to indicate that he was, fitting in quite neatly into this roster. But of course, it's a very different environment. So I had my doubts. But taking down Wolves to start with, a very good start. And of course, Wolves playing with Void, it does make a difference. Now, I had Wolves pegged as kind of favourites for this tournament without... And that was before I considered the Void effect and before I considered the fact that they don't have P4, that they are lacking in that kind of unit they are so used to competing in. And the reason I had them pegged as favourites is because they are by far and away the most consistent side inside of EU in terms of the past year and a half. The only real element that made me doubt anything was, well, now this substitute sort of shenanigans, but also the fact that we had a stage 1 from them where they were so lackluster in the opening round robin. And I say that as Bibu goes down, it looks as though they are still kind of struggling to find their footing in this game and in today in general.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, Juma has been absolutely paramount in these opening 2 rounds. He got a 3-piece in round number 1 on the basement attack with the Dokkaebi of all things, and now he's really taking up that fragging role on the glass as well, because he's also got the nades to boot on top of that, and he doesn't necessarily want to play things cleverly. He wants to get up right into the faces of the Wolves and make them desperately uncomfortable, but that's a wondrous drop coming down from Deadshot to strike Jum down. Skitty does instantly get the trade-off onto Mowgli, so man advantage still retained by Heroic.
A missed opportunity there, though, from Skitty to double his tally for the round and deal with Deadshot. Really the only player that's been causing Heroic any problems in this matchup so far. Still lurking around inside that stage area. Nade comes out and a flash onto his position. Beautifully pinched there between Uno and the rest of Heroic, who will claim the kill. Shinka now trying to mosey his way on down these stairs and pick up a free little refrag, but the opportunity goes begging. A 4 versus 2 now for Heroic, and they hold all the cards.
Yeah, indeed they do. Shinka's going to rotate back over towards Logi, and, well, him together with Void, they've got so many different options to consider, and they have about 45 seconds that they need to desperately hold on to for dear life. We've got 2 extra players on the side of Heroic starting to waltz their way in through that construction side, as Blaz is going to do a little bit of early peeking and intel gathering through those master bedroom windows. Kayak's going to also start opening up the Selmas of construction wall just to give them an extra long angle deep inside of the bomb site. At this certain stage, info might be lacking, but the uncomfortability for Voy is starting to really go through the roof.
He's making the play.
Into Xbox he goes. He finds Skitty back to a 2v3.
That is absolutely needed. 13 seconds now on the clock, and Heroic have to get something going quickly. They have found their way inside the site. Kayak takes down the construction player or Logi player, and Blaz will deal with Void. It comes down to kills, but it comes down to the last 10 seconds, Toodles. And in a 4 versus 2, I thought that might have been a little bit more comfortable for Heroic.
Definitely so. I mean, Void definitely took matters into his own hands to go through that, or to go for that construction, well, press down and try to really catch Heroic with their pants around their ankles. Worked out for the 1 frag, but on top of that, it was just a bit of a shame that Shinko wasn't able to actually win his own respective 1v1. If that would have been the case, you would have managed to work and secure yourself 2 isolated 1v1s, dwindle it back down to a 2v2, and then suddenly the Wolves might have had potentially a winning shot overall, but just didn't necessarily work out in their favor. And I've got to give credit where credit is due, because Heroic, specifically with that pinch to deal with the player that was inside of Bar, if I'm not mistaken, that was Bibu, or Deadshot specifically, just, you know, laying down Hellfire, just throwing all of your flashes, all of your utility, all of your frags towards his general location. He didn't stand a chance in hell, and when no one on the side of Wolves could actually afford to even support him, that's where I think some of the major issues really start to arise. If you can't actually bail out your teammates when it's most necessary in these kinds of competitions, then you're going to start actually losing out on a couple more rounds than you would otherwise have expected.
just to dig a little deeper on that, you might have thought maybe Wolves in that situation on the gym defense, you could be holding some vertical angles to help out your teammates in that situation. True, right from the site. Maybe missing a trick there, something to think about for future rounds. We head back down to the basement as Wolves want to attempt their primary site yet again. Not too happy with the way they tackled it the first time round. It was that sort of heavy roam from Deadshot and Mowgli that just didn't pay off. They lost out in the man count early. Void again trying to make a play up secret and will be taken out very quickly by the DMR of Blaz. Trying to make the play. Definitely needed in some situations, but I think in a 5 versus 5 on a basement defense, you can just sit still and play your life. Kayak taking down Bibu as well, who's on those main stairs for whatever reason. Heroica really just gobbling up all of the kills that are coming their way, and Shinka will find a much-needed refrag onto Kayak, as there's already pressure towards the side 2 doors.
Yeah, I mean, at this certain stage, Heroic, they might have just confirmed that there's indeed only one Angter physically on the bomb site, and eventually Deadshot is going to come back in to join in on the fun. He takes down Skitty and provides a little bit of support towards Shinka. The TCSG finds some contact, and the impact won't secure any damage whatsoever as we are plummeted back into this 3v3. And yeah, it is Deadshot who maintains full control over Highway. Uno's already towards AKs with the diffuser. And the flank, as you mentioned from Mowgli, could be paramount. He finds the first onto Blaz as well. P90 is good for a second onto Uno. And suddenly it's all down to June. 1v2 secured, but he's limited to only playing from dirt. It's going to be a tough one for him to piece together.
Oh, he walks on into the waiting arms of Shinka there. And that's an easy enough crossfire onto dirt. We've seen it a million times. Mowgli, truly the hero of that round. The 2 steadfast angers were really under the caution. Honestly, it really just needed Heroic to pull the trigger a little bit more just to secure complete site control. But they languished, they lingered, they had the drone out. They knew that the flank was coming, but they couldn't deal with Mowgli. He was just that much better in the gunfights he found. So excellent round on the back of Mowgli there, and we'll finally get off that donut.
On top of that, Deadshot also really chimed in with the one and only frag that he was able to find in that entire round. The kill on towards the player at the bottom of the main staircase was absolutely necessary. It was super needed, because at that certain stage, you would have already given, I mean, Heroic, they had full control over Highway as well as Short, looking in towards Moto, and you had effectively just cut and isolated all of the Wolves' defense, with Shinka still being left alone over towards that AK side, and then the rest of the 2 defenders, they were technically nowhere to be found. And by being able to address that long presence at the bottom of main stairs, you just create a lot of necessary space for the Wolves to get a little bit more mobile throughout the rest of the map, and that prompted that extra flank to actually get, be manifested into existence by Mowgli, where he secured 2 kills going down at him. It was a really good retake, all things considered, but still, these early rounds leave a lot to be desired for the Wolves.
Yeah, and you have to say that Heroic, they spotted an opportunity, they went for it, which is great to see. That is the meta right now. Of course, just that little bit of hesitation in the late game maybe cost them. So we'll see if that sort of rears its ugly head as overconfidence again maybe strikes. Mowgli again causing damage here, taking out Skitty for an opening frag. Dealing with the sledge. Decent pick, very good pick considering the nades he would have had. We did see him use one of those. Bibu will try and place down that bandit battery and will deny 1/2 of the breach, but the other half is successful. Of course, he can't trick 2 sides at the same time.
Nope. There was an impact present as well, but I don't think Void was actually close enough to, at the very least, keep that as just a kill hole as opposed to a vaultable hole on the Jacuzzi breach. But yeah, I think Void's got other priorities and other things to worry about. He's currently, close. Jum narrowly threading the needle onto not 1 but 2 players. As I think that's Void and Deadshot continuously tempting fate inside of construction.
Yeah, I think both of them got a bit of a haircut there. They'll be thanking their lucky stars. Deadshot trying again to get aggressive out these windows, out these breaches.
Works out.
Finds Kayak and a second onto Doom. Uno deals with Mowgli in the meantime, but Heroic under the cosh right now in the 2 versus 4. Blaz still trying to re-secure this refrag inside of CCTV, but there are Azami barricades making his life ever more difficult. Now he decides to sit and wait and be patient. Tags up Void, but again, not enough. And those are the kind of missed opportunities you really need to be taking in a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, exactly. You got to make sure that you can transfer and transform these warning shots into lethal ones. Otherwise, you stand no chance of being able to secure a third round on the side of Heroic. Uno is on desperately low HP with Blaz taking first contact as he peers his way towards that A door. He's already within the bomb site. He finds Shinka. There's the second onto Deadshot. And suddenly, Heroic have been able to convert this into a potentially winnable situation, Jerry.
Blaz in a hero play here, and he's on the triple kill, making a quad.
Wow.
In a 2 versus 4. The one-man army just walks through site and mows down Wolves.
Damn. I mean, that round was as good as lost for all of Heroic because Deadshot was absolutely on fire with the Jaeger, just closing the door shut on any and all server presence that Heroic were trying to get in their favor. And then in comes Blaz, getting tired of getting kicked around, and he decides to just do it himself, and he hits Wolves where it hurt them the most. But at the exact same time, those are the kind of mistakes that you shouldn't actually even allow to happen. How do you allow a Thatcher of all operators to just, you know, literally enter stage left through that A site doorway and find a kill onto the secret player and then the top of main stairs without so much as a dignified response? It shouldn't be happening.
Definite serious questions being asked there of the Wolves. And you know what? You dragged me down with you. That is the first time I've called them the Wolves all broadcast. It's something I harp on about all the time.
I know you do.
It's my real bugbear, and now I've done it. No.
Hey, look. Here's my logic of seeing things. Right? Yeah. It's not like whenever you've got yourself a team that has some kind of animal or some kind of like mascot.
Yeah, I've heard it before. I've heard it before.
The Wolves makes a little bit of sense. For Heroic, it wouldn't make a lick of sense grammatically to call them the Heroic because Heroic isn't even like an animal or something like that.
It's
it makes
kind
absolutely
of like
no sense.
The Heroic sounds like a sort of mid-noughties Christopher Nolan film.
True, yeah.
Like The Prestige. What's the other one I'm thinking of? There's a lot of films with that kind of thing. And then a word that doesn't make sense to call.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. There's one that's like at the back of my mind, at the tip of my tongue, and it's really annoying me. I can't find it. Either way, Bibu. Let's focus in on him. He's trying to trick this wall, but he is unsuccessful. Kayak finds the opening, and Heroic just want to storm the gate, but they are met with a hail of gunfire. Doom, though, responds a 3 versus 3. Heroic are playing fast and loose this game. A second one for Heroic, and now 2 versus 2 already. And only a minute elapsed here.
Yeah, I mean, already so much space and territory gained by Heroic as you've got both Deadshot and Voy isolated towards that construction side with no direct avenue back in. Jim is going to start clearing out some of that extra util, and a drone placed by Uno is going to let them know should they be pressured from that side. Now, Uno is going to tuck himself deep behind that barbell. He's going to go for a plant. Might be able to confirm this as the impact doesn't actually give Voy the angle necessary. A post-plant scenario now as the clock has been reset back to 45. June finds his third of the round, and Voy on minimal HP with it all to do. I could remain hopeful, but I don't really see this one happening, as he's got 2 Kibas left to work with. One will be dropped and another to block off line of sight. He's got an angle towards Secret to worry about and to deal with, but back towards the bathroom side he goes, and no shots lined up, no connections found onto Uno as Heroic find a 4th round in the opening half.
And 3 for 3 on gym attacks from Heroic. They've done it differently every time as well. We've seen a slow methodical take, we've seen a jacuzzi rush, and we saw the 2 versus 4 quad kill coming out from Blaz as well. No matter what you throw at them, they are able to deal with these gym defenses so superbly. And 4 attacks on a clubhouse opening half. They're not even finished yet. You know, they're heading back down to the basement Wolves, and Heroic honestly have looked decent attacking here as well. They've gotten 1 for 2. So this is a really, really worrying sort of scenario for the Wolves right now. They've not shown up, it seems, today.
No, definitely not. And even if things would or might potentially go south in this next round, because they did in the last time that Heroic was attacking this and the last time that the Wolves were defending this one. I mean, sure, they the only key difference that we had between these last 2 basement outings was in the second round, Heroic decided to straight up ignore all of that roaming presence on the top floors and simply bum rush the bomb site, which did cause a couple of teething pains out there because the Wolves were able to get themselves off some immaculate flanks that ultimately saved the round for them. So now Heroic Well, you've got another decision to make. Do you address the implications of this roam, or do you just full send it again?
There was a terrifying transition there. I don't know if it fooled anyone else. We saw Goyo place a canister on a barricade, and then immediately medics switched over to Deadshot's perspective as he was running through a wall. And my brain thought, oh my god, that the Oryx is setting himself on fire. But no, that's not what happened. It was a different wall. Thank Christ for that. So that would have been very funny. But yeah, caught me off guard. One of those things, one of those beautiful transitions. You'd never catch that in a million years if you tried again. So we love medics. Mowgli on this deep roam, again, top floor, working with that Solace and Oryx in tandem, does find Uno for the first down. Cannot confirm it just yet, and this is a crucial situation for Heroic. There we go, he takes him down, can secure the down onto the Hibana. Again, the first minute of the round is filled with action as Skitty now trying to secure this refrag. Doom takes down Shinka elsewhere in the meantime, and Skitty will finally fell that pesky Solace. 2 versus 2 again within a minute. 2 doors.
They still tie things up despite all odds stacked against Heroic, and I've got to say Mowgli was definitely the defining factor with the Solus. He was able to gather so much intel with those glasses. He knew exactly what was on the opposite end of that server wall. He was ready and waiting for the eventual push to come on through, and unfortunately enough for Heroic, because they actually made themselves a vaultable breach, you know, you give Mowgli an inherent advantage because he has just a couple of extra frames worth of reaction time, as opposed to, you know, Uno, who had to actually go through a vault animation before you could ADS. So really, really well played by Mowgli in that initial contact. And Jum now physically within the bomb site. Skitty too. He's going to start sticking that defuse, and Bibu will be taken down as he tries to wall his way back into Highway Void. Thought that the hatch was left closed, but doesn't even line up the impact. No! No!
Oh, no.
Not like this, bro.
That's tragic. That is an absolutely tragic end to a tragic half for Wolves. 1-5. Heroic just all over the attack on Clubhouse. I'm lost for words. They have. They're on top in every sense of the word. Heroic, I mean, they put TT9 to sleep earlier. They have woken up and chosen violence today, Heroic. They were angry that I predicted them out in groups, and they are trying to prove me wrong.
And it's good that they are, because that'll keep you, that'll definitely shut you up right now, but I didn't expect it to be in this kind of fashion. Like, this is, Heroic are kicking so much ass, they're completely ignoring taking names.
You take the names of the people you kick arse of. That's kind of the done thing. Kick arse, grab dog tag, move on to the next arse. Just and they're just skipping step 1. To be honest, that actually exemplifies Heroic's moves in general. The only round they lost was because they skipped step 1, didn't do a full clear, and then got caught out on the retake. That time round, they adjusted slightly, actually committed to that top floor clear, got the frags in their favor, and then hit site immediately. They were, you know, there's just no stopping that attacking side. And now I'm very intrigued to see how this second half plays out, because it, you know, as we all know, Siege is a game of 2 halves, and maybe, just maybe, we'll get a chance to breathe here, 2 doors.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
never mind.
For Wolves' sake, I was definitely going to say I'm hopeful for them to be able to claw their way back in on this attacking side, but it's already gotten off to an absolutely horrendous start with Mowgli being the first casualty for the attacking side. Not even, you know, getting his way into the building. Like, this is some year 2, year 3 spawn peaks that you have back towards the metal grating right outside construction. Deadshot taking a little bit of nade damage, but it is warranted. He finds a frag and trades things off. Delayed, however, onto Skitty. Back into a 4v4 we go.
Very neat little tech there. A lesser sledge player would think, I'm going to sledge this barricade and then peek, but that extra time that affords you, at the cost of some health, obviously not ideally lined up, it's worth it for the kill you get at the end of it. Blaz, circling back outside of Bathroom, does deal with Deadshot, and a 4 versus 3 now in favor of Heroic. Void trying to hold this rotate back, and he will easily, surely knows, with some shots onto Blaz, his old teammate, and now Bibu is there to find him. The Kippy barricade goes out, but Blaz falls in the meantime. So sparing Voice blushes there for a moment, and a 3 versus 3. 2 down on the site, but we still have a lingering roamer in Doom on the top floor.
Yeah, and Doom definitely might opt to join in on the fun sooner rather than later. Moto Hatch is going to be opened up, or at the very least, it will be opened up in a couple of seconds, as Voy is instead going to prioritize the kitchen side of things instead. With 70 seconds left to play, Heroic are definitely going to start feeling the heat start to build up slowly but surely, and they're just waiting to actually give Joom enough intel so he can pounce upon it. He finds Bibu on top of that, and he's still lingering about, going to drop back down in towards lobby and hold a very awkward angle over towards the center of bar instead. But now Wolves are going to have to deal with him. They're going to have to address him, and that's Diffuser going down. The tree doesn't get stuck through, so this is actually big for Wolves. They still maintain a 2v2 scenario. Diffuser is active, and they can definitely claw their way back into this.
How crucial could that res be? How crucial could that missed opportunity be from Joom? Excellent work on the flank, making that one kill happen in almost the second. But now, in a 2 versus 2, we'll still have a lot to do. Only 20 seconds to do it in, as they've found one. Uno on the bomb chassis, and Shinka trying to lock him in place, but he gets across. That opens the window up for Voy, who drops, but is taken down by Kayak. All up to Shinka now. Only a smidgen of HP as he pushes into an effective crossfire here. It will be Heroic to seal the deal. 6-1 now. Heroic already onto match point against Wolves.
Yeah, exactly. It's a really, really monstrous performance that Heroic have been able to put up so far. And Joom, despite the fact of, well, him not being able to secure that downed player, it still worked out completely fine because it seemed as if Heroic knew each of the Wolves' steps before they were even made. They were anticipating that kitchen drop to come on through, and they just immediately peppered up Bibu as he was trying to get it done. Actually, no, Bibu was taken down by Joom. I think it was Void that went for the drop down through that kitchen hatch instead, and they just knew exactly what he was up to before he could even make that move. They read the Wolves like an absolute... Well, it was just like it was a good read, basically. They were just a good book, and Heroic, they are now moving on to the next chapter. They're going to go to the top floor of gym and bedroom to see if they can close this one off in a rapid succession right now. A little bit of an overextension going on as per usual, but obviously I am just very keen to see exactly what Joom is going to be able to get done in this next round. Man's already on 11 frags after 7 rounds of play. It's a ridiculous performance from him.
Yeah, that includes multiple multi-frags as well. We saw Blaz, 9 and 4, also having a fantastic performance, but a lot of that leans on that one big 2 versus 4 clutch he delivered. Joom has been the consistent hero throughout Heroic's defenses, if you'll pardon the pun. I'm very excited about this round. Honestly, if Heroic managed to defend this site the same way they were attacking it, with the same efficacy, then it's a 7-1, no doubt about it. So let's see if Wolves are a little bit better tackling gym defense, or tackling it on the attack.
There's a lot of options for them to play with. Obviously, they're going to have to address this overextension as well, and Blaz has got a shield to play from behind if he wants to do so. They've also got presence inside of Garage Rafters, so that is definitely going to exemplify the efforts for, well, the Wolves to actually, throw into this portion of the map as well.
Already.
Ooh. Interesting. He actually goes all the way back down to Oil Pit. Has options to work with. He can go up through Adam to once again help support the player. Blaz over towards the top of Red, or just send it back into the bomb site. Either way, though, Jacuzzi is also going to start getting worked on. But Uno is right on the case to go for a bandit trick. He actually does get taken down through that gym window. That is massive for the Wolves.
Excellent coordination to remove that castle barricade and capitalize on the bandit tricking on that wall. So great opening frag coming through from Wolves off the back of some good teamwork. Joom, though, pops up in the most unexpected of locations. A peek from the garage walls takes out Deadshot, and that leaves you without your sledge for this execute. 4 versus 4, though. Wolves still have plenty of options, and Mowgli will find his second of the round from another window, taking out Kayak inside of logistics. 4 versus 3. Shinka goes down, though, as he goes for that drop, and Joom meets him with a hail of bullets. Blaz takes out Bibu. Mowgli forced into an engagement. A triple kill on the round, but finally ended by the likes of Skiddy. Now all up to Voy in the 1 versus 2. Can the sub carry his team through this and keep them alive?
It's a daunting task for him to accomplish. Case has gone cold in the middle of Logi, so Heroic don't necessarily have to worry about, well, they don't have to worry about a whole lot except for just maintaining that portion of the map for as long as humanly possible. And Voy's got 55 seconds left to play with, and he's going to go for a vault in towards Jacuzzi, but he meets an untimely demise as Skitty is going to clap down on him. It is Heroic to find an absolute screamer of a 7-1 scoreline to close off their second game right here in the qualifiers for the Rainbow Rumble.
Fantastic work so far from Heroic. 2 wins already, puts them on 6 points in this 5-round round robin. An excellent performance from Doom. There's 13-5, 10-4 from Blaz as well. Skiddy with a very important contribution in that final round as well to shut down Mowgli and then Void at the end. So excellent team victory coming through for Heroic, and that's not the first time they've really slapped a team today. I'm gonna try and sort of do some production magic here and see if we can get a bit of an update on all of the other games and see where that game puts us. So let's transition on over to our table. We have a table. In fact, we're going to look at the matches before we look at the table, just to sort of sort everything out. We've got, of course, the only game so far of this round that is finished, our game that we just covered, Wolves versus Heroic. It was super quick, and not just in round count as well. Heroic were finishing things off quite often in, the first minute or so of a round. So
yeah, more or less.
We might have a bit of a break before the next ones, and of course it's Wild versus TT9 going on right now, and Virtus Pro versus G2. I mean, look, Heroic have only dropped 3 rounds so far, 2 doors.
Over the course of 2 games, I mean, sure, they're both best of ones, but dropping only 3 rounds and picking up 14 in total, that is a ridiculous score line and overall round differential to bring into the first bit of competition at the Rainbow Rubble. I mean, at this certain stage, everyone else should kind of be shivering in their boots fearfully, bar G2 as well, because they had a really, really amazing first opening game on top of that, and well, their current game is still yet to be completed versus VP. But I mean, even with how VP's shape has technically been over the last couple of months, I don't necessarily see G2 dropping the ball that much and that hard in their current matchup right now versus Virtus Pro.
Yeah, well, it looks like they've managed a 3-3 defensive half on Clubhouse, so they've got still another whole half of Clubhouse to run. We've just speedrun Clubhouse. And honestly, Virtus Pro, earlier today, they actually lost their first game against Wild. Not what I expected. I was predicting Virtus Pro in that match, but I did say as well that Wild are very suited to this kind of this best of one format. They're going to be very good at the round robin. They are the kings of the best of ones, if you ask me. Their stage 1 group stage was absolutely flawless. They got as many points as they possibly could, I think. They definitely won all the games that they could, at least. Maybe there was one overtime thrown in there, but they were the only team to go basically flawless throughout all of those games. So in best of ones, they may just make it to tomorrow. I have my questions about them in best of threes, though. They weren't so great in the Combine Open Quals, Combine Blast Quals. They weren't so great in inside of the Gamers Without Borders finals. They lost 3-2 in the best of 5 against BDS in that. So when it comes to these big games, the final hurdles, there's always something about Wild, and I do want to kind of maybe see if we can get that Heroic versus Wild game next. We'll see behind the scenes. It'll either be that or Wolves versus VP. And honestly, I don't know. There's something about Wolves today. I don't think they have it in them. I think that falling to Heroic, falling to G2 as well. Both teams playing with either a new player or a sub, and of course Wolves have their own issues in that regard. But I don't see them getting past VP. I don't see them getting past Wild either. I think it's going to be a really tough day for Wolves, and they have to turn it around sooner rather than later.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, just off of that one game alone, let alone the fact that they were able to get themselves a round win on basement all of the bomb sites, but they just didn't look as coordinated as, we've usually expected from Wolves over the course of the last couple of years. And especially with this new roster, sure, there are implications with P4 not being present currently for tonight's festivities and today's festivities over the course of the entire weekend as well for tomorrow. But it just doesn't really paint a very pretty picture for Wolves altogether. And I mean, especially through that game that we just saw right now on Clubhouse, sure, Heroic were firing on all cylinders right from the get-go. But there were a lot of serious questions that arose on the side of the Wolves in terms of chemistry and cohesion and overall timing. It just seemed as if they were allowing themselves to get caught in isolated 1v1s far too often, and it was really, really tough for them to actually, sort of play the game on their own terms, because Heroic, they were naturally the ones that were setting and dictating the pace from the very, very start of it altogether. But Wolves just struggling to keep up and play their own version of Siege is probably the most detrimental thing that is happening to this roster currently, based off of that one game that we just casted.
Yeah, I've just got the games up right now. If you want to listen to the commentary alongside these two games, I'm just going to spend a short while kind of flicking between Wild and TT9. Me and Toodles will probably take a break after these games are done. But I think for now we can just kind of chill for a bit, Toodles, if that's okay, and just kind of have these on in the background. And chat a bit about them, because it's nice to do a bit of a kind of couch cast every now and then. I enjoy them. Wild are just they're so good in best of ones. I don't understand how do they do it.
It's ridiculous. I don't know. It's been a really, really long time since I personally seen Wild play, just because I've been out of the scene for a couple of weeks as well. But like, yeah, no, especially when EUL was still on during stage 1 before the Copenhagen Major, I was ridiculously impressed by their performance through and through. And then sure, we got to Gamers Without Borders, and they did drop the ball, as you mentioned, a little bit against BDS, but still, they have got the fire within them. They've got basically everything that they technically need to really stick it to the best teams within Europe altogether. I mean, they have the potential. It's clear as day.
Yeah, I got to agree. Yeah, I might as well. If I full screen this, will this? Yeah, that's a bit better. That's much nicer. All right. Yeah, it seems everyone has their kind of their like substitute issues and what have you today. Besides Virtus Pro, I believe, from what I saw, they look like they're playing with their full roster, and Wild. Yeah. So maybe I should have given Wild a little bit more stock this weekend just because of that and the best of one factor. I do still have them going through in groups, but maybe they even have what it takes to win the best of threes tomorrow. The problem is, right, is that like just if you look at their best of three history, you look at stage 1, for example. Stage 1's the perfect example with Wild. They won all their games in the group stage, and then when it came to deciders to best of threes, they were, seed 1. They lost 2-1 their first decider game. They won the first map in that. So they won the best of 1, and then they lost the following 2. Same thing again for their lower bracket game. They won the first map and then lost the next 2. And that put them down in LCQs. And they couldn't make it through there either. They got knocked out, I believe it might have been by Wolves, but Wolves were the ones that won it in the end. And that's what I mean, is that Wolves, despite not being the best of one side, they had the opposite fortunes, if you will. They came bottom of their group in stage 1, and then won all of the games thereafter to make it through to Copenhagen.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at everything. Yeah, go on.
Wolves could lose out today, just barely make it through, maybe if they're lucky, and then reach the Rumble groups tomorrow off the back of a good best of 3, because that's all it takes is one best of 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, essentially. And just kind of like quickly scrolling through Liquipedia from what I'm saying, while they finished top of their group, didn't drop a single game. And I mean, on top of that, they were able to close every one of their matches off within regulation as well. So they got maximum points from every single game that they had played. And then come to the best of 3s, right? They started off in the upper bracket semis just because they seeded so damn well. Lost to VP, dropped down into LB, lost out to M&M, and M&M eventually managed to qualify in that lower bracket final on top of that as well. So, I mean, there are definitely a lot of questions that still circulate wild around in terms of, treating everything as marathon, not a sprint. We know they can sprint damn fast. That's why, you've got Usain Bolt backing the entire organization as a whole.
Anything to mention the Usain Bolt link. It's, but it's true. It's very true. I'm just trying to fix the sort of overlay here. It's a little bit fiddly. I think it's because I've got Snap set on OBS, but there we go. That looks a little bit better. So 4-0 up now, Wild. Yeah, this is pretty insane. Let's have a flick on over to the Virtus Pro G2 game and just how that's going with Fresh's lovely face in the corner of the screen.
I have to open up all of the different clean feeds as well simultaneously so I can keep track of everything, because there's a ridiculous amount of siege that is going on today. Keep in mind that aside from the Rainbow Rumble, we've also still got Combine qualifiers that are ongoing.
Completely forgot about the Combine qualifiers. Some big news in that as well that we caught on just before going live is that the winners of last week's Open qualifiers, both of them, Team Valor and Team Valor, got knocked out in the first round today. So that's opened up the floodgates for a lot of other teams to get some valuable points. There's also Calories not playing today. They are resting. They don't have all their players in. I can't seem to get this overlay thing right. So I'm just going to make it back the way it was. And yeah, that'll do. This is transition back to that.
That'll work.
And yeah, so that's a big deal. Whatever it was that I was saying that I've instantly just forgotten about. Calories not playing. Yeah, so there's a lot of possibility for teams to not get knocked out by them. That is the big thing, right? Is if you came up against one of those two teams in the bracket, you were probably going out. They've made the final, or they've made it as far as they can to meet each other. Both times, and they've been the standout teams, really. Ice Force Esports making the final on Sunday was a bit of a surprise, but I think that was more down to bracket luck than anything else, if you ask me. There was a lot of very stacked teams at the top half of the bracket last Sunday for the Combine Quals. This week, I haven't checked the bracket properly, besides just tuning into Fresh's stream earlier at one point, and then sort of spying a few things about it, but it looks a little bit more evenly spread, in that we might get a decent final.
Yeah, I'm quickly taking a skim through the Combine website, because let's see. Oh yeah, it's officially the 1st of July. Would you look at that? So that means we are in Open Qualifier number 3.
We are 50% of the way through 2023. Our progress bar has ticked over that midpoint.
Has it actually?
Yeah. Unless there's a certain number of days that are... Actually, you know what? Because February is in the first half of the year, maybe that's not true. It's only 28 days in February.
Let me see.
So maybe the midpoint is actually tomorrow.
What was the name of the that profile on Twitter that constantly posts like the year progress? I'm trying to look for it exactly.
Animal's just fucking drop shot hip fire Monty pistoled. Who was it? It was Joystick out of the game.
Has he? Wait, let me actually rewind the
skip back. Skip back and have a look at that on the rafters. He's now in a planting position as well, but he's been smoked out and he's dead. How's he not dead? Oh, I guess the smoke has propagated in the air.
Oh yeah, now I'm just seeing the actual replay. Joystick got absolutely dunked on.
Gemini, come on. 1v2. This is the hero moment for Gemini. I mean, I haven't been following G2 super closely today, so maybe he's already had a few hero moments. We don't know. He's a great player. Fantastic player to fill that particular role in G2 as well. I think he's a really nice... He would, honestly, I feel like you could put him in any roster and he would be a benefit to the roster. He's that good and he's that flexible. Gemini.
Definitely. I mean, it's a little bit of a build off of the G2 super team that actually finally clicked and finally worked together. I mean,
it was weird,
think a lot of us...
Looking at that team on paper that won SI, you look at it and you think, Blur, that's a bit of a kind of an odd... Like, I never pictured Blur winning SI. Like, I never pictured Blur winning SI. But,
like, from the moment that he actually entered G2, I don't think any of us really did.
Yeah,
no.
But, every team needs their dirty man, the person who's going to do the shit jobs. And Blur did them excellently. He could frag as well. So that's what Gemini's been brought in to do at the same time. But and he will accept it. He's on hard breach as well for this. He's playing on the Thermite, but that doesn't necessarily dictate your role within a team nowadays. A lot of the time, it's a bit different, and we know G2 operate in this way where they've got Alamal leading as IGL, but not necessarily from the back. So it's a little bit more flexible the way that G2 operate. But him on the Thermite right now, it's funny to see because he wasn't always, he definitely wasn't the like hard support for makers.
No, definitely not.
Very middle of the pack player.
We do call him Fragmite for a reason. I mean, he's got a ridiculous toolkit the moment that you drop. I mean, we've basically been saying this is basically since the days of Vanilla Siege. You drop your Exothermics and then you are just off to a fragging roll because you've got absolutely nothing else to do with your time. So
Virtus Pro winning here though 6-3. They've been flawless on the defense so far on club. So that's pretty good for them. Very important that they get over G2 in particular, based on the way that this. Based on the teams that are here and that are present, and especially based on how we've seen Heroic perform so far today, I think that we should be... I had my kind of top 4 very locked in today before going into it. Finding out that Wolves are playing with a sub and that they're not playing to the best of their ability, and that Heroic are, playing the way that they are. They've woken
ripping
up,
and tearing through everything.
They've woken up. Doom and Blaz are both really on it today. I think I might have to swap those two round. I think Heroic make it through in favor of Wolves. I always had TT9 not making it through the groups. I'm sticking with that.
I mean, right now, currently, Wild are 5-0 up versus TT9.
Yeah, they're
about to take a 6th round.
TT9 were already kind of low in the stock, And just knowing that they have to play without Kanto and with Leonski instead. Like, no disrespect to Leonski, he's a great player, but he's not Kanto, you know?
No.
So they lack some of the tenacity, right? They're not going to have that same fragging power, and like that's really necessary when you're playing, 5 best of ones back to back. So yeah, unfortunately, I have them marked off from the start, but 3 versus 3 final round in this possibly in this Virtus Pro versus G2 game. I really want to kind of lock into this round a little bit, see what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, we just got Moto Hash open. There's Alamal going for the drop as well, just to gather a little bit of extra
that's the joystick flank.
Ooh, Virtue was waiting for him with open arms. Really well done. Now they've basically dealt with all of the roaming presence whatsoever, so attention turned towards Passion Shepherd. Last 2 players alive. Should be a fairly easy close-off, and Alamau just slowly inching his way further and further. You can just act as live intel gathering as well. So the rest of G2, they know exactly what to pounce upon Shepherd. Nice little hole over towards Canadian as well. But he's instead going to waltz his way through. Feet nearly clicked on.
Oh, only 1 gun up now, though, for G2. And it's Benja. Okay, never mind. It's Benja. It doesn't matter if it's only 1 gun. It's Benja. Takes down Pasha. Alamau sticking the diffuser, so Shepherd has to clutch here. 1 versus 2. Swinging into Church, not the worst situation. Has to deal with the Monty. No damage from that impact. Drops the shield, gets aggressive. Benja swings from behind. Surely, no? Okay. Misses the opportunity. And now Shepherd's actually on the diffuser. But of course, you got to deal with the Monty. Nade comes out over the top. That's very cheeky from Benja. Very good headshot there. 24 seconds 1v1. Alamau might have just trolled this. That is not a good situation. Benja now playing this very smart. Swings. Had to win that. Absolutely had to win that, right? Because that is match point saved by G2. Alamau. I mean, he wasted
time. He nearly
time.
threw it. He nearly threw that round out the window right there.
Very close. Very close. I've just dropped chocolate on the floor.
Also reminds me, I have actually yet to even eat breakfast.
Yeah, this is my breakfast. Big Aldi fruit and nut. I need a hotkeys for this. That's fine. Personally endorsing myself.
All right. I don't have any candy bars in the house. The only thing that I've got lined up to eat today, I've got like some burger patties that I took out of the freezer yesterday. I'm gonna be making some spicy jalapeno burgers for dinner.
Oh my god, it's 6-0 to Wild right now.
Yes, I can see.
Game. Jesus. Well, rip TT9, I guess. Azza's doing all right. He's at least, on a 1 KD. Everyone else is 2 and 6 or 2 and 5.
There's really nothing else positive that we can even.
Hungary is 9 and 1 on Grim. I mean, okay. To be fair, he was 9 and 1 on the defense, but now he's playing Grim. But he's 9 and 1 Hungary. If Hungary's fragging, you should be scared of Wild. It's true.
I'm not arguing against that. I'm pretty freaking scared about Hungary right now. If I were to be in that lobby,
yeah, back in the day it was his expected job, but now he's got Teb and Jegs to do that for him, and Aces. Very nice chocolate.
What kind of fruits are in that chocolate bar? Like
raisins.
Dried up. Oh, okay. So
let me just check. Let me just check it's raisins and not sultanas.
Can't say I'm the biggest fan of raisins. Like, I'll eat them, but like I'm never gonna actively eat an oatmeal raisin cookie over like a chocolate chip cookie or something like that.
With cookies, I'm thoroughly in the camp of chocolate, and more chocolate. But when it comes to like, I do like raisins a lot. I like I buy like big bags of chocolate covered raisins a lot. Which are so sugary, so sugary, really bad for you.
Raisins, they're absolutely bussin'. They are.
Well, that's what this, that's basically what these are, right? It's just raisins in chocolate with some, I think it's hazelnuts. Very nice.
Okay. I don't like actual chunks of nuts in my chocolate. I just not a fan. Kind of ruins the chocolate. Feels like I'm eating nuts with chocolate as opposed to chocolate with nuts.
L take.
Nah, not an L take. I'm spitting facts. We should probably ask chat if they prefer, if any of you guys who are watching actually consciously enjoy raisins. And then what your favorite sort of like thing to enjoy raisins with.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do best chocolate and give only 2 options here. By the way, Wild are about to actually lose a round because Astro's gone nuclear.
Hang on. It is Hungary in the 1v2.
Astro Quad. I didn't.
Okay.
That's pretty nice. Pretty nice. All right. So, how do you properly pronounce Gemini? This is a question. Now, from what I know, the Gemini thing was it came out of nowhere, right? Apparently, that's not how you pronounce it. Apparently, it is just Gemini. But the best thing to do is just ask the guy. Like, can we just ask Gemini to settle this once and for all? Because I feel like that's the best thing to do. But the news I heard was that it was never meant to be like Gemini. So that's my take.
Gemini sounds really, really weird.
I go with Gemini now.
Yeah,
I used to hard stick Gemini, but now I'm.
Oh, I'd never done that.
Now I'm Gemini.
Never
now I'm
done
a Gemini guy. So I'm going to put this poll in the chat. Best chocolate, and I'm going to give 2 options: fruit and nut, which is fruit and nut. Okay. Everyone knows what that. It's just raisins and chocolate. You know, raisins and hazelnuts in chocolate, or just chocolate.
Like what? Milk chocolate, dark chocolate?
Yeah, milk chocolate. Yeah, just milk chocolate.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. So those are the 2 options, right? I need the votes. We'll make it a minute long. Start poll. All right. Get voting. I need to know.
Y'all better do milk chocolate because I'm
Why would? Who says crying? Who puts a G in there? Like, if the argument with crying is to say crine or cryin, like kind of a 2-syllable kind of thing or a 1-syllable kind of thing, who the fuck cares? Like, it sounds the same anyway, you know?
It does sound exactly the same.
If you say it quickly, it all sounds the same.
The G is basically silent as well, but I mean, like, if we're going to open up that can of worms, then let's go ahead and actually address some other people's usernames, like Pasha, who replaces both A's with the number 4.
Noah's a bit of an annoying one, because if you don't know his name is Noah, you're just going to say Noah's, which I've seen a few casters do. But he's definitely just Noah.
Yeah.
So Astro went from 2 and 6 to 4 to 6 and 6 in that one round. Now
huge.
joining Azza in the I can actually shoot back club, which is nice. It's good to see that club grow.
Really surprised with how prevalent Monty has actually been on all the Clubhouse games that we have seen today.
Well, I have a theory about Monty, right? Which is that he's one of the best counters to Fenrir. Right, you activate a Fenrir gadget by walking into it, and it's too late to know about it. If you walk into a Fenrir gadget as a Monty, you're safe.
True, I guess, yeah.
So there's been a lot of Monty play, not just here, but in Combine as well. And I genuinely think it's a response to Fenrir more than anything. But I mean, this is Wild, and they are known to shield it up quite a lot. So there's also that factor.
I mean, I guess it also really just is a little bit of
a
thing because he is
he got the kill for it. It confirmed the down on the Valk.
Okay, yeah, no, I was a few seconds behind you, but yeah, that's it's funny how that works out.
Oh, pack ball. Oh, all right. Well, very clean ending there by Wild.
That is a
Kevin
GG.
Packball just working the angles from outside the site. Yeah, that is a GG then. So we'll flip off of Cham's stream.
Back to VP and G2, which is
I think that must have finished. Wait,
has it?
Is it? Oh, is it?
Oh yeah, no, my thing was my thing is I don't know why, but my YouTube clean fees, they are just actively getting delayed so heavily. But it is VP that took it.
Let's do what Fresh is doing now then. If we go on to matches, yep, they're all updated. A pair of 7-1s for Wild and Heroic. And we'll have a look at the way that affects the standings. If I can... Where's my brain? Where is the standings? Group stage, I guess?
Group stage, yeah.
Yeah,
all right, that's where the points are.
Heroic, G2 and Wild have all... just Heroic and Wild have won their first 2. G2 and Virtus.pro are 1 and 1. And Wolves and TT9 are 0 and 2 right now. Very simple. No overtimes at all so far. So it's just Heroic and Wild on top. G2 and Virtus.pro in the middle. Wolves and TT9 at the bottom. So Heroic and Wild looking like the standout teams. similarly to stage 1, right? When it comes to best of ones, these teams know how to deliver, it seems, because Heroic and Wild were both top of their group, at least after the first 2 games. Then Heroic fell off a cliff, but Wild kept that going. So maybe now it's time for Heroic to fall off a cliff, and we're just going to repeat stage 1 in a single day.
Could very well happen. I don't know what else. It definitely is a real possibility right now for the time being. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Just off of that first game that we saw, Heroic, they look ridiculously clinical.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got our schedule here. Heroic versus Wild is next up. That's the top 2 battling it out.
Sir.
And then Wolves versus VP. That'll be a good game, I imagine. And TC9 versus G2. So we'll have a chat backstage about what games we all kind of split us amongst myself, Fresh, and Cham. And yeah, we'll get back to you. Obviously, of course, we know Fresh is probably going to be focused on the G2 games. So
yeah,
we'll
exactly.
just
So
decide what's going on here.
TC9.
But yeah, we'll have our chat backstage. And I think me and Judah will have a bit of a break while we set up the next game. So don't go too far, Mr. Audience Member and Mrs. Audience Member and all other audience members in between. We didn't view the results of the best chocolate.
Yeah, let's actually do that. I really want to know what people think.
Nobody voted. What the fuck, guys? Come on, vote. All right. Well, we'll run.
I guess it's inconclusive. We could have the poll running through. We could have the poll running throughout the rest of the broadcast, and just have it like indefinitely. Like, let's say, run it for an hour or something like that.
Yeah, maybe that needs to happen.
We'll probably get that done after we're back from the break, though.
All right. We'll head to the break right now. See you in a few. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the R6 Rainbow Rumble. And we have our second game of the day. This is actually the third game of the day, but we missed the first one because we were busy. We have Heroic versus Wild, the two teams that so far have had perfect records through their first two games, both on 6 points. And honestly, if they win this game, looking very likely that they will make it through to day two in the best of threes. I'm Jerry the Music Man. I am here with Two Doors on this side, and we're going to chat a little bit about, what's going on, what's coming up next, the games that we've seen, the games that are happening in not too long. So let's just throw it on over to this 2-cam thing and have a look at the scores that we had from the last round. Doodles, maybe you want to talk us through it.
Yeah, so I mean, as things stand right now, we've obviously got Heroic and Wild lined up next as our next game. There's going to be featured on broadcast on both of these two squads, as you mentioned. Yeah, they've been absolutely ripping and tearing their way through, as you can see on screen. We just saw Heroic v Wolves on Clubhouse. That was 7-1. Wild getting and locking in their own 7-1 victory, also on Clubhouse just a couple moments ago. And VP, despite all odds, seemingly able to take down G2 in their second round of play so far. That was also quite the cracker, and if I'm not mistaken, all of these games also took place on Clubhouse. So I'm praying that we get a little bit of a shift of scenery.
I didn't realize it was a whole round of Clubhouse. That's insane. You're right. Yeah, it was. So G2 VP as well. Interestingly, that was 3-0 to G2 at one point. Virtus Pro won 6 in a row before then taking a little stumble and finishing the whole thing off. So 7-4 to them, and that's much needed. They didn't win their first round game. We'll have a look at the first round that happened not too long before that, which is here. They lost it to Wild, in fact, 7-4. So they definitely needed that to get off to the races for the day. Like we said, then basically what this leaves us with, if we take a quick look at the standings right now, is two teams right at the top, Heroic and Wild. Like we said, they've won both of their games, and they are the teams that we will watch right now. G2 and Esports. Sorry, G2 and Esports. G2 Esports and Virtus Pro, both having won a single game. Although, crucially, of course, VP winning that head-to-head matchup. That might come into effect later on, who knows. And then Wolves and TT9 still yet to find their points. Wolves surprisingly low in the standings, as we were talking about before the break, because they are playing with a sub, but then a few teams are playing with a sub, and they just don't seem to be clicking today.
No. Doesn't really seem to be the case at all. And obviously you can make the argument that, if you've got subs playing on, then I guess all logic and all of normality gets thrown out of the window. But if Wolves can't really keep themselves up with the rest of the pack, then it really doesn't bode well for them in the Rainbow Rumble qualifier at all whatsoever. And as things stand right now, they would basically need nothing short of a flawless performance in the last couple remaining games to even have a chance of potentially making it within that top two, even top three position within the standings, should the rest of the teams decide to absolutely bin their games respectively. But to focus in on Heroic and Wild, obviously whoever takes this next game and secures potentially 3 points or even just 2 with an overtime win as well is definitely going to look that much better for getting themselves a spot secured in the actual competition later on. It seems almost like a foregone conclusion. If Heroic take it, they're likely going to secure a spot, and I don't think anyone's going to be able to leapfrog them, and the same can be said for Wild as well.
Yeah, I think the minimum threshold in a 6-team round robin, I did a couple of little calculations last night, because it's quite a small group, so it's very easy to kind of work out these sort of break points. 10 points is enough to 100% solidify your spot in day two. Obviously, that would take a minimum of 4 games to reach, but because of the fact that Wolves and TT9 are both sat on 0 points down here, it actually means that threshold gets a bit lower. So if Wolves and TT9 lose their next games, then the maximum they can achieve is 6 in the day. And the way that means the rest of the points get sort of divvied out, probably 9 points, maybe even 8 will be enough to secure your spot in the next day. So basically, if Wolves and TT9 lose their games against, I believe it's Virtus Pro and G2 respectively, that are going on right now, then the winner of this game will progress to tomorrow. In like 99% of scenarios. I cannot break out the spreadsheets right now, but that is pretty much what this means. So, high stakes game here.
Yeah, definitely so. And it's, I don't know, part of me think that it's also going to be like the closest affair that we'll have throughout all of the festivities and throughout all of the matches that we have seen so far. Because,
Hmm.
I mean, I think the closest scoreline that we had actually seen so far was that G2 versus VP game and that VP versus Wild game in round number 1, which were both 7-4s.
Yeah.
Not a single one of the games so far has even to actually reach the maximum allocated round count in regulation at all whatsoever. All of these have basically ended before we reach that 12th round. And
Yeah.
a part of me kind of feels like Heroic and Wild might take it, the full distance. We might reach that cap of 12 rounds, potentially even go above and beyond that and actually see an OT game. Given how stacked these two teams have been in the competition so far
Hmm.
today, I feel like it's going to be a screamer either way.
And there's one added factor to that, which I will add in, and just it amplifies the point. This is
Mm.
Oregon, right? This is Oregon that we're going to see between Wild and
Actually,
Heroic. So,
I'm not entirely sure because I see
oh, has it
Villa is
changed?
actually
It
queued up.
changed. It
It
changed. All
maybe
right,
has changed.
it might be
I don't
Villa.
know.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, never mind. We checked earlier, and Oregon was set up in the lobby, but it looks as though it shifted.
It shifted,
So
okay.
I've been thrown off a little bit by that, but
Yeah.
as you may be able to hear, we are ready to go straight on into the game. So we'll transition on over to our match. Heroic versus Wild. Bizarrely, two teams that have not met since 2022, since mid 2022, about almost exactly a year ago, in fact, for the GWB quals back then, and that was the German Wild roster.
Yeah.
So, I mean, well, you could argue this is partly the German Wild roster right now. We still have aces present, but
Yeah, the
it's
rest
changed
of the
a
crew,
lot.
Corey and co, they're gone.
Yeah, so in the whole of stage 1, in the whole of last year, at the end of the year as well, we did not see these two rosters meet. So very exciting to see that this is maybe the first. This is the first time we get to see this match.
Yeah. And they just also narrowly missed out on actually going up against one another in the combine quals for the Blast EUL teams that took place, what was it, not even 2 weeks ago, about 10 days ago exactly on the dot, because it was Wild that was able to actually take down BDS in round number 1. Unfortunately, in round number 2, they met their fate and they met their makers in the form of Virtus Pro. And Heroic, they actually got first rounded in that combine qualifier at the hands of Eminem.
Yeah.
So there was a potential for them to have potentially, pitted up against one another in the grand finals, but none of them were able to achieve that record, to achieve that accomplishment at all. But at the very least, now we'll get to see them go up against each other, see who really is the top dog within EU.
Just to remind you as well, that Heroic versus Secret game, the lower bracket, so they got knocked down there by Eminem and then played against Secret on Theme Park. That was an absolute barn burner of a game. 8-7 to Team Secret. It came down to a 1v1 clutch that Upor was able to deliver on. So Heroic were literally one kill away from meeting Wild in that next round, but they couldn't make it and they got knocked out instead. And then Wild sent Secret home as well. So, yeah, they finally met each other. It's taken a very, very long time, but this is the first Heroic versus Wild game that we have seen ever. Well, between these two versions of these teams.
Exactly. It's going to be a really, really exciting game. Bands, to quickly go through them, we have got the Ying, the Azami, the Dokubi, as well as the Soulless being left on the bleachers. That does pit the way for Mira to actually be present in our Villa game right on your screens, which I'm going to be always super duper excited for. Mira within AVG as our starting bomb side as well. Probably will just set a couple of those black mirrors over towards the study side. You might be able to actually commit one into the overextension in towards trophy and statuary, but I don't really think that's
Looks
the
what he's
most
doing.
clever usage.
That's what he's doing. That's what he's going
Apparently
for. Look.
so. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's an extended hold then, obviously. That's what we tend to see nowadays inside of Villa. Also worth mentioning the Valk being let through the ban phase. Not nearly as effective on Villa as on other maps, I would argue, but still
crucial.
Still crucial. And of course the Fenrir being let through too, which we haven't seen in this first round, but it is an option open to the defenses should they choose it. Worth adding him to that list of very powerful defenders that make their way through nowadays. Doom on this Repel with the DMR, or rather, in fact, that is the Vector on the Lion, is trying to take control of 90. Packball sitting down Uno and being downed in the process himself, but finding the sledge early on, removing a pair of nades from the board, and of course that soft breaching utility. Certainly big impact play, but not the biggest impact player in Uno. And I always like to say, if he goes down, that's only half a kill. You've got him on cams.
basically. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what Uno was trying to accomplish, because he just sent it up right through that main staircase, and he was clapped down fairly easily, and that means that the diffuser now has to be recovered in a very awkward position. Good trade coming on through to set aces straight as well, so that's going to put us back into...
Can someone res Packball?
Packball? Nope, okay, he's just going to fall to the wayside, unfortunately enough. Man was probably, you know, stemming the bleeding by holding down F for the last minute or so when nothing happened.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably Wild being a little bit too cautious. They're worried of Heroic maybe springing a very sudden attack. We did see it a lot on Clubhouse earlier, so Heroic definitely keen to speed things up, and Teb will find the kill onto Kayak before he can pull the trigger. Doom going to swing in off the back of his own flashes. Some suppressing fire laid down by the mirror, but he is blinded. Wins the second attempt, though. Was very messy, but Hungry will gobble up Doom, and now it's all up to Skiddy, who finds himself deep within the site in a plantable position inside the bar, but he knows that the hounds are circling. Out comes the C4, forces the engagement. Jeg swings off the contact and takes down Skiddy. Beautiful little 2 versus 1 inside the site there, and a 3 men left standing for Wild. A comfortable round, all things considered.
Yeah, definitely so. From like the early stages overall, Heroic trying to send it through that main staircase didn't work out at all whatsoever for them. They lost out on the diffuser, which meant that it had to be recovered. Sure, they got that done towards the later stages of the round altogether, but Joom dropping the ball a little bit over towards 90, that was an engagement that he basically just, you know, prepped up in the most favorable position for himself. He had the flashbangs toss on through. He isolated that mirror behind the 90 pillar, and he just whiffed all of his shots, unfortunately enough. And without that actual kill going in the favor of Heroic, you have lost out on a very crucial portion of the map. Not saying that you should have had to actually like open up that vault wall altogether, but just gaining that extra little bit of real estate would have made recovering the diffuser that much easier for Skiddy to eventually, you know, clutch up and actually go through the 7-second plant phase, but just didn't really work out. It's a bit of a shame that Joom didn't walk away with that kill, considering just how ruthless he was on Clubhouse a few moments earlier.
Yeah, Joom and Blaz have definitely turned up today, and they are the only 2 so far with kills to their names for Heroic, but of course, a very nice performance from the rest of Wild, sealing that round for the Irish Org. Round 2, and we have ourselves trophy statuary defense and plenty of nades being brought along by Heroic. The maximum possible without a Glaz on your lineup. There's 6 a total there. And you've got the hard breach and the EMP of Ace and Thatcher, respectively, to round out that comp. So looking to open walls and cause some damage from beneath. Speaking of from beneath, Doom sneaking up from the very basement as the Nook does meet with a nicely placed barricade. But Blaz is already in position to lock this laundry player in space. Oh, my! Beautiful transfer onto Aces.
Damn.
The double headshot, and the Frenchman makes his mark known.
Yeah, that was sharper than an architect's pencil right there, coming out from Blaz with the ARX and the hollow as well. Quick little flick around the mouse mat, and he secures a nice little 2-piece as he transfers on towards Memorial. And that, well, places Wild in a very uncomfy 3v5 scenario with not a whole lot working in their favor, as Packbull is actually going to take matters into his own hands down below to do a little bit of early scouting with that Vector, but no opportunities being presented his way for the time being. So Wild are left in a position where they kind of just have to wait for the contact to come their way before they can actually try to turn the tables back into their favor.
These depth charges coming out, causing some issues. Jegs will take down Blaz, though, so 2 kills is all he's getting for this round. Packball taking down Uno as well, and Wild have somehow rescued this from the 5 versus 3. They've even that man count. Hungry playing in a very tetchy position here over these open holes. Has to be very careful with his movement. Sends out a gas canister to lock off that Astro push for the time being and prevent anyone from swinging in through the window. Doom looking to do some vertical work, getting out of the Deagle. It's not the ideal tool for the job, but it will do the work. Jegs holding that cross as well from inside the closet all the way towards Astro. He is essentially locking Doom in place. The fight comes out finally from the smoke of Hungry, but he isn't lethal with those shots. Only a few HP left on the side of Doom, though. Heroic is stalling out here.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know what they can actually do to get themselves out of this position. At the very least, they need Skitty to try and chime in from somewhere else because, as you mentioned, Joom is caught between a rock and a hard place with one player on Astro Desk and one inside of Closet that have got a brilliant crossfire set up on him. And on top of that, they've got to recover the case, which is currently within the territory of Jegs. And with 20 seconds left to go, Skitty's going to start walking his way up that red stairs towards Zombie to try to find some kind of impact. Kayak as well, redirecting his attention towards Closet to see if he can stem the bleeding as Hungry actually finds one, traded off though by Skitty, and Packbull quickly flicks on not for one but for two frags onto Skitty and Heroic. The Vector, well, it shines bright and it sticks down a two-piece to close things off in Wild's favor as they walk away with the second round.
Genius piece of movement there and repositioning by Packbull in the late round, moving into that corner of Master Balcony unchecked by Heroic. They didn't have time to find that location, didn't have enough drones out, didn't have the network to detect that rotation. They left Hungry on his own within the site. He grabbed a kill. Very important that he did. And then he was taken down. But then it all came down to that 2 versus 2 around Master. And basically Packbull ratting in a corner. Grabs both kills at the very death. So very nicely played from him. And that was, need I remind you, a 3 versus 5 from Wild. Heroic, Blaz specifically grabbing the 2 opening frags beautifully on the bottom floor, but then the remaining members of Wild in Jegs, Packbull, and... Oh, sorry, that's what was it? Yeah, Jegs, Packbull, and Hungry managing to secure that end. And very, very nicely done. Very well maneuvered between the three of them.
I think probably the most sort of like outlying factor that really crippled Heroic on their overall take was being able to secure the frag, or at the very least dislodge that Astro player, because they had expended and exhausted all of their HEs from down below with those up nades. Not a single one of them actually landed their mark. And then yeah, you definitely had Joom trying to work the verticals with the Deagle, but he just couldn't find an angle, and he couldn't even go all the way up the staircase because of that Closet player. And there was an Astro window repel there to support him, but you're very limited with your line of sight from there. Pixels away from threading the needle. Skitty, that would have been a brilliant opener, but not meant to be in this timeline.
Yeah, and Teb will fall back and shut up the hatches as well, barricade the doors to make sure he's not chased very quickly, cause some problems, giving a bit of a sound cue in case anyone does want to move that way too.
Yeah.
We have the rest of Heroic just sort of scouting out this top floor. Plenty of bodies around the master bedroom, opening some long lines of sight as well to prevent anyone lingering up here. There are a few bodies up here on the side of Wild right now. The Oryx around the center of the map right there, top of red stairs, is being read into by a couple of drones. Skitty has the yellow ping. Might even attempt to go for this himself. Someone else just sit on this drone, give him the intel, let him swing in. That's all you need to do, Heroic, for this entry kill. Looks like he spots that drone and is circling back. Opportunity missed there.
And Aces is going to dig himself even deeper back over towards Vault, so he continues to remain elusive. This lower angle from living room to the top floor is something that Heroic might not actually be expecting, but at the same time, it's a very, very tight one for them to try to thread together. C4 tossed out, not even in the same postal code as any of these Heroic players. Skitty was well ahead of the times by just dropping out of harm's way.
And an explosion takes place inside of the master bedroom. That is a breaching charge being placed on the floor to create a vertical angle into Laundry to prevent anyone rotating in there on the defense. Teb, still a bit of an issue here for Heroic if they want to tackle this. It's difficult to read what Heroic are going for right now. They're still all stationed outside the building, maybe hunting for an early pick, hoping that Wild give them something, but it's just not happening. Skitty is moments away from a pick here, and he does connect to the head of Teb, but Aces from above has the trade through the hatch. Clean and clinical from Wild to keep themselves ahead. They still are a massive problem for Heroic, and I don't see any solutions coming through from the attacking side.
No, definitely not. They might just have to send it through Pantry or something else of the like. Blaz is actually going to find Jegs on top of that, but Aces once again secures his second of the round as Uno might just think about sending it all the way through. Oh! Quick reaction so it doesn't actually end up injured inside of that bear trap, but Packbull still has the hatch to work around. Takes a little bit of contact, tries to fire back with the Mossberg, but no connections to be found, and the 2v2 seems doable, but they have to go through a fail funnel. 2 crossfires established, and Aces, well, he might just be able to catch them off guard. The vertical angle works out brilliantly, and Joom is nowhere close enough to recover that diffuser. Hungry's gonna shut him down, and once again, Heroic dropped the ball at the tail end of the round.
I don't know. I mean, I felt like they dropped the ball throughout that round in a way. They spent the first 2 minutes not finding anyone. Or, I should be more specific, they found someone. They found aces on the top floor. The Oryx lurking in that very first minute, remember, at the top of red stairs. And they didn't spring a trap. They didn't open up that opportunity. They didn't capitalize on that knowledge. They lingered. They didn't coordinate, and it was left up to the Nook to just try and drone themselves in and get the frag. Gave the game away. Aces retreated, and then we saw the damage he was able to wreak on the rest of Heroic throughout that round, stopping them at every opportunity with 3 easy kills. Let's be honest, all of them from vertical positions, never a fight back, and ending up being a very crucial part of that late round as well. So great round from Aces individually, but I have to say Heroic, they need to tighten up a little bit. They were looking exceptional on Clubhouse earlier, starting to lose a little bit of that gas now.
A little bit. I mean, specifically when it came to, you know, addressing the likes of the Oryx in the very, very last round, it's a little bit of a shame that they didn't try to employ any kind of southern takes through AVG as well, because if you would have at least send it off one person, or hell, even a buddy system being set up over towards AVG, then you would have effectively cut off that Oryx's ability to rotate back in towards the vault from landing towards 90 as well, because that was a very crucial trade that Packbull was able to actually secure. The moment that Skitty found that opening frag on the Nook, the trade was instantaneous, and then he was allowed to linger on the top floor for the remainder of the round. And Heroic just not really exploring their options for dealing with these issues that Wild are throwing their way has been really costing these opening 3 rounds.
So a perfect circuit of defenses for Wild so far. We move on to an AVG defense with a Fenrir rearing his ugly head for the first time, as highlighted by a wonderful observer Medics, who was here for the first game as well. We just so happen to be following him specifically today, and Heroic. Just a coincidence, as it turns out. But we'll see if those FNAP mines have any bearing on the round. Skitty just being a bit cautious here, making sure he doesn't get run out on too early, and some early drone work being done by the support of Heroic Kayak on the case to set up a little flank drone there. Just a bit of a networking drone more than anything. E1D gets dropped very early on, and it looks like Heroic may be down for a bit of a quicker execute than Wild have been treated to so far this game. That Selma comes out to disable the position that Hungry is playing right now. He can stand on that mirror window, but it is going to be risky as the second one comes out. The mirror window itself will disappear. Hungry gets away with about half of his HP, has to fall back into the site.
Yeah, very clinical approach coming out from Heroic to, well, utterly dismantle and render those mirror windows completely useless. And there's nothing but gaping holes left over in the AVG walls altogether. Then Heroic have got so much free reign to work with. And on top of that, you've got Blaz, Joom, as well as Skitty addressing the roam presence on the opposite side of the map. Crucial position by Kayak on the rappel, but doesn't quite land the shots necessary to find themselves and draw first blood in this round.
This is the point of the game where I will put a little comment in an envelope that you can pick up on later. Fenrir gadgets in study as an alternative source of that same kind of engagement that a mirror will give you. Maybe it's something that we'll see sooner rather than later, in fact, as the study is being pressured. But of course, it's been opened up. A very, very difficult situation for these anchors to be in.
Yeah, one of those FNOT mines is already within the floorboard of study itself, so should anyone decide to hop through that window, they are basically as good as a sitting duck, and I'm not exactly sure who is outside of that window, but there definitely seems to be a bit of presence. Joom, brilliant HE tossed towards the feet of Teb, and that is going to be the first frag secured for the side of Heroic, as Wild are now left with the man disadvantage. They've still got aces down below inside the library, and Blaz is going to start, well, prepping and working that aviator bomb site. Skitty's going to double down and find a frag onto Hungry, and now Packbull to take matters into his own hands. No good lineups with the SMG-11, and he's going to think twice about swinging that angle.
That angle being held especially well right now, but Aces is a problem, and now he is known. Kayak goes down to the German. Jegs tags in, and a 3 versus 3 now with 26 seconds left. Blaz lets drop that final wub, but Packbull meets Uno with a hail of bullets in the study. All up to the last players on the side of Heroic. 2 just attacking deep inside the site. Blaz finally triggers that FNAP mine I placed in an envelope earlier, and Jegs will take that free kill. Skitty in the 1 versus 3 cannot deal with Jegs, who just mops up the whole of Heroic from start to finish. A brilliant round for the Finn.
Yeah, no, brilliant stuff coming out from Jegs. I mean, he just found himself in the primary, the right position, I should actually say, to get activated and really get involved within that entire affair in round number 4. And he ended things off with, what was it, definitely a 2-piece, if not a 3-kill over the course of that entire round. And I have to actually commend Heroic for being just a little bit more clinical in their initial approach. They didn't necessarily let Wild get away with a whole 2 lot. They applied so much pressure at the early stages that Wild were left with little to no room to actually breathe the moment that you had those Selma charges really start working on those AVG walls, and it started to feel very uncomfortable. But once again, Heroic struggling to keep their composure throughout the mid to late round, super duper costly, and they let Wild get away with far too much.
It's a worrying trend that's developing, isn't it? 2 3v5s for Wild so far. Brilliant if you're a Wild fan, not so much if you're a Heroic fan. They cannot be affording to let these advantages slip so frequently. Especially on a, attacking Villa. It's not the easiest. If you find yourself with that edge, you have to swing home with it, because these are rounds that they should be winning in those situations. Wild are lucky in some senses to be 4-0 up, but they're making their own luck. Aces was not passive in that 3 versus 5. He found himself an opening. He found himself that roam space downstairs to take out some of the key cogs on the Heroic side, and then when it came to the execute, they were missing those important pieces. So they are manifesting their own destiny here, Wild, and I like to see a team that aren't just going to sit back and take a loss.
No, they are definitely taking initiative wherever it's possible, and has been working out wonders so far for them. Heroic going for a very direct approach in this round. They've already taken control of Master Bedroom Balk, and they've already started to get to work by tossing and chucking out those Selma charges. Another mirror window probably going to be lost to the wayside here with little to no impact to show for it. But Jegs willing to potentially overstay his welcome and keep this angle contested for as long as humanly possible.
He can do it. It's Jegs. We've just seen him pick up a good 3k on that last round. A little, Master Bedroom hold isn't beyond him. Laz taking some shelter inside of the shower. If you're unaware, there is the threat of C4s from beneath, but that position is indestructible. Doom takes out Jegs, and maybe I was hyping the Finn up a little bit too much. Heroic have their own secret weapon in Doom, yet to activate today, or at least in this match, but if he does get things going, then he could be the key to unlocking this match for Heroic.
Yeah. Replicator finds some intel at the back end of Astro, so they know they're dealing with the exact same setup as they did in the previous round, as Aces looking to reoccupy that lower kitchen side. C4 tossed out, but doesn't hit its mark, and Blaz gets away with his life still intact. Finds contact on towards Aces, but can't swap over towards Hungry in time. Luckily enough for him, Kayak is there with an instant response as Packbull trades things out. It's even Steven once again in the 3v3.
Very nice kill there from Packbull. I believe it was through the floor down to the bottom of Astro's stairs. So some good extended anchor play, supporting your more extended players, your roamers, etc., by using that vertical to your advantage, I believe. Skiddy now in this position here where he could maybe try and get a bit of a backstab, but it does seem like
Teb knows.
Yeah, Teb absolutely knows. He's looking the right way, and he's aware of this threat. He's keeping tabs on Skiddy for the time being, but he will activate that Hell Presence reduction, and it looks like Teb Scarpa's just in the nick of time. Skiddy now rounding the corner, has this cross angle all the way to his teammates inside a Master Bedroom. With 30 seconds left, there has to be a frag one way or another. It's going the way of Skiddy, but Aces slaps back with one onto Uno. Oh, the repel dealt with instantly by Aces. The shotgun to Kayak's midriff will be enough. Skiddy now in the 1 versus 2 clutch scenario. Can't find Aces, who tears Heroic a new one. 3 kills at the death, and that is one hell of a half so far from Wild. 5 rounds with no response from Heroic.
None whatsoever. And Aces absolutely paramount in this opening half so far, showing us exactly how you should be playing those SAS anchors all together, getting maximum value from the SMG and the shotgun in tandem. No C4 frag to be found on anyone on the side of Wild, but it's completely fine if the util doesn't work out, because they can do things in the traditional sense with just a boatload of lead right into the torsos of Heroic. And for them, I really don't know what to actually say at this certain stage. Heroic have got so many amazing plans set up in terms of executing their strategies, but there are just these small little details, these small little factors that always ensure that these engagements and all of these affairs just get thwarted back into the favor of Wild. Like, their inability, for example, to capitalize on Teb. They had intel, they had the positioning, but the timing just wasn't there, and the timing hasn't been there for Heroic on so many instances.
Yeah, instances like that you can chalk down to luck potentially, but there have been other things that have definitely been a bit more performance-based. And while, you know, you don't get 5 rounds up with no round losses without having... You know, without putting in a decent shift yourself. So as much as I want to say Heroic are struggling here, Wild are really showing us the business. And these are the 2 top sides so far today in this very quick one-day round robin. Both teams have been flawless up until this point. It just makes me think, are Wild really that cut above today? They are flawlessing so far. Their only competition.
Yeah. And it would be such an unfortunate way for Heroic to go down in this. That's valuable intel.
I would have loved to see that be hacked by Kayak instead of zapped by Chitty, you know?
Would have been freaking hilarious if that would have been the case. Because the Clutch Jones, they definitely are there. They've got one more in the back pocket of Kayak. But still, outright dealing with them with a Twitch drone, it's just as good.
Yeah, it's the safer option for certain. Doom trying to send this nade in and bounce it down. Almost a genius kill there, but it doesn't quite connect with Packball. If that had worked, I'd have been out of my seat. Beautiful.
I think it got caught on a little bit of debris. Could have been quite amazing to see, but wasn't meant to be.
Jegs down, though. That is a crucial kill and an opening frag. Once again going the way of Heroic, but as we know, that does not necessarily spell success for this side.
No, and now Teb is starting to get harassed inside of the living room, and you can't necessarily kill people in the living room. That is what... Well, Teb decides to buck the trend either way, and he finds Skitty to thwart us back into the 4v4. Uno inside a closet has got a little bit of a few vertical angles to start working with as well, as he's looking for any frags that might present themselves, but that's just the thing. Heroic, or excuse me, Wild, they just don't like to present themselves. They have been so damn elusive, and they are just playing these power positions to the best of their ability.
Bailiff?
And there's Aces with a Bailiff frag onto Blast, just ripping a hole through his head.
You don't whip out the Bailiff in a fight unless it's a very messy fight. So I have a feeling we missed the first half of a very messy fight there. And Aces has come out on top. 8-2 so far from the German veteran, doing absolute bits here. Doom needs to catch up, needs to step up to his elder, if you ask me. Teb is still an issue here inside of the living room. He is living, he is prolonging his life so far. And Wild have that man advantage with Kayak as well on very low HP. So they have to turn this round. Doom, he heard my call. He has taken down his opposite number, but is immediately slapped back down by the Irishman of Packball. 2 versus 3. Kayak does hit a Gumine. His location now will be known, but Uno mops up Hungry inside the site. The long angle being held from China might be enough to hold him at bay as he carries Diffuser deep inside. Sends out the Selma to disable that position. The Gumine will telegraph that position. Kayak has to push through the smoke. Now his own smoke to try and cover here, but Uno, he's unsure of where the last is on the side of Wild. Kayak has all the cover to do, but he's not watching the rotate, and that gives Packball the free kill. And now Kayak in a 1 versus 2, miles away from Diffuser, has to go for kills, grabs one, but the last is Scarpering, and Wild secure their perfect half on the defense of Villa.
Damn, flawless performance coming out from Wild. 6 rounds in a row, and sure got a little bit touch and go here and there, but in that last round especially, Heroic falling to another technical mistake as you had Kayak unable to push through his own smoke so that he could provide the coverage needed and cut off the rotates. It's small little mistakes like these that have been so damn costly for Heroic that they shouldn't be even committing in the first place. The idea was good. Once again, the structural setup to that execution was as it should have been. A player inside a pantry, you watch the rotate, you watch the kitchen door, you've got all of your bases covered, but why he went and decided to throw a smoke grenade so that he could block himself off from the action, I have no earthly idea. There is just it feels infuriating to me a little bit seeing Heroic fall like this.
Now,
truly,
I went into this game with a certain expectation. You went into this game with a certain expectation. We said
it was going to be damn close.
Yeah, and we even said maybe overtime is on the cards, but Wild have said no to that. Absolutely no, in the most emphatic fashion. And we might be in for a very quick one here. They are employing the observation blockades, which I like to see. A little bit of that new gadgetry action in very specific locations, just to make controlling the middle of the map specifically a little bit harder for Heroic. They cannot set up the network of drones that they would perhaps like to, or rather make it harder for Wild, as Heroic are the ones now defending. And they are setting up around the map. I'm very excited to see Wild Attack. It's been a long time coming. I have not seen them do this for well, since the last Combine Quals, but we know that they set an even more blistering pace than we had seen Heroic do so on previous maps. Heroic, bit more lugubrious, bit more lax so far this map. Maybe needed an injection of that pace, but they are trying to pinch the player that is pushing through Library. That is Aces. Maybe that spray will give away his location. Oh, beautiful headshot from Doom. Second time in a row he's managed to dome Aces, and this time it's for the opening frag of the round.
Yeah, that was absolutely crucial. He was about like halfway through ADSing when he actually saw his name pop up in the kill feed. A very valuable frag found on the Aces, because that's 2 frag grenades that are just completely wiped off the face of the earth, basically. I'm not sure if he got to throw out even one of them at that stage, and on top of that, you've lost out on a very valuable intel gathering tool in the form of those holograms that will no longer be at Wild's disposal. But it's not going to stop them from trying to clap back. Papel, he does find and rightfully punish Joom for his previously committed crimes to even things out yet again.
I was thinking Uno may have an opportunity to skirt on past if he heard that Flores drone move past him and think, hey, I've got an opportunity to run out on this guy on the balcony. But he can't see what we see. He can't see those outlines, playing off solely audio there. And perhaps a little bit too risky for him. Teb, though, will set down yet another drone. Sends it this time deeper into the side. And here we go. He does make it, but he checks the wrong side. That's where he was the first time, Uno. But Teb has moved around the corner. And the opportunity goes begging for Uno and Heroic. 3 versus 4 now. Wild, a man ahead and on match point.
Yeah, they could very well end this game off within the next 50 seconds unless Heroic have got something to say about it. Stack up the main staircase. Might prime Kayak to actually work wonders, but no, he just gets absolutely smacked down. Does have an injury to speak of, but that's going to be quickly rectified as Skitty tries to take matters into his own hands. He will be slapped down by Jegs, and the last hope alive, Blaz, cannot participate and doesn't have anything to show for his efforts, and that is a flawless 7-0 being dished out by Wild. They are, as things stand right now, the undisputed best team in the Rainbow Rumble qualifiers.
What a place to be in as well. And Packball, just flexing that ace elite at the end. You love to see it. Possibly the most justified slide into camera shot that we've seen at the end of any game. It's not often you get to see that, the ace elite at the end of a comp game. But Packball, 9-3 through that game. Excellent work from the support. And you've got to say that is the biggest win we've seen today. And by some margin, and how has that happened between the 2 top teams?
I don't know. It's the first 7-0 that we have seen so far today, and I mean, it would have been a result that you expect if you would have seen like a Wild versus TT9 game or a Heroic versus TT9 game. But I've seen the 2 best teams lock horns against each other, and if you would have told me that one of them is going to walk away with a 7-0, I would have laughed in your face, genuinely.
I would have done the same as well. We're going to have a quick look over at the other games now, because of course they weren't nearly as quick as these games were that we just had on our channel here. So we have Wolves versus Virtus Pro, currently taking place on Chamberlain's channel. So if you want the commentary of this game, head on over to their channel and get some of that in your ear holes. But for now, me and Toodles, we're going to sit back. We're going to sort of flick between the 2 remaining games. There is, of course, this and the 4-3 scoreline to TT9 over G2 right now. Have TT9 activated? This is I want to tune into this one a bit.
Yeah, it seems to be the case, or maybe G2 have actually fallen off in the last 2 best of ones. I don't know. Could be a little bit of both.
Well, Gemini is struggling to get the numbers, and far be it for me to shine a spotlight on the newest player and say he's the problem. Of course, these things take time, but would Blur be in that position? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? TT9. The thing is though, do G2 ever lose to TT9? I don't think they should be losing this game. They aren't losing this round though. They aren't losing this round. And that's important.
Yeah. Were they actually even in the same group during stage 1? Yeah, they were. And
TT9 got like 2 or 3 rounds throughout the whole of stage 1 or something. Like 7. I think they No, they went to 1 overtime, and then most other games were like 7-1 or 7-0. So I think G2 were one of those 7-1s or 7-0s against TT9. So yeah.
Seems to be the case, yeah.
Well, that really was a quick one. That really was a bloody quick one. And let's also just highlight the fact that we now have almost certainly our first team progressing to the next day of the Rainbow Rumble qualifiers. Wild should be in the best of threes tomorrow, unless something goes hideously wrong for them and outrageously right for both TT9 and Wolves. In fact, at this point, I think mathematically, the best case scenario is for just one of TT9 and Wolves to get their wins. And then so Wild would have to lose all their games, TT9 would have to win all their games, and then other results would have to go against Wild in very specific ways.
With Wild already sat on 9 points right now after 3 very clean victories, they, even if things go horrendously south, as you mentioned, for the rest of the day, they still finish off within the top 3, I believe.
Yeah, I'll have a refresh of the league table because, of course, now Wild and Heroic's game will have been input. As our stream from the Observer is delayed, so we are right here with you live, chat, just in case you're wondering how this is all working behind the scenes. So these games get updated a little bit ahead of time. Wild and Heroic. Wild obviously top with a flawless first 3 games. And then Heroic, G2, and Virtus.pro currently still sitting on, having lost 1 each. TC9 on 0 points, but that could change at the end of this game. So we'll have a look. Obviously, they tied it back up now, it looks like. So this looks like a good game, quite honestly. The G2 versus TT9 game, surprisingly close. We drew the short straw. We thought we were getting the best of the best, and Wild just sort of said,
Turns out no.
No, you're getting an early break.
Yeah, seems to be the case. I mean, let's also touch on Astro for a hot little second right there, because he's already broken double digits within the opening 8 rounds so far on Chalet. That's a bit of a crazy performance.
He is that good. Honestly, like, personal circumstances notwithstanding, this guy would be consistently top, like near the top of tier 1. If it weren't for those things, very unfortunate circumstances that he has to deal with, he has to live with. So it's amazing what he's able to accomplish, and it's just making his worth known. Like, this is also a TT9 team in flux, playing with subs, trialing people. There's all sorts of things going on within TT9 at the moment, and I'm not privy to all of that information. There are certainly people out there that are, and the fact that they're taking rounds off G2 right now, and that they are in a position where, well, as I say that, they're putting up fight, but they are now a 5 versus 2, which is not ideal.
But they are keeping things as well.
Oh my god, Benja, stop!
Competitive,
stop! They're already dead.
Oh no. Benja.
No, you can't do them like that. You can't do them like that, Benja. That is outrageous.
Disrespect through the roof, dude. Honestly.
Bloody hell. Wilder in chat. I didn't even notice that. Thank you for coming along and witnessing your grand success. That must have felt good to watch. That must have felt very good to watch as being part of the org. I don't know who runs the Wild GG Twitch account, but it's good to see you. That's in prep phase. Let's have a look at the other game. Virtus.pro versus Wolves, 5-3 to VP. This is how we were expecting it to go, honestly, based on how Wolves have been playing today. If you asked me at the start of the day, this would have been a banger series. These two teams, I had them as marked as top 1 and 2.
Really? VP and Wolves, you had those as finishing within the top 2. Damn.
Yeah, based on the fact that VP have just been consistently great in the past few months. And I put them just that little bit above Wild in my kind of power rankings, but Wild have shown up and really kind of made me eat my words. They are clearly head and shoulders above today. That's the thing about best of ones. That's the thing about running a round robin in the space of a day, is that if one team shows up, if someone decides that they're having a really nice day, if they had the right flavor Weetabix or whatever, then they're gonna win no matter what.
What's your favorite flavor
Shinka? Shinka got a kill there, but he did kill.
I saw he got a kill, and then he also got TK'd.
We'll allow it. They're still winning the round. Good fight back as well.
No, they're fine. They're fine in the 3v2 right now.
Good to see Shinka actually putting up some numbers as well himself, 10 and 5, because Wolves have been really lackluster today, so they need to get some points on the board.
Oof. Voy getting caught out fairly easily. Oh yeah, I'm a second or two ahead of you.
Fair enough. Yep. Looks like
Maybe
you are.
maybe a few more seconds ahead of you.
I'll give it a quick refresh in a second at the end of the round. Always. Yeah, that's a bad peek. Shinka very nicely crouched there. But he's melted. Oh, 1v1. 5 seconds left. Just hide, Bibu. Just hide. He's got the yellow pings. Oh, Bibu. Dang. Close round. Very close round.
Yeah. Super.
Avoiding a match point against them as well with that 1v1. So big clutch there from Bibu.
I don't know. Do you potentially see a universe where it's possible that Wolves actually force us all the way to OT, or just take this one altogether?
Yeah, I could see it. I could absolutely see it. You know, VP again today, right? I had them ranked pretty highly, but they lost earlier, didn't they? They're 1-1 before this game.
Yes, they currently are.
They lost their first game against Wild, which is fair. Everyone has so far, and then they beat G2. So if they lose to Wolves here, then that puts our whole kind of power rankings in a big flux state, because Wolves, who are looking dog shit, take points off VP. And that means that we really don't that means that we really have to look at like the remaining fixtures and see who has a kind of advantage, who's playing TT9, for instance. Even then, TT9 right now are, what are they? They're behind a couple rounds now, I think, as we switch on over to that feed and see Doki just mow down a couple of TT9ers. It's not match point though yet, right? Is this no, it is. It is match point, 6-4, yeah. So TT9 were, I think, 4-3 up, right? And now they've just lost like 3 rounds.
At a certain point, yeah, they definitely had the round advantage over G2, and that's just been completely lost in the last, what has been 4 or 5 minutes. Yeah. Pretty quickly as well.
I just realised something about this picture-in-picture that I'm going to adjust very quickly. There's an annoying little line right at the top. I'm going to crop that out. There we go. Fix it. Thing is, if I switch tabs, then it's very difficult.
Nah,
I'll just keep it the way it is. It's
just
fine.
Leave it the way you already have it.
So, just a quick look at our next fixtures, seeing as we've got, a little bit of town time while G2 set up.
We've got moving into round number 4 as well. We've
got round 4 of games. Virtus.pro versus Heroic. That should be pretty good. Heroic, did just get slapped about, and
while G2.
Virtus.pro, both teams are now -1, right? They're X1, which is pretty good so far. G2 Wild would be nice to watch as well. And then TT9 versus Wolves is a battle to survive at the bottom. Basically, just in case you're wondering, the top 4 teams of this 6-team round robin go through tomorrow, or go through to tomorrow, which means that these two basically need to pick up points ASAP, because they're sitting at the bottom, and that is that dividing line right there between VP and Wolves right now. So that's a big game. If one of them can win it and then win their next game,
they might stand a chance.
They could stand a chance. They could
definitely stand a chance.
Yeah.
Going to be some really close games. I like, from this entire list that we've got going on in round number 4, I've got to say that G2 versus Wild probably excites me the most.
G2 Heroic as well looks pretty nice.
Towards the very end of as in round number 5, that one also should be a bit of a cracker.
The thing is as well is that by the point of this last round, we will have a winner between TT9 and Wolves, which means that both of the games involving either TT9 or Wolves will be very exciting as well, because they'll be fighting to get through. Wild might have already qualified, for instance, and Wolves might have won against TT9, so then Wild won't be playing for anything besides ranking or seeding, and Wolves will be trying to play to actually qualify for tomorrow. So that could be a really good game, because we've seen Wolves not do so well, but Wild play really well. But what happens when Wild don't need to play well? So that could be good. VP versus TT9, it kind of depends on where VP are at that point, I think.
Yeah. No, on the subject of Wild, I would definitely say that, Wild as a team are probably that much scarier when they can play a little bit more loose and a little bit more, quote unquote fun, and just not really give a crap, because they already know they're secured or they've basically secured themselves a spot within the best of 3s for tomorrow as well. And when you've reached that stage where you've basically got nothing to lose and also nothing to play for, and you can just goof around and have fun, it might be a little bit more scary going up against a team that you can sort of expect to be trolling a little bit.
It's a possibility, right? It's a possibility when you're already there.
I don't know. For me personally, like whenever I cast a lot of games where it's like it's already framed within that manner that one team is already all the way through and the other team
Yeah.
is still actually fighting for survival, that one team that's already secured their spot in and they're just kind of playing for shits and giggles, they tend to be a lot scarier just because they've got nothing to lose.
The scary thing about it is also that in that situation, say Wild have got 12 points, they can't be caught up. Wolves are on 3, they need to try and grab the 3 points and get fourth. If that ends with the Wolves, if that ends with the Wolves victory, then tomorrow you will have Wild versus Wolves, right? First versus third. I want to double check that. First versus fourth. Right. So there's even a situation where you could have Wild actually try and fudge the bracket there to make sure that they play Wolves tomorrow and not like G2 or something.
More power to them if they decide to start playing 4D chess with the rest of the bracket.
Why not? If you put yourself in a position where you can actually kind of do that, then there's not much that you can do to kind of mitigate it, unless of course there are I imagine there are penalties for throwing games, right? But you can do it in a way that isn't detectable or punishable, which is like it's like just try a little less hard, right? You can relax, and obviously that relaxed mentality, sometimes that means that you play incredibly well, sometimes it means that you just kind of like don't.
Completely unrelated, but TT9, they are in a 3v1. They're about to save their own hides from losing out this game, as Astro got himself a 4K in this round.
How are you in a 3 versus... Wait, are you watching the final round of TT9 versus...
Oh, no, wait, I'm not. Hang on.
Yeah, I think you're way behind.
Every single time that I actually swap tabs, for some reason, the clean feed actually pauses itself. Like, if I swap off of that, it doesn't continue like running in the background.
This is why I'm just watching... This is why I'm just watching Fresh and Cham. This is why I'm just watching Fresh and Cham. It's way easier to switch between those tabs.
Yeah, I know, probably, because it's just like an artificial...
Leonsky has killed Doki. What is this world? I don't understand this version of reality we're in. Yeah, I'm really rooting for TT9 to actually take this to overtime and make the standings a little bit more interesting, personally.
Let's see. I think I should be entirely caught up. Okay, and it's all going south for TT9.
Never mind. Yeah, they just decided to swing on everything.
Yeah.
Benji's also stolen this mirror window.
Gemini goes down. 2v3 technically could still very much be winnable right now. And Leonsky inside of blue is gonna... Oh, never mind. That's a rough one.
Spoilers. You're like 2 seconds ahead. Alamal there with the kill. Oof. All up to Kendrew. 1v3, we'll call it. Does take down the Gemini. Oh, there's a second. That's a confirmed down. And he has a C4 on Diffuser.
Yeah.
That's cheeky. That's very cheeky. That puts him in... That's like... Imagine that as a trap, right? That's more of a trap than anything.
Yeah.
But Virtue's gotten it.
Yeah,
Virtue's grabbed it.
He can't even spring the trap in time to actually find impact with it. That is rough. And now he's got to actually... just take it all the way to Benja and loses out on the 1v1.
There we go.
Close, but no cigar for TT9.
Very close, very close. It looked like it was completely running away from them as well. Oh, we're in a 1 versus 1 in the other half. In the other game, Wolves win it. So that, I think, 3 rounds on the trot for Wolves, defending Sky. And it is easier to defend Sky in general. So they could actually have turned this round at the death here. Virtus.pro have... languished on 5 rounds for a few now. We might see a Wolves win. And that will upset the standings.
Very real.
That will definitely upset the standings.
Stirring the pot.
It also means that Wild are in less secure territory if Wolves get this win now, because TT9 just lost in regulation. So they're going to stay on 0 points. And that means that if Wolves win in regulation, then the point distribution amongst the round robin lays out so that it's harder for Wild to reach a threshold where they're safe. So they'd have to win the next game, I think. They'd have to get at least 1... In fact, no. Even 1 point from the next 2 games does it for Wild. But if they lose both in regulation, then...
Yeah, no, then they're in the danger zone, basically.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think even walking away with, like, OT losses with just 1 point each, that's still is I think sufficient enough of a safety net for Wild.
Worth mentioning as well that G2 and Heroic are now even on the standings. I think they're both tied for second.
Oh, are they?
At this point? Or, I think probably G2 will be ahead on round difference, especially given, the 7-0 that Heroic just lost. But
maybe it hasn't updated for me just yet. But yeah, with G2 with that second win under their belts, that should they finished off, what was the scoreline? 7-4.
Why do I think VP seem adamant not to change their playstyle? Because they did. They changed it at the start of stage 1, and it didn't work for them. I don't think they gave it long enough, personally, but I think they justify it. They get far enough domestically and internationally to stick to what they know best. It's, maybe not enough to win international events because it does have a hard ceiling, right? But if they feel like they're playing well enough with this style, and they were losing games trying to play to the meta, right? They were losing games trying to play a little bit more fast and opportunistic, but maybe they're working on it. Maybe it's something they do internally and they switch on old brain for comp games. But
yeah, just go back to the golden days of Team Empire a little bit and try to borrow some of that.
Yeah, Grim in play from Dan. Love to see it. Every time bees are on screen, I'm happy.
I don't even remember what was the change that they actually did to Grim in the newest patch.
I think like everything got buffed. It was like
everything got a flat percentage buff. Like bees are better.
Like radius, duration, lots of stuff. I can't remember exactly what it was. Joystick though finds Mowgli. If they force OT here, then that's a pretty big deal of Virtus Pro.
Oh, that's messy from always, and Bibu's gonna pounce on him from the bottom of the staircase. Huge.
Is he now? There, you're right. You are. He is. You're giving us spoilers. I don't like it. I don't like.
I'm gonna pause it and let your feed catch up for a second.
Cool. Yeah, I think it's like a second or two, if that. Oh, come on, Dan. Come on, Dan. You've got the bees helping you out here. You got to get it. Passionade surely secures this. There's no way out. Oh no, it hits the dragon.
No, he screwed off. He went through the rotate.
Yeah, but it would have caught him in the rotate anyway if the nade was.
It would have.
True.
100%.
The BP cam there causing some issues as well. VP just missing a chance. 3v4. Vault animation, never a good one. Bibu holding that angle beautifully. Sinker swings off the contact. This is going to be a regulation win for Wolves. A much needed one on their Shepherd. In a 1 versus 4 with Diffuser and 3 flashes, but 20 seconds left. Can do anything.
Don't see this one happening. It's impossible.
Big nope from me.
Nope. 100% not. He's not even in the building just yet. He's gonna get. Oh, he does get a freebie onto Deadshot at the very least as a consolation.
Wolves aren't stupid.
No, they're not giving anything away.
They're not M&M. They're not
except for that other frag. That's a big win for Wolves.
Very big win for Wolves, and that throws all of our kind of predictions out the water. So now, Wolves and VP are actually tied in the standings. At this point.
On points, on everything, and VP have definitely got a better overall round differential. Doesn't really speak a whole lot at the end.
This is great though. This means that middle of the pack and the difference between fourth and fifth is really spicy now. We've got some actual action down here in that border where it matters. Does round difference make a difference in this tournament? I will check. Check the rules.
Probably does.
I'm trying to remember. I think a lot of leagues have switched to round difference over head-to-head as a deciding factor, as like priority list. But it's always worth checking. I think we'll have a look at the draft rulebook. Let's see. Where is this? Where's that opened? Is that open in a new window? No, it's open in a new... It's open. Open. Okay. Let's see. Tiebreakers. Okay, yeah, so whenever applicable, ties looking at the following elements sequentially in the context. Map difference, which is just points. Round difference, then head-to-head. So round difference does matter.
It does take priority over
round
head-to-head,
then. Takes priority over head-to-head. That could be a massive deal for Heroic, who lost 7-0, if they lose more games. Going back to the standings... It could be a massive deal for Wolves, who took a lot of a pretty big beating early on, right? -8 now, whereas Virtus Pro, they've only lost their games, like, closely. So that could be a factor. Obviously, if Heroic and G2 lose more games, then that will affect their round difference. It's all very tight, and then there's Wild, who are just like winning
Smooth
everything.
sailing
Yeah,
for the time
smooth
being,
sailing
yeah.
for Wild. I reckon because this mid pack is so messy that Wild is probably just confirmed through no matter what. Who have they got to play next? They've got to play G2 and Wolves. Okay, well those are losable. Those are losable. We'll say that.
Hmm. Surely the game for Wild versus Wolves is still going to end off in their favor. I mean, yeah, even though Wolves, they looked really, really good in their last game that they just finished off, but that was still only versus TT9. Like, meh. Or no, not versus TT9, excuse me, versus VP. Their next one is going to be up against TT9, and realistically speaking, that should be 3 points for Wolves, and Wolves can actually maybe get 6 by the very end
You
of the next round as well.
say that.
That's...
You say that, but TT9 did actually play somewhat decently for the first half against G2 just then.
Yeah,
in
but
Chalet.
I don't know. Part of me feels like
possible.
that is going to be the maximum ceiling that TT9
Right.
is going to
These-
achieve in this entire competition.
These are the two dud teams so far, but Wolves have actually won a game, just about.
Yeah.
So
true.
yeah, I'm also surprised, Littleberry, and Kenneth. We're actually surprised at that result of the VP and Wolves game. Based on how Wolves played in the first two games, they don't look like they were going to get any points today.
No.
But yeah, they're just a bit better, at least in the afternoon. Maybe they had a good lunch. All right, we're going to take a break, Toodles, and
Yes,
everyone
sir.
at home. So we'll be back fairly soon once we decide what game to pick out of these next three. And yeah, I hope you stick around. We've got our stream, we've got Fresh's stream, we've got Cham's stream, lots of other alternate language streams as well that are worth checking out. And the Combine going on at the same time. When we come back after the break, we'll do a big update on the Combine because I really want to see what's going on there. We're probably quite far into the bracket. But that's it for the moment. Come back soon. That's the wrong scene. Hold on. Here we go. Come back soon. Hello, and welcome back to the EU team qualifier for the Rainbow Rumble. And it's been going very well. It's been a very exciting day of games so far in the Siege universe. Lots of stuff going on at the same time. I'm Jerry the Music Man. I'm here with Two Doors, and we're going to talk through a little bit of what's happened, what's going to happen. Here's a look at the schedule that we are working on today, and we are in the fourth round of it. We've already had 3 rounds of games. The table's starting to shape up, but let's just talk about what games we have listed here that will be taking place at the same time. Our one that we're covering is going to be this first one here, Virtus Pro versus Heroic.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really good game, all things considered, with both teams being relatively close as things stand right now in the standings. With Virtus Pro with only 1 win to their name, Heroic obviously have 2, so there is that slight little point disparity coming on through, and it was a bit of a shocker as well with VP going down at the hands of Wolves, who are going to be going up against TT9. So the 2 worst teams in the bracket now also facing off in round number 4, and Wild. Still, as I mentioned earlier, your undisputed best team currently in the Rainbow Rumble qualifiers, looking to keep that trend going versus G2.
Yeah, and G2 had a bit of a rocky sort of experience so far. Just to sort of run through their fixtures, they beat Wolves to start things off, lost to Virtus Pro in their second game, and then beat TT9. But it wasn't as clear-cut a victory against TT9 on Chalet as we thought it might be. What was a clear-cut victory was Wild versus Heroic. Oh, doggy, that was a real stinger of a game for Heroic, losing 7-0, and now we're following them, essentially. This has become the Heroic stream. It's just occurred to me we haven't changed the title, so I'm going to change that. Heroic versus Virtus Pro. And yeah, they need some wins again, because they started off the day very, very nicely. 2 wins back against TT9 and Wolves, but those were the teams that we came into the day saying they're not quite as strong as the others. Maybe they've finally met their match in some of the bigger dogs, and Virtus Pro, I would say, represent one of the bigger dogs today.
Yeah, they definitely do, and I don't know why for a second I genuinely thought that Virtus Pro's logo was actually a dog, but no, it's a bear, and I should have definitely known better. Yeah, no, so we should probably adjust the analogy a little bit, but no, we're not gonna mess around with that. Either way, though, yeah, no, it's gonna be a very, very exciting game, Heroic versus VP altogether, and I do believe that it is actually getting underway as well. I can hear the audio in the background of my headphones, and it is going to be on Clubhouse as well. So for Heroic, at the very least, this is going to be their second outing on Clubhouse throughout all of today's games. When we did hop onto the broadcast, we did see them just utterly dismantle their way through Wolves 7-1, and they're looking for a repeat of that.
Yeah, so this is a pretty high stakes game. Virtus Pro sitting on 3 points, like we say. Heroic sitting on 6. Neither safe, neither confirmed for tomorrow's best of 3s and the final qualification for the Rainbow Rumble group stage. That's what they're fighting for. They want to be part of that mess of teams. They want to be in the mix.
Yes, sir.
It is a Clubhouse that we are heading to, my dear friend Two Doors. Virtus Pro versus Heroic will throw down on a very well-treaded map.
Maverick, Ying, Solus, and I want to say maybe a Fenrir or a Valk seems most appropriate.
Yeah, it's quite likely. Cade, interesting ban coming out there from Heroic. Obviously makes a big difference when it comes to providing a little bit more resistance to those hard breaches, and especially in the basement, locking out a couple of hatches, even being able to Electroclaw trick, for instance, the Moto hatch and lock out that entire lane. Not going to be an option here for either side, as that is removed, but of course it does leave a lot of powerful operators on the board. You've got Fenrir and Azami both showing up in this first round. Expect to see a fair bit of Valk usage as well, potentially, when we switch sites and switch teams in at the split. But for the time being, intel just being provided by those 2 bulletproof cams from Doom and Skiddy, and of course any sort of secondary bits of intel you can gather from things like those wire magnets going off, things like those Fenrir FNAP mines being triggered. All intel in their own right.
Yeah, and I think if we're going to see any of the attacking trends continue throughout today's Clubhouse games, it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if we're going to start seeing some shields pop up for VP, potentially. I mean, when we took a look at earlier games, such as G2's most recent game as well on Chalet, we saw Alamau and Benja utilizing not only the Monty, but also the Blitz to try to address a lot of these bottleneck-esque kind of portions of the map, it does seem as if Virtus.pro are going to be, well, sticking things to a much more traditional sense, not bringing any riot shields out for the time being, which I can respect at the end of the day. It's completely fine, but we'll have to see exactly how they adapt on the fly based on what problems Heroic throws in their way.
Yeah, and that is going to be the question of the day, really, because Virtus.pro are one of those teams that have not as, you know, wholeheartedly lent into the new meta. They do tend to take
deviate.
Yeah, they don't like to deviate. They do the same thing over and over again, and they do it very efficiently and well. Here is Kayak attempting to bandit trick. One side of the wall will not be successful. It gets neither. Unfortunate there with the timing, perhaps, from the bandit. Does have a way out, though. Can rotate through into the safety of a master bedroom for the time being. This is, of course, a basement defense, so plenty of layers to this defense here. The top floor, just one step in Virtus.pro's tick box as they look to try and clear it out. Zoom is ducking out. He's being logic bombed. He's being hunted down by drones, everything. And at the moment, Heroic, they are absolutely wise to play it safe, to fall back, to make sure that they don't lose their lives early on. They are not risking anything here.
Yeah, exactly. VP have been basically cyberbullying them with any kind of gadgetry at their disposal in the opening minute and 20 seconds so far, and they've successfully cleared out all of the map of any potential pesky roamers still lingering about. No longer to be the case, as everyone, as I mentioned, has anchored back down onto the bomb site, so the likes of Dan, Pasha, and Joystick with those can openers, they can start working the verts a little bit and start prepping for the eventual execution. They've got plenty of time to, well, play with, and they know for a fact that Heroic are going to be trying anything risky, anything too out of the ordinary by going for any potential like staircase retakes or something wacky like that.
Yeah, you might have sort of mentioned it there in passing. Plenty of redundancy in place for Virtus.pro. They are not risking losing a hard breacher early on, bringing 3 along to do all of this essential reconstruction or this essential construction work.
Yeah,
or deconstruction work maybe is the best way of putting it.
Renovating.
Renovating. Yeah, it's all. Yeah. This is just the Sims but with guns. You know, if you want to make a bit of a stretch. Lots of bodies sort of positioned around this sort of blue area in the side of Heroic, but they are avoiding any direct threats. That first nade sails on past Blaz, and he will position himself right here in the corner of the armory site and look to cause a bit of a problem if anyone wants to drop through. That X-Kairos being deployed to remove a pesky Azami barricade. With 20 seconds left, it's going to get explosive.
Yeah. And it's already going to start lighting things up. It's Blast to draw first blood. Uno's going to pile on top of that with the MP5K. Joystick falls down to the wayside as Dan wants to join in on the fun and let himself being known from inside of dirt. He gets away with one, but to his own surprise, he's the last player left standing, and who, well, it's Uno to decapitate him with a couple of 9mm right through the dome on top of that. So despite the brilliant start off that Virtus.pro had within the, well, just dealing with that roam presence on the very, very top floor and the amount of space that they had garnered for themselves. They had free reign over the entire map to do with the execution as they saw fit, but they just stumbled over the last hurdle.
It feels like a case of where did the time go for Virtus.pro? Because I didn't even notice how close we were to the end of the round. It didn't feel like they were wasting time. It felt like they were making good use of it. They were doing plenty of clearing. But maybe it was just that little notch behind what you expect of a team like this. Maybe Heroic did have a little bit too much going for them in terms of the layers upon layers of utility that they had created that Virtus.pro had to deal with in the late round and the mid round. Yeah. And the time just dwindled away. It was that sixth defender, as we like to call it so often. But in the end, really, Heroic won the numbers game down in the basement anyway. They had, I think, 3 left standing by the end of it. They held their angles well, and they dealt with all of the entryways, all of the various routes of pressure that Virtus.pro sent their way. Back to the drawing board potentially for Virtus.pro, or maybe just a case of chugging a bit of Red Bull and trying again at a slightly faster pace.
Yeah, exactly. There's never going to be anything wrong with just bashing your head against the same wall, because eventually you will get yourself the result that you are looking for. But, you know,
depends what your head is made of, I think, in that scenario. You know, if your head's made of rock, then yeah, sure, eventually you'll chip through it. But
bro, trust me, these CIS guys, they're built differently at the end of the day. They've proved that not only in Siege, but in every single esport known to man. Let's see if Blaz will this time be successful with the bandit tricks. Indeed, he is. That's already one exothermic charge flush down the drain for the side of VP in the previous round, as was, well, covered by medics. He did he wasn't actually successful with getting either of the Selma charges, so a good change of pace, but the second one is going to be dropped down, and Blaz nowhere to be found with one of those bandit batteries.
I think it was actually Skiddy last round on the bandit, so a little bit of a switch of roles there, and Blaz able to be successful from his perspective. Either way, it's a bandit victory, but Pasha taking down Doom means that Fenrir can no longer change which gadgets of his are active, so he's got to hope that the right ones are online for the rest of his team to benefit from them. Skiddy, though, does trade back onto Dan, and a couple of drones taken down as well that were positioned at the top of those rafters. Good win and a good hold so far on this position from the Azami. Does also have the ability to protect his position, but he's just going to play very aggressive. Comes down the stairs, mind you, after getting that frag. Perhaps a little bit too ballsy for my liking, but he isn't punished, and Blaz takes out Joystick, meaning that Virtus.pro are really up against it here, 2 versus 4, and they're still trying to deal with this layer of regenerative utility. Kayak runs out on Pasha as he has that X-Kairos launcher in hand, completely trapped. Shepard does catch out Uno deep on the roam. This is a gym attack, we should remind you. All of the action has taken place around this cache side, and Shepard in a 1 versus 3 needs a lot of ground to cover.
I don't know. It seems like there was too much of a disconnect with the VP attack altogether. They obviously tried to deal with and isolate the player over towards Rafters. That's what, always was technically tasked with doing. He had HEs tossed up, but neither of them found connections. They weren't even in the same postal code as Skiddy at the time being. And then for some reason, as you obviously saw, Shepard just completely vacated the platform breach altogether, and that didn't actually allow Virtus.pro to shut down that Rafters player, because you've got such a long angle that you can effectively cut off that stair rotate, which was utilized by the side of Heroic to find their frags onto the likes of Always. It felt really, really messy on the side of Virtus.pro, like the kind of, chemistry that we expect from their side just really wasn't present at all whatsoever. And with 15 seconds left to play, it's already a foregone conclusion at this stage, Jerry. Sure, a couple of consolation frags might be found, but with Shepard being fully flashed, Kayak is going to strike him down. The Vector finds some contact, and that is Heroic. 2 for 2 on defenses.
Power of the magnet right there. It's rare that you get to see someone flash themselves when it's a perfectly thrown flash grenade. You just didn't have the opportunity to look up and shoot the disc or anything, or get out of the range of it. Totally dead in that situation. Like you said, you were absolutely right to just sort of take a backseat and analyze what had gone wrong. I feel like Virtus.pro were probably in the same position there, watching this 1 minute, but they're attacking a gym defense that has not even been touched, right? Yeah, that was the problem there, was that if Virtus.pro had managed to spend some of that early to mid round dismantling some of the setup on the gym side, then maybe in the 1 versus 3 Shepard has a bit of a chance. And to be honest, you can't write Shepard off in any 1 versus 3, so maybe we should have done him a bit more credit. But the way that Heroic were set up, it didn't look like it was in his hands at all. It was going to have to be Heroic throwing the round more than Shepard winning it. Yeah,
definitely. And honestly, if you hadn't brought up the fact that it was a gym and bedroom defense, I would have just honestly thought in my mind it was still CCTV, because we saw Virtus.pro exerting no pressure and no presence whatsoever towards the western side of the map. There weren't any attempts made towards the Jacuzzi breach. Nothing found over towards the gym window at the very least either. It just felt wrong right from the get-go. But now moving into round number 3, it is CCTV, so all VP have to do is what they did in the previous round.
But
just
also
literally
not die.
Apply the letter and also not die and somehow pull through and get the round, because everything that they showed us in the previous round was pretty solid.
Long angle being opened up towards those swamp stairs by Pasha, and of course opening up the higher angle that looks towards the window between the site and rafters. That's some essential pair of cutoffs there, in case you're wondering why he hasn't made a walkable breach or anything like that. This is what you're really supposed to do with the Apex Kairos, is make those sight lines. It's up to Shepard on the Thermite to create a big walkable breach on this eastern side. Blaz in a position where he can try and get that bandit battery. Wrong side, unfortunately, from Blaz, and that's what happens when you can't concentrate on the directionality of that audio. Sometimes it does cost you. VP making good work of this early round. They've made those holes. They've forced Heroic back, but when a rat gets cornered like Heroic and Kayak, they're going to fight back as he finds that opening frag onto the Hibana.
Not exactly sure where the Hibana was
I think
placed,
it was garage door.
Yeah, seems to be the case as Blast doubles down. He finds
Wow.
Shepard a tight angle through the chassis. Uno secures that one before Dan secures the trade as well. But it's just back down to a 2v4 as Joystick will finally enter in on the fun, finds that of Skitty inside of construction. So at the very least, they do claw it back ever so slightly into VP's favor, but there's still so much work that needs to be done. Active pings, and the C4 toss through the hatch lights the absolute crap out of Joystick, but no frag secured.
Very cheeky there, and Blaz does still hold a second C4, so they can play for that post plant. Very nice use there by Doom to try and find the early frag. Blaz just about gets away with it. Kayak, in his second engagement of the round, takes down Dan on that breach. That is Diffuser cold in a 1 versus 3 Joystick. Realistically, either has to find the frags or do a complete rotate to that breach. If he does that, he's walking into a horrible crossfire, so it's likely going to be the former option. Drops down, senses that C4 coming out, hears it in fact, and fights back, but Blaz has dipped away, and now the 1 versus 3 will take place on this middle floor, walking into, again, a crossfire set up by Blaz and the player on the red stairs. It is Blaz the Bandit who will claim that frag for himself, and once again, Heroic in a 3 versus 1, looking in full control of the situation and securing a round. A perfect circuit from the defensive side.
Yeah, I also think that round as a whole is probably a much better exhibition as to, you know, that sort of like weird duality that Siege actually has as a video game, where sometimes you can do everything right. You can always put your best foot forward in every single scenario, and you can play the util game as best as possible compared to any other team. But yet, if you don't win your ones, you don't win your ones, and you won't win out the round either. Some of the shots that Heroic were actually able to pull off with that frag, who was it? Blaz behind the bomb chassis onto the platform breach, ridiculously tight ankle and a wondrous headshot found. And it just really goes to show you that, as I said, if you make all the right decisions, you make all of the right calls, you address every single problem that the defense is throwing your direction, you can still lose out on the round if you just don't click on heads.
So, a little bit of history lesson between these two sides. These have met a few times in the past stage. We saw them in the same group for EUL Stage 1, and in that game, it was, I believe, I've lost my stats. Where have they gone? In that game, it was, of course, it was Heroic winning that game 8-6, so a very close one. And then 7-5 to Virtus Pro. Sorry, no, I've got my stats the wrong way around. That was a 7-5 win to Virtus Pro in Stage 1. 8-6 was the game between these two in the Gamers Without Borders Open qualifiers, and that was in the second one of those. So they've basically traded games, and they've always been close. That's the point I'm trying to get at as I stumble over my statistics, right? That's the most important thing, is that these are usually a close game between these two sides. Both sides playing with no subs or anything. They're both at their full strength in theory. But Virtus Pro looking a little bit lackluster, at least in this opening half. Let's see, though, if their second attempt on each of these sites attacking, if they'll be able to maybe read a little bit more about what Heroic are likely to bring and counter that.
Still, you got to go through your due diligence and clear out the top floor. That's what Joystick is being tasked with. And I do love all of these black eye cameras that, yeah, Kayak has thrown all over the place. Speaking of Kayak as well, 5-0, yet to even die over the course of these 4 rounds of play that we have seen so far. That could potentially change, as we do have VP starting to address those hatches, as Pasha is going to open up all of them. And once again, Heroic already fallen back down to the bomb site. It didn't even seem as if they were really willing to put up any kind of fight on the roam whatsoever, because they knew just how diligent VP are with, well, clearing out all of the map, that they don't really even want to deal with it at all. So they've just been patiently waiting down below for VP to make the first move.
Just to jump back on something you said about Kayak, obviously 5-0. What's even more impressive about that is that he's been put in these suicide positions more often than not. You think about Rafters, for instance, and he's fought his way out of them without a death. So he's clearly feeling it today, and they've put him onto the Valkyrie right now, giving him a little bit more of an aggressive role perhaps, and put Blaz on the Azami, Doom on the Warden to hold the fort with Uno. Uno, though, as I mentioned him, does meet his very untimely demise as a vertical angle being held there onto his position by Joystick. Finds the head of the smoke. No more gas canisters for the rest of this round. With time ticking, a very crucial frag for Virtus Pro to get in the opener.
Exactly, and Kayak is once again left in one of those suicide positions, as you mentioned, but Skitty, he's actually going to reascend the staircase to find Joystick, and he's now posing a threat on the top floor. He gets away with the second, and that's absolutely massive, but always is going to trade him out to keep things at least under wraps momentarily. 25 seconds left to go, and now VP, they have gained access to valuable cams on Heroic's side, but I feel as if those are more so inconsequential for the last 15 seconds. Kayak's still at the very bottom of the church wall, looking to just pop his head up like a whack-a-mole at a certain stage, but they do have live intel on him, with Always coming in from that blue side, a trade to come on through from Joom, and suddenly it's all down to him to clutch up in the 1v2 on the ward, and the MPX needs to find these headshots, and it is Always instead with the sidearm to close things off as Virtus Pro. They finally let their voices be heard, and we no longer see a flatline, but instead a heartbeat from the Russian side.
Signs of life, absolutely crucial, like you say. That was a close one, though. Again, coming right down to the wire for Virtus Pro. That came down to the last second. That plant had to be stuck. Effectively a 1 versus 1 there to claim it. It cannot always be that close for VP, but important that they win the round, no matter how they get it. Finally get a bit of life in them. Now, heading back to the gym defense. We didn't really see a gym defense last time round. We saw a cash defense with the bombs in the gym and the master bedroom. So maybe Virtus Pro will adjust slightly here. Maybe they'll put a little bit more stock in taking from Jacuzzi, opening up that wall early on, and maybe applying some pressure through windows and Logi Hatch, instead of just purely focusing on this East clear, because quite clearly Heroic were up to the task of dealing with it. Specifically, well, Skiddy's on the Azami now. It feels like Heroic is just rotating their roles constantly.
They're keeping it fluid.
Yeah, they're keeping it fluid.
Flexible.
But Blaz is on the Bandit, once again tasked with the Banditry. He was successful with this the last time he was on it. So heading over to that East Breach now to try and fend off whatever is brought his way. But it does look as though Shepard, with those exothermic charges, is actually heading for an immediate Jacuzzi Breach. So if Blaz wants to trick it, he has to do a very quick rotate from one side of the map to the other.
Yeah, it seems as if he's already on the case as well, and I'm trying to peer through the silhouettes. Blaz is nowhere nearby to be found, so that Jacuzzi wall is going to be opened up entirely for free, and I'm not exactly sure what kind of intel VP are actually working with, but we can obviously see that Heroic are pretty far away. At the very least, Blaz will get that trick off onto the bathroom wall, so that, well, threat is going to be omnipresent for basically the remainder of the round, unless they send the likes of Always down below with an HE, but he's very far disconnected from the action as he's still trying to address this opposite end of the map, and speaking of which, platform's going to be opened up.
Skiddy in a difficult position here, might not get the cross in time, just about does.
Whew. Sigh of relief.
Nail-biting stuff there for Skiddy, but he will keep his keeper barricades, his kunais intact for the late round. A very important piece of utility. It looks as though Heroic, they've completely foregone control of this eastern side, and it's eating up a fair amount of utility and time of Virtus Pro's. That drone being met with its demise early on will signal that line in the sand, and Virtus Pro can quite comfortably push forward as long as they're safe in the knowledge that there's nothing beneath to have to worry about. Of course, that is an option for Heroic. We could see maybe a Joom or a Kayak with a C4 in pocket head on beneath if they want to try and retake late on. They have the hatches open, they have that option, and the keeper barricades to delay the push. But Dan will take down Blaz. That is the Bandit expended in his utility and expended for the round. Uno will get the refrag onto Dan after he finds that first kill. 4 versus 4, always pressuring that Logi Hatch as well. Kayak forced to fall back, but this is a tough drop to make. Virtus Pro need to make a decision soon.
Yeah, they've already been able to force their way past all of these different checkpoints that Heroic have actually set up with them, so much so that all of the potential Kiba barriers that Skady initially had no longer a factor, and he will be taken down just as extra confirmation as Shepard finds his head. And now the 3v4 for the defense to pull off seems just a little bit trickier for them to get done, but it's Heroic at the end of the day. Joom finds contact with the MP7, but it's just warning shots. None are lethal just yet, and he will get taken down by Pasha, doing a good job of taming the Type 89's recoil. And now it's down to Uno and Kayak once again. Flashbangs tossed on through, but Uno can challenge. It doesn't go in his favor whatsoever. And now it's all down to Kayak in the 1v3.
Stun comes out to his position, and it looks pretty dire for his sake. He does swing and find the first onto Pasha. The diffuser is going down right by the closet rotate. He has a yellow ping. If he can win this, he can take him down. But no, Shepard at the last moment falls off the plant to take down Kayak and give Virtus Pro a much needed round.
Damn, the reaction from Shepard was just as fast as lightning. He had about what was it, like 100th of a second to get off that defuse animation and readjust his scope, and he did so to utter perfection. A very, very crucial final frag found for VP is going to keep them in hot contention moving into the final round of this first half. But that could have gone very south because Kayak was just purely unpredictable in that 1v3. He was able to isolate the first 1v1 onto Hibana, and that second frag that he found on towards the Mattress player should not under any circumstances have gone in his favor. That could have been the turning point, the tipping point to send Virtus.pro spiraling off the edge of the cliff, but no. Luckily enough for them, Shepard, with a cooler head, he eventually did prevail. What a turn of events.
We know just how good Shepard is in those situations. One of the best supports that Siege has ever seen. Let's not forget the caliber of player that we're dealing with when we're talking about Shepard. Kayak, though, you had to bet on him, honestly, in that 1 versus 3, even though he was fast. It did, and he's on a heater. You know, 8-2 right now. We've said he's been tasked with these unenviable roles round after round, and he's delivering the goods when it comes to the kills as well. Heroic, that was honestly not a bad round. Not badly played by any means. A very, very back and forth round from both sides, and I'm excited to see it because some of these games that both these teams have played so far today have been absolute whitewashes in one way or another, and now they're really fighting tooth and nail for every round. It's an excellent game of Siege to watch.
Exactly. It's well turning out to be a much closer affair compared to all of the other matches that we have seen on broadcast thus far, and I'm all for it at the end of the day. And we'll just have to see exactly how this game is going to continuously evolve over time, because we are currently still in round number 6. No contact found between either squad.
Oh, they're close.
And they are super close. Just about to lock horns. It is Joom to strike down Joystick. The machine himself will no longer have a say in the matter for this 6th round.
And that has to feel like a misplay on Virtus.pro's part. How do you not check that position? How do you not have him allowed to persist in that position? And he's persisting even further. The exact same spot by that radio doorway, and it will be droned out. Now we get a bit of an inkling. Those mute jammers causing some real problems. We've seen the effectiveness of Mute and Mozzie on this top floor when it comes to the roam as you're defending the basement, and now we're getting to see it firsthand. Finally, Joom is detected in this spot. He is Detective Pikachu. He's roaming about, finally is spotted, but he can just move around. You know, this intel is now stale. He's got the opportunity to persist here. No one on the side of Virtus.pro anywhere near him. They're opting maybe to just contain him, keep that 4 versus 3 in, you know, against them essentially on the site, but just a fewer aspects, fewer things to have to deal with, and hope that he comes down on the cutoff. I say that, Dan has had enough. They've got to go for him. The sledge dies. Oh no, it's just a miscommunication after miscommunication from Virtus.pro. They are not linking up. They are trying to tackle too many things at the same time, all scattered around in different positions, and they are paying for it heartily.
Yeah, exactly. Every single one of these VP members was off doing their own thing, and there's Shepard just sending it right into the bomb site. He is the last player alive. He does collect 1 frag for his troubles before troubles strike him, and that is Uno confirming a 4th round locked in for Heroic moving into the 2nd half. A brilliant defensive showing on their side, and now the shoe's on the other foot. Let's see if VP can potentially bring out the goods now that they no longer have to struggle with the demands of the attacking side.
That was a disappointing round for Virtus.pro. That was very surprising to see a team of this caliber so disconnected. There was no concerted effort, no team effort to deal with Joom.
Like I said, they were just 5 players playing individually.
And at the very end of the round as well, that's just you know, it stinks of desperation. The hot drop at the very end, obviously 2 versus 5. You gotta do something, right? You can't just go down not fighting. But they put themselves in that position. Position. Joom did excellently. Let's not discredit the work he did playing around his utility on the top floor. But at the end of the day, Virtus.pro's lackluster attack made it easy for him.
Yeah, honestly, that was just the round serve to Heroic on a silver platter, and every single one of the Heroic members had an appetite for it, and they were just gobbling up VP players like there was no tomorrow. Now, with obviously the side swap coming on through, it is going to be a fairly interesting shift of philosophy that we see on the attacking side. We've got Blaz on the Capitao of all operators as well, and sure, he can mark off a couple of different roles, playing with a little bit of AoE control in the form of those asphyxiating and smoke bolts, but he's also got the can openers, just an extra hard breacher, you know, adding a little bit more to what Uno and Kayak have been bringing out.
We do need to see a big change of pace for Virtus.pro, because they may be still in this, right? It's 4-2 to Heroic. They're not out of it just yet. But the nature of those rounds, that first half, Heroic absolutely in control through and through. The 2 rounds that Virtus.pro did win, we had a very close down to the wire 1 versus 1 essentially on the bottom floor, and then another very close 1 versus 1 on the gym defense that Shepard was able to rescue. Dan taking matters into his own hands as that Gon 6 does open up the castle barricade, but he has support from above. Skiddy cannot deal with Joystick on top, but Blaz and Doom find their picks downstairs and elsewhere. 3 versus 4 now. Pasha has to return down to the side as well as Joystick. Shepard, the only bastion of defense down on that anchor roll. Heroic might just be able to pull the trigger right now.
Yeah, no, I was just about to say, this bomb site is moments away from being completely compromised, and it all depends on what Heroic actually want to get done. There's Joom striking down Pasha, and now Joystick and Shepard, seemingly islands apart, are off doing their own things, and one of them is just going to be in for an absolute world of hurt. You can already see Blaz has turned his attention towards Garage. He knows of the threat that's on the opposite end, and now Joystick, the last player left alive with the diffuser plant going down for free. It's a foregone conclusion yet again. Virtus.pro just have not been showing it so far.
How often do you see this, a post plant with 3 players watching blue? All right, that is not a position that you want to retake from if you're Joystick, and Doom will dispatch with him very quickly. An excellent round from the Ash. We have to mention Doom over the past couple of rounds has really been the difference maker for Heroic, but ultimately it has been a team effort. They are much more coordinated, worlds apart when you look at the way that those 2 teams tackled the past round. Heroic on their attack, clinical, united, and pushing together with a common goal. That has been the difference. They are playing as a team, and Virtus.pro simply have not been. A gym defense now from Virtus.pro. The necessity of having to play as a bit more of a tighter pack, maybe it's what they need.
Yeah. I don't see any other options for Virtus.pro at this stage right now, and Heroic, they find themselves 1 round away from hitting map points, 2 away from getting themselves a 3rd win in the Rainbow Rumble qualifiers altogether for the first day. And, well, Virtus.pro, as we already mentioned a little bit in the pre-show, before we hopped into this game, they desperately need to get themselves at least a 2nd win so they equalize their clean sheet of 2 wins and 2 losses so they can still remain competitive within the bracket altogether. Should they lose this one, because of the ongoing game of Wolves versus TT9, currently the 2 worst teams in the pack, they risk being leapfrogged by Wolves.
That game, if you're wondering as well, is currently at 3-3 after TT9's defensive half on Oregon. So Wolves in a decent position, maybe you could argue, to get the win out of that game. The other game as well going on, G2 versus Wild. A bit of a slobber knocker on Skyscraper. 5-4 right now to Wild on their attacking half. But let's center back in on what's going on right in front of us. Kayak getting this East Breach open, and a couple of bodies stationed on Jacuzzi as well. Shepard ready to try and go for this bandit trick, but wary of the open pair of doors on his left-hand side. Probably not going to risk it, if you ask me.
No. At the very least, I do think there's a Kiba barrier placed down on towards that gym door, so he doesn't necessarily have to worry about a long angle coming in from the window. Yeah, so
that blended into the floor for me.
He's completely fine to trick them, but wait, Kayak somehow still gets the frag on him. I believe he just shut down that Kiba barrier at just the right moment and found his head, so that facilitates a Jacuzzi breach to be opened up. Brilliant setup from Heroic so far, and they will be reaping the rewards for doing so.
Yeah, I completely missed that Kiba barricade. It was protecting, as you rightly said, and threaded the needle there.
Disappeared.
Yeah, excellent work by Heroic to trap the bandit in that situation. And Shepard, we've seen how clutch he can be in this game and in past games. Could be a big loss. Great nade sent so far by the sledge of Skiddy, but unfortunately for Heroic, Pasha will live to fight another day, and they lose the body of Doom the Glaz in the process. 4 versus 4 now. Uno getting his other wall open. This is the construction single, as they opt to just go for a sight line and a walkable hole with the ace charges on the side of that CCTV breach. Skiddy now in a position underneath where he can maybe leverage his second grenade to find a kill on someone inside the site. The rest of Heroic trying to converge on this CCTV position.
Yeah. Wall always also did just send out a C4 moments ago, and it didn't find anyone over towards the garage rotate, and now that means VP have only got one more C4 to work with. It is the MPX of always, though, to find Skiddy is... So
Uno?
that's going to put us back into a 4v3, and Uno willing to take matters into his own hand deep within the bomb site, but nothing to show for it, and suddenly all of Heroic try to converge at the same time, and it is Blaz to go down to a welcome mat of all things at the very tail end of the round. Heroic with a great start off, but they fell off worse than the stock market crash.
That was a disappointing end to the round by Heroic, very well held by Virtus.pro. As predicted somewhat, the necessary tightness in formation of Virtus.pro doing a bit of work there, playing off of each other's contact. That entry from Uno, for example, pretty much doomed from the start as he comes across 2 players inside of Master Red Room. Can't find the first, and the Izami quite easily playing off the contact of the second to secure that down and finish off. Heroic, maybe I could level the same criticism at them as Virtus.pro in that last round. A little bit disconnected. Not quite the same. There was still a concerted effort around that CCTV position, but honestly, Uno just maybe spotting an opportunity didn't come his way on that far side, and from that point on it was just up to Virtus.pro to trade out the bodies, and they did so very nicely. So getting again a much needed round as Heroic still pretty much in control of this game, but now they have to tackle a CCTV defense, and again this is a site that I would say leans into Virtus.pro's strengths.
Yeah, a little bit. But then again, it is like one of the only bomb sites that it basically feels as if it's as old as time itself. It has gone relatively unchanged since we saw the Clubhouse rework come out. What was it, year 4 of the game's lifespan, and if I'm not mistaken? And it has fallen off a little bit in terms of defensive win rate and success rate altogether. So it shouldn't be that much of a difficult endeavor for Heroic to pull off on their attack and potentially hit a match point after this. But they've obviously got plenty of headaches to worry about and no aspirin to quell it. They have to somehow deal with Shepard, who will be actively bandit tricking, and unless they can send, for example, June down below with the concussions, which has been one of the oldest tactics of dealing with a bandit tricking op that has stood the test of time. Think Shepard close. No, he decides to fall off at just the wrong moment, and that's going to be platform open for free.
I think he might have had that if he stuck it, but you do see June below, so maybe that stun did come into play.
He's used all of his concussive grenades as well, so I think he actually did manage to catch Shepard and force him off the animation.
Great work then from Doom, as it seems that Heroic were very well drilled there. Not only did they have the stuns from beneath, but they also had Skiddy repelled very far away outside of Strip Club to try and get the long angle onto Shepard should he skirt across. And no damage, unfortunately, dealt by Heroic, but they have done the dirty work. They have opened up the necessary angles, and that utility trade game is now over. We can begin the gun game as the second half of the round approaches. There is still, of course, some utility to have to deal with. You have the ever-regenerating Kiva barricades. Joystick taking a lot of damage in this Rafters position, but he is playing his life as is necessary. Kayak coming underneath with these Capital bolts. The first of the smoke he has to swap out, realizes he's on the wrong set of bolts, sends out the next 2, and that will trap Joystick in place, but not well enough as he takes down Blaz. The nade isn't coming good. He takes down a second. Joystick, the machine, the cyborg has activated. Skiddy is dead and wasted. Pasha finding Uno and Doom at the hands of Always as well. Dan takes out Kayak for the final kill. A flawless round for VP. They certainly felt it on that site. That was much, much better from them. Just playing the site to perfection.
I'm still starstruck. Joystick, ridiculous performance in that very, very last round. I mean, look, you're basically on an island. You are playing your life. You are on a suicide mission. That is the responsibility that you have to bear when you're the Rafters player. But despite the HEs that were tossed out in his general direction, despite the Capital flames that were at his feet, he goes into the most open section of that staircase, which is right at the mouth of it. He is perfectly within sight of the platform breach, the gym door, and a motorbike player, and he somehow still gets away with 2 kills of all of the ingressing heroic players into Garage, and he lives to fight not only for another day, but until the very end of the round, so much so that VP just take it flawlessly. Like, that has got to be the best exhibition of how one plays Rafters that I've seen maybe in my entire life so far.
I don't know if you saw me, Toodles, on your other monitor, but I was fixing a crazy lighting issue that's going on in my room right there. So thank you for filling exceptionally for about a minute solid.
Okay,
you might, I guess. You might get to see my my room later on, and this problem I have at about 4:30 every day, where the light hits directly on the back of my blinds and just causes like
I
heaven
can see you.
to appear behind
down
it.
behind you. Yeah.
I'm gonna switch to the single cam just for a second so you can see it. Like just bars of white. I can't do anything about. It's really unfortunate. Let's head back to the game though. We don't care about my room. We had, obviously, the reason it's such a long break right there is because we had a bit of a tactical timeout, I believe.
True.
Something I imagine was heroics, as Virtus Pro just coming off the back of 2 successive rounds of gym and CCTV defense successful. That being said, we are back down to the basement, and I didn't catch it. Maybe Virtus Pro will be sort of grateful for the fact of the tactical timeout, just to reassess how they defend this site, because it was a bit of a problem last time around. They gave themselves away a little bit too easily, and Heroic more than able to pounce on any opportunities. And this is a site where many gaps can be found, and they will be exploited by a side like Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, the one and only goal that I can actually see Virtus Pro attempting to accomplish in this round right now is just to ensure that you don't have the same conclusion as your first outing on the basement bomb site in round number 7, where you had Joystick left in the 1v4 post plant playing from Blue Hatch. If you can avoid that outcome, congratulations, you're already on the right direction towards winning out the round. And already 50 seconds in, they have forfeited all control of the top side of the map. That is completely fine. That is completely well. That is just how clubhouse basement defenses tend to work out, and have historically worked out since the introduction of Lion way back in Operation Chimera. It's just the way the map works at the end of the day. But Heroic now have free reign to open up all of these hatches, and hilariously enough, I'm surprised by the amount of supernovas we've seen on Hibanas throughout all of today's games.
It got buffed at some point recently, and people just tend to love them now. And there are some nice corners you can find to take very one-sided engagements. Of course, you always have the Bearing 9 in your back pocket as a Hibana, so it's worth considering that shotgun SMG combo that is so prevalent, as you mentioned right now. Interesting as well. I feel as though that early fallback is definitely an adaptation for Virtus Pro. They are playing more closely together, more tight-knit. They've seen it show some success in the past couple of rounds on the top floor, and now they're saying, you know what, we don't want to roam on the top floor for this basement defense. Let's just play off each other's contact. Maybe we'll see some success here. I honestly think it may well manifest itself as we see Doom trying to open up some angles for a little bit of a cheeky run through that wall once they go for the drop. But at the moment, Heroic still just probing, still just opening up these sight lines, opening up these hard breaches, these hatches, to create a bit of an inhospitable environment down here for the defenders of Heroic. 50 seconds, or defenders of Virtus Pro rather. 50 seconds left, a walkable breach now being made into Church, and the first kill goes the way of Kayak. Beautiful little needle thread there by the AK-12.
Yeah, I don't even know how Kayak actually got the headshot, because I could barely even see Joystick's melon on the opposite end of the bar counter behind the church wall. Pretty ridiculous stuff as we have Moto completely compromised, but Shepard is going to hold on for dear life. Flash to oblivion, and Uno is going to strike him down. The kitchen hatch is not open, surprisingly enough, but Heroic, they're still going to full send it, and Uno sticking that case down to reset the clock back up to 45. Dan and Always now left in the 1v2. Brilliant frag, isolated by Always. Is going to regain control and maybe just preemptively stick that defuse. Why the hell not? That's going to force a swing to come out from Kayak right into his open arms. And he's down, going back in for more, but he doesn't win out the gunfight versus Skitty. Now it's all down to Dan in the technical 1v1. Does he check his 3 or his 9 o'clock, I should say? Yes, he does. Now he has the intel sidearm whipped out, but no! It's Skitty to clutch things up. 1v2 with the C8, and that's going to place Heroic on map points.
The pistol whip at the worst possible moment there. If he'd stuck on it, it might have won the 1 versus 1, but the buck just swinging off that audio cue. making a big difference there. Heroic going for that plant in the 4 versus 2. And honestly, always, as the Valkyrie, doing such a great job to retake that position.
If it wasn't for him,
I know.
VP would have just lost the round the moment that diffuser would have went down.
Yes.
Without Always, they stood... If it wasn't for Always, they wouldn't have stood a fighting chance.
No, as soon as that diffuser went down, I thought, you know what, Always is in a great position, killing that planter to just stick. And he almost did. He actually fell off it to take down the main stairs player.
Yeah, which was the right call at the end of the day.
You say that. I feel like from our perspective, he may have actually been able to stick it. It might have been close. It might have been very close. You think? I want to go back and check it. I want to go back and check the timing.
The main reason why I'm saying that is because the church wall had a breach on both the right and left-hand side. Kaya coming down the main staircase would have had 2 separate angles to work with to shut down Always on the defuse. He had to go for the challenge onto Kayak onto main stairs. The moment that you actually, kill him, then you could have revisited the defuse for a second time. Then you probably could have stuck it.
The thing is that Always took a few seconds to consider that option as well.
True, he did.
Yeah, so if he'd gone straight to the defuse, maybe he's in a situation where he can actually manage to get those extra seconds on his side. So it's a round that I'd love to check back and look on and see the minutiae of these details, because ultimately it did come down to these very small moments, and at the very end, an unfortunate pistol whip causing a loss for Virtus Pro, and Heroic now on match point because of it.
Yeah, I mean, we can do that after this round or after the game is done because, heck, we can literally just rewind the feed.
Yeah, the beauty of a YouTube clean feed, I guess.
Exactly. You love it.
We'll do an in-depth analysis. But for now, Gym defense coming out from Virtus Pro. They need to win this and the next round to force overtime at minimum. Uno holds the fuser on this breach, and a crossfire is being held between the top red. They have a red ping on that position, and the rafters position as well as always inside of Cash. So very heavily holding this spot. In fact, all 5 players now trained in that direction for the Virtus Pro defense, but it's June to pick up the first frag onto Joystick. Top red dealt with.
Yeah, and it seems as if, as you mentioned, all 8 players that are still alive in the server are just isolated and, well, just kind of harking around that construction side, but it seems as if VP are looking a lot worse for wear after all of the altercations, losing out on 3 players, Pasha, Joystick, and Always. We have waved goodbye to all of them within the first 90 seconds, and Heroic, they're very much poised to close this one off within the next couple of minutes.
Virtus Pro really did actually make the right play there. They all guarded against that push, but June just took it apart piece by piece. Wonderful stuff. And as much as I criticized Virtus Pro in the early half of this half, they are making adjustments, but it's not making enough of a difference. Shepard will take down the madman that is June, and Shepard will find the planter. Massive kill in the 1 versus 2. 1 versus 4 now, down to this 1 versus 2, and Shepard could have rescued this map and this round for Virtus Pro with that single play.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically Clubhouse Gym Attacks 101. Don't plant next to the hatch because that's the thing that's gonna happen. Blast with the HE out. He does lose out on the engagement. And there's Shepard finding the headshot with the P12 to close things off, single-handedly defying all odds. VP are not done with Clubhouse just yet.
How do you lose that round, Heroic? 5 versus 2.
Dude, Mr. Officer's gonna have words with the lads. This is unacceptable from Heroic.
Shepard with a 1v4 clutch, using the M870 no less on the Jaeger. Just outrageous. How do you manage that? How do you do this, Shepard? 2 huge clutches. 1 on a Gym defense, 1 on a Gym attack, and without him, Heroic are through. Like, 100% they have made it through to the next day. Yeah. Virtus Pro will be struggling in that last match, but now they are in with a chance of stealing a point, stealing 2 away from Heroic. 1 round here will decide whether Heroic take all 3 or not, and it is a CCTV defense. This was a flawless defense last time from Virtus Pro. Heroic now look like they're up against it.
I've unironically been practicing my Russian a little bit on the down low in my own spare time, and the one thing that I can say that is most appropriate for this situation is "хорошая," which means good shit in Russian, basically. You know what? You've earned it. That was probably one of the most ridiculous M870 clutches we will ever be graced with in all of Siege history. And
Heroic kind of gave it to him. I'm not gonna lie.
They kind of did. They kind of just said, you know what, we're gonna throw you on rails, and every single gunfight you take against us, it's yours, bro. Just have it.
Yeah, Heroic will be gutted after that. Honestly, if Virtus Pro take this to overtime, I have no idea how they've done it. This has been a game where Heroic have felt like they're in full control almost the whole time. Virtus Pro have made these tiny adjustments to their playstyle in the back end of this half. And
plus a little bit of luck.
And a little bit of luck. A couple of clutches going their way. And now they're here. Now they are almost at overtime. The nades come out to try and disable Shepard's bandit trickery, and it will be successful. The breach does come down successfully for Uno and the Tide of Heroic. This was not the problem last time. The problem was the next step. Tackling joystick on rafters, tackling the hold within the site.
Because they've still got themselves the asphyxiating bolts ready to go. They've still got themselves, well, okay, no more HE, so you can't really screw up something that you no longer have available. But it was those asphyxiating bolts that forced Joystick to the very tip top of the staircase, but they just lost all of their ones against him. He was able to walk away with a 2-piece by the very end of the round, which resulted in VP taking a flawless win in the last CCTV defense. So now Heroic, they can no longer afford to have the exact same thing transpire. History cannot be allowed to repeat itself right now for Heroic.
Always maybe an X factor in this round, playing with the one roamer. He's hiding deep in that basement with a C4, late utility gambit perhaps on the side of Virtus Pro. For the meantime, we'll focus on this top floor and the execute about to come through, particularly trying to remove Joystick from this pesky position. Skiddy will take down Dan within the site, and that leaves them relatively short-staffed up there. Joystick also felled by Skiddy. Excellent entry work being done by the Buck in this round. And now only 2 left on site, but the vertical play from within it is enough to down him. Always trying to play up the oil pit hatch. Is Blaz aware? Yes, they are. Kayak has the drone on him, and he will send some shots, but he's being met with resistance, and Heroic do not want to give anything away. Skiddy only downed, in fact, and he is in a position to get res. C4 goes out, he's shot in midair. What a hero play, saving both his teammates, and Kayak cannot deliver with the refrag at the end of it, but always is dealt with by Doom, who finally takes matters into his own hands, going down into the basement. 30 seconds left, 4 versus 2 in favor of Heroic to see this one out.
Gonna be, it truly is crunch time right now for both teams. Virtus Pro looking
Shepard's
to prevent the issue of overtime, and Shepard, as you mentioned, he still exists. He's still alive and kicking in the server, and Pasha's just now gonna start throwing out those toxic babes, but there's Blaz trying to get right up close and personal in his face, and Pasha secures 2 frags, but Blaz trades it simultaneously to close things off for Heroic. They walk away with a 7th round win after all 12 of regulation, and they finally get the job done.
And rightly so. The better side in that game, quite honestly. Came down to the wire. Let's have a look at those stats at the end of the game. 12-7 from June, or 12-8 from June, rather. 12-7 from Uno, of all people, in the final stat line. What a game. What an absolute roller coaster. Yes, it is $2, Nano. Thank you for mentioning him. I'm joined by the wonderful Dutchman on my left. And that was a fantastic game to be able to cast, to be able to watch.
Crazy. I'm just quickly like rolling back the feed as well, because let's see. So
yes,
Pasha,
let's do that. All right. So
I was just taking a look at the very last engagement, because Pasha and Blaz, they traded themselves off at the exact same moment in time. If that wasn't a trade and just a raw clean kill for Pasha, it would have been a 1v1 for him to pull off.
So I'm going to attempt, let's exit studio mode here, I'm going to attempt to put it back to that one round that we were mentioning.
It was round number, I want to say 11 or 10.
Let's have a look. It was round number 10. So we're looking for, this is the one right here. I'm going to try and skip forward as much as possible, because it's right at the end of this round. We'll just spam the right arrow key. All right, here we are. So this is going to be a little bit fiddly. Okay, so here's the plant coming down from Uno. You can see this on my screen share, right? So Uno gets the plant down. And here's Always, right? So Always in a position right here, 2 versus 4. We're trying to find out whether he could have just stuck Diffuser or not. So he gets the kill here onto Uno.
Yeah, onto the Hibana, on the behind the bar. Yeah, and then he goes and occupies that space again.
Yeah. My question is, if right now he just runs and hits and holds F, does he win the round?
No. 100% not.
I think so.
So look, he's got
okay, so Kayak, there's the crucial thing. Kayak has spotted him.
Yeah, Kayak spotted him, so you know he has to go all the way back. And if you just like let it play for another 2 seconds, you will see right there, pause. There's 2 openings on that church wall.
Yeah.
So even if all
he wins that fight, he can stick it.
Yeah, if he wins that moto fight, he can definitely stick the defuse, but he has to challenge main stairs
Yeah, you're
because main
correct.
stairs can pick through like two angles, two of those kill holes
I
on
thought there
on the
might,
trajectory.
I thought there might have been a couple of extra seconds where it always hesitated or something, but no, I
No,
imagine
he
those.
was very, very decisive with
Yeah.
every single choice that he made
Mm.
in that entire scenario. He knew exactly what he wanted to do, what was needed to accomplish a potential round win, but
We'll
it was
watch this
just
again.
so unfortunate.
So
Yeah,
Dan has 10 bullets in mag here, and
that's more than enough.
it should be enough to take this fight. Switches. Doesn't mean to.
Can't ADS back in time.
That's horrific.
It's rough.
That's tragic. All right there.
If Dan wins that, we could have very well like seen a VP victory right now.
Yeah,
Genuinely.
absolutely. Let's come back to our faces for a bit. We're going to check up on the other games as well, in fact. So let's have a look at what else is going on. On Fresh's stream, it looks as though they're already done. And on Sham stream, they're already done. So if I imagine we've actually seen a full set of results. So let's just have a flip on over to our table.
So Wolves, they 7-3'd TT9.
Okay, interesting.
And our first OT game of the day was won by G2.
Was it? Everyone's on 9 and 3 points. That can't be an OT game, surely.
Take a look at the matches.
Matches? Or maybe maybe they put it in the table wrong. Oh, yeah, right, you are. Okay, yeah, they put it in the table wrong here because obviously Wild are now on 10 points, which confirms them for tomorrow. So congratulations for Wild. There is no physical possible way for you to not make it into tomorrow. G2 get 2 points from that. So yeah, our standings are a little bit botched right now.
A little bit skewed. G2 should be on 8 points if I'm not mistaken right now.
Let's have a quick
together.
Quickly. Yeah,
Wild
so
on 10
8
and Heroic on 9.
Yeah, the order is correct, right? We've got Wild at the top on 10, Heroic second on 9 after that win. G2 should be third on 8 points. Yep. Wolves on 6, which is impressive considering how sort of dodgy the start to their day was.
Yeah.
Virtus Pro on 3 points. So this last set of games, we have last round of games, and there are 2 important matches. That is the Wolves match and the Virtus Pro match. G2 are through because Virtus Pro cannot overtake them. So G2 and Heroic are also confirmed after those wins that each of them have garnered.
Yeah.
In the next
basically
round.
What needs to happen right now for VP to actually stand a chance is for them to win VTT9 and for Wild to drop the ball versus Wolves, I guess.
Yeah.
Or actually, no, wait. Is that what actually needs to happen?
Is Twitter just dead?
Yeah, no. So VP and Wolves, they're still tied for points right now. So Wolves and Wild, they need to play close enough of a game as possible, with Wolves still losing so that round differential doesn't affect VP all too bad.
Yeah, so
they're to still maintain top 4.
Those are our next games, yeah. At the bottom here. So yeah, Wolves need a...
They need a win to leapfrog VP.
They don't. They're already ahead of VP is the thing, right? So...
Oh, are they?
Yeah, so...
Oh, yeah, no, my thing didn't refresh.
So they need a point to confirm... But theoretically, Virtus Pro could leapfrog Wolves here. They're on the same points. Yeah. Virtus Pro need a regulation win, and Wolves would need a regulation loss for that to happen. Yeah. So we've come a long way from the start of the day where I was predicting Virtus Pro through. They look like they might have a little bit of a tough task ahead. That being said, the games are Virtus Pro versus TT9, which has Virtus Pro written all over it, and Wolves versus Wild. So the situation that I said earlier, where we had Wolves needing a point at least to secure their spot, but up against Wild, who have already secured their spot, is going to happen. Wild aren't playing for anything here besides the seeding. They probably want to keep hold of top seed. Definitely want to keep hold of top seed. But if they lose here, they don't necessarily need to win, then Wolves will be through. So all Wolves need is 6 rounds. All Wolves needed 6 rounds. Virtus Pro will need 7, and for Wolves to get less than 6. So
Wolves could even actually leapfrog G2 because G2 with 2 points right off the overtime win. Yeah. So
So actually, that kind of the standing math within the top 4 is also very interesting because you could have lots of leapfrogs going on. The other game as well, quite important one, is it's G2 versus heroic, right? That is
Yeah,
that is
that has
essentially
major implications.
yeah, that's a battle for second place for certain. It could
Basically,
even be a
yeah.
battle for first. So big game there, heroic G2. Considering you get drawn against different teams. So tomorrow, the first place side will play the fourth place side, and then the second place side will play the third place side. And the winner of each of those games is automatically part of the Rumble. There will be a final in that bracket, but it's purely for kind of seeding purposes when we get to deciding who goes into what groups. And honestly, I don't think it will matter because there's 2 groups anyway. So,
True.
Yeah. That's it. We're going to go to a quick break because we need to sort out what's happening next, who's going to take what games. But do be back fairly soon. And yeah, there's still plenty to play for. TT9 also, let's confirm, are out. TT9 are out. So they're just playing for pride at this point. But yeah, that'll be it for the moment. Come back in a few. Bye-bye. Okay, hello, and welcome back to the final round of the Rainbow Six Rumble. Or the Rainbow Rumble. Rainbow Six North Rainbow Rumble. The Blast Europe League qualifier. As I said earlier, a tournament reborn from the ashes of the Rainbow Rumble only a year and a half ago. I'm Jerry the Music Man. I'm joined here by Two Doors, and we have Virtus Pro versus TT9. TT9, unfortunately, have already bowed out at this stage of the Rainbow Rumble. They will not be able to make it through to tomorrow's stage of the double or single limb bracket, but Virtus Pro are still fighting for all the marbles. They need 3 points from this game. Not only that, they also need results to go their way in other fixtures. They require Wolves to lose in regulation in their game up against Wild, who have been on fire today. So it's absolutely not out of the question that that happens and that we see Virtus Pro deliver a late upset here, Two Doors.
Indeed. And most importantly, I think the number one requirement that VP need, as you already mentioned, they need the Wolves to lose, but it needs to happen so catastrophically because they are both currently sat with equal round differences. Both teams currently at -4 as far as I can see in terms of round differential altogether. So yeah, it's basically no surprise that VP need to win this as flawlessly as possible.
What it means? No, because if they're both on -4 and Wolves lose the other game, then they're gonna lose round difference, so it doesn't really matter, right? So all Virtus Pro need is the win over this team, over TT9. They need 3 points. If they get that, their round difference will naturally go up, and they need Wolves to lose, so their round difference will naturally go down.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the most well, actually, so if they win 7-5 right now, that means that VP's round differential is going to go up to -2, whereas if Wolves they lose 7-5, you are right.
So round difference literally doesn't matter.
Their round difference will go all the way down to -6 either way, so completely irrelevant. Yeah, so they just need Wolves to lose in any kind of capacity whatsoever while they secure the dub, and it's going to take place on Bank. This is a little bit interesting because, Jerry, they have met on this map quite recently, as a matter of fact.
They absolutely have. It was only 10 days ago, in fact, during the similar qualifiers, the sister qualifiers for the Rainbow Six Combine, the Central Combine tournament, where Virtus Pro and TT9 met each other in the very first round of the double elimination bracket in a best of one. And it was on Bank, and it came out in Virtus Pro's favor 8-6. Virtus Pro actually made their way all the way to the upper bracket final of that tournament, only to be bested by Wolves, knocked down, and then bested by M&M Gaming. So they were twice very close to making it into the Combine playoffs, but they fell at those two final hurdles. So they will hope that if they win here today, they don't replicate that sort of disaster tomorrow. They will have to win a best of 3 after this, and that will secure their spot in the playoffs. Or otherwise, not the playoffs, sorry. It's the group stages that you go through to in this particular tournament in the Rumble.
Yep. And even further back earlier this year in March, which I know it's longer than 3 months ago, so it might not necessarily be relevant at this stage, but the last time that these two teams met with an EUL was on Clubhouse, and VP were able to take that win 8-6 in overtime as well, so closing it off just a little bit faster than their previous outing in the Central Combine qualifiers. But either way, it should still be a really, really good game as TT9. They are definitely out for revenge as Joystick already finds initial contact and lights the absolute living hell out of Azure, placing him on minimal HP.
It's worth mentioning as well, at the moment, TT9 playing with Astro and Leonsky. Astro, an expected move. Obviously, this team is in somewhat of a kind of flux at the moment. But Leonsky coming in place of Kanto is a bit of an impact that, well, TT9 won't have wanted to dealt with. And it may be part of the reason that they are languishing on 0 points, unfortunately, and out of the Rainbow Rumble effectively. They are just playing this game for pride, but they have plenty to prove. And honestly, they put in some decent performances today. Brought G2 down to the wire at one point. So up against what we've seen to be relatively lackluster Virtus Pro, they could provide that final upset and a final sting in the tail on their way out of this competition.
It would be comical if they purposely just gatekeep VP from securing a spot within the top 4, all things considered. That is really the only goal that is left for VP to accomplish, and TT9 very. It's like, it's got a glacier pace to it, bro. Like, they're just now actually addressing the server presence down below, and Yings are going to be tossed, or Candelas are going to be tossed out, I should say, but yet to be capitalized upon. Another one prepped and ready. It's going to go ringing the way of whoever's back there behind the server stack, but no one yet to drop. Dan is going to, however, make the first move and clean up a very injured Azure with 35 seconds left to go, mind you.
Man advantage, but there's still all of this utility to have to chew through. Toxic gas canisters and Goyo canisters being detonated in place, but they do have vertical control. Noah takes down Joystick from range. That is your sledge dealt with, but not too big a loss. They just need to keep their body count high and the possibility for a plant. Shepard gets himself into that default position, but trying to bait out a C4. Little does he know, there is none on the side of the defense right now, and he could go for this plant as soon as he wants. Pasha taking down Kenju, and now a man advantage in the plant, but Leonski tries to make the play, jumps through, gets the down, and the attackers just about claim all of the kills needed in the final moments to get the win. What a roller coaster of a final 5 seconds, Doodles.
Goodness gracious, that could have gone either which way down to Sunday. That was a ridiculous conclusion. As you mentioned, VP managed to just paint the kill feed blue with all of the necessary kills towards the very tail end of it with what? About 2.5 seconds left on the timer. And you saw as well, always on the Thermite, was just scrambling to pick up the diffuser because I think it was the Hibana, who may or may not have been Shepard in the previous round, actually go down and get injured. So it was panic station for VP, and that was a really ballsy play with having that one little smoke player just charge through the smoke into the unknown with nothing but an SMG-11, and they narrowly got away with it as well. That's the scary thing.
And you know what? If TT9 had just held a little bit more discipline in those final few moments and trusted Leonski to get that down, and then just played a tiny bit more safe, they would have won that round. We saw in the final kill cam, I believe it was one player at least swinging that server door. And if he hadn't done that, then he doesn't give his life away in the final second. Virtus Pro would lose on time. TT9 would have taken that round purely on time, because I don't think Diffuser was recovered. They definitely didn't have time to pick it back up and stick it down again. So Leonski essentially rescued that round for TT9, and then the team in the very same instant threw it away. So close. You'd never see that again. Like, that's the first time I've seen that in about a year. That's such an unlikely conclusion to a round.
Yeah, and especially with, you know, the not so recent changes of having to manually pick up diffusers, it becomes that much easier to actually fumble everything all in the space of a couple of seconds with trying to pick it up and then also plant it. Gone are the days of automatically picking up the diffuser, sadly.
A trade. I do believe, actually, just on your point, they have recently implemented a little feature where you can choose now. So it's actually a very recent patch you can now do.
Okay.
Which
that's actually
I would
really
excuse you for not noticing. It was, they didn't make a song and dance about it, but it has, you know, it's a great little.
It was kind of like under the radar in the patch notes. Yeah, okay, fair.
Anyway, early trade going, well, both directions, as both Noah and Pasha are down and out for the count. No nades left in Pasha's pocket maybe means that you'd say that that's a little bit more defender-sided, that trade, and always will make sure that the attackers get their value from those early picks. Astro going down, the Warden out of the picture, and some useful utility that can be utilized, and I've said useful and utilize and utility in the same sentence 3 times. That is really poor. Joystick in the vertical angle will take down and now a 2 versus 4. Lots of very useful utility being taken to the grave, as I say it yet again another 2 times.
There we go. A little bit of silence right now for Leonski to once again get a little bit of focus back into this game.
Kendrick is on the Cav and has done nothing, by the way.
True. Hate to see it, especially with such a pivotal operator like Cav. You know, you can find ridiculous amounts of impact with her. Not necessarily consistently, but we have seen it at the tip of Tier 1 competition happen on multiple occasions. Just go back to the 2018 Paris final between newly crowned G2 at the time, as they had just been acquired prior to the event start, versus Evil Geniuses. That was a ridiculous clutch from Jonas at the time. But we're going to send it right into the A-bomb site instead, and always just tumbles into his grave with Kendra at the very top of square, unaware as to what is exactly underneath him within server. Shepard digs himself even further into the bomb site, and he's going to go for a plant on that red rotate, actually. Now, Kendra has to make a move.
The hatch above is shut as well, so this plant should be absolutely safe. from Shepard, and the Cav walking into the waiting arms of Dan, holding that DMR, all up to Leonski now. He has managed to separate a 1 versus 1 here, so if he can claim this Hibana, then he might stand a chance, but no, Shepard is just that little bit better, swings back, fighting, and finds the kill in reverse. 3 versus 0 at the very end there, a much more comfortable round coming down to Virtus Pro, and the early round control that they established on the top 2 floors, making a big difference in that. I have to say, Kendrew maybe just took his time for a little bit too long in that. He always a few steps behind, it seemed, the rest of his team and the movements of TT9 in the Cav role.
I mean, that sentiment can be extended even to much earlier instances throughout that entire round as well, with TT9 trying to maintain some semblance of mid-control over towards the ground floor, the first floor, depending on where you're from, of this entire map. But it just never really worked out. You saw Azure was down below inside of Archives. He had a pre-placed C4 waiting for someone to walk to, I think it was Couch, if I'm not mistaken, on the very top floor right above him. Nothing happened. Decided to once again try to make or find a little bit of impact and become relevant as a player. So he rotates back in towards Square, but Joystick was already there. And VP have basically just been able to read into all of these different rotations. And as mobile as TT9 actually want to remain, they just don't have the luxury of doing so because they're being fairly predictable, all things considered.
So TT9 now opting to move up to this CEO site on the top floor. They've given up on the basement. Fair enough. 2 times in a row, you can say, okay, we need to spend some time thinking about that one. Head down there, maybe when we've found a little bit of momentum. Head up to their secondary site. We've got the castle in play, a very common operator to see on this site nowadays. Just limits the lines of sight that the attackers can gain from these repelling angles. And Virtus Pro look like they are fully invested in utilizing those window repels. They've got 3 players stacked outside that north repel. A couple of players now rotating as they're just leaving Joystick in control of that position, but Pasha and others as well looking to enter in from lobby and just constrict the potential positions of TT9 on this defense.
Even though Kanto isn't actually present within the lobby right now for it's just a bit of a shame to, you know, reference the Kanto call out without the man actually being in the server.
Yeah.
It feels weird.
Well, what's going on in Kanto right now, Toodles? We don't really know, actually.
No, hasn't been highlighted by the observer. I think someone might be on rappel over there or just being straight up ignored by VP.
Should be Shepard, right? In theory, should be opening up the long sight line with the Hibana pellets. We see the numbers deplete on his UI.
There he is.
There it is. Here we go. So he is creating that sight line and causing some problems for the one player that is inside of Kanto Elevator. And we see bodies all around. Joystick is the first to find a kill, and it will be Leonski that is downed and finished off. That castle barricade that was protecting him, taken out from range, and Joystick finds a second from this position onto Noah. The Warden dealt with yet again. That utility will not be found in the final round, in the final moments of the round.
Already so much space created and secured by Joystick. The last 2 players alive, Kendrew and Astro, they are worlds apart, with one of them inside a conference, and Kendrew potentially over towards Stock or Janitor, but it doesn't really matter at that stage. He's actually now just going to go back into Jan. He finds an opening frag, shuts down Dan on top of that, so the MP5K is definitely being allowed to sing a sweet song of death, and he quickly maneuvers back in towards Square, but always very fast on the reaction to shut him down before falling himself. And VP, sure, got a little bit dodgy towards the very end, but they do walk away with a hat trick of rounds.
You know what? Kendrew was in actually a very winnable position there. Obviously 1 versus 5, and you never expect him to win that sort of situation. You don't expect anyone to win that. But taking down the first 2 kills, very impressive. And then honestly, should have won that 3rd fight onto Always, but Always with a very nice little flick to guard his rear. And maybe Kendrew will be disappointed with himself even that he didn't secure that and put himself into the 1 versus 2, where he could have definitely won that situation. So a missed opportunity for a real highlight moment from Kendrew, but he'll have plenty more. You know, this guy's been around for donkey's years. He's got plenty of clutches to his name. Unfortunately, he's just been suffering a little bit as of late with, you know, finding that cohesion, finding a team that will work for him and work with him. And of course, TT9, a little bit of a cobbled together roster, if you ask me, if you ask a lot of people in this state. They are currently kind of, like I said, in flux, trying to find something that will work for them when it comes to stage 2. And some of the pieces just don't quite fit together yet. And of course, they are struggling with the fact that they are not at their full strength either today, with Kanto, as you mentioned, not being present to occupy his signature spot in the elevator. But we'll move on as Virtus Pro now go for their 4th attack and look to gain a 4th consecutive round onto the basement attack.
I believe it's open area.
Oh, it's open
actually.
area. Never mind.
Yeah,
I
no,
missed.
so,
Yeah, you are correct.
Yeah,
It's
no,
open area.
TT9 are giving us a little bit of a world tour so far of Bank. I do really appreciate that as well, and it's been a hot second since I've seen an open area defense,
Okay,
but already
always.
off to a bad start. Astro still will be locked to that goose egg for yet another round of circulation, as we do have the rest of VP starting to address this top floor, just as they previously did, with not a whole lot of red silhouettes in sight. The majority of it is free real estate, but Joystick suddenly uncovers a player towards Banana that will need to be dealt with.
Shepard has a player locked in the elevator right here from this position as well. Of course, there is the option of falling down through the hatch, but depending on the utility that that player has, it might not be an option. Looks like the outline of an Oryx, so he should have that bailiff in pocket. It is indeed Kendrew, so he can open this hatch if it isn't already to be able to escape. As though his teammate already falling inside a Trump, and Joystick just making his mark known on this game so far. 4-1, always as well 5-1. The guns are really firing for Virtus Pro here in back.
Oh, Kendrew just managed to slip back down into lower elevator at just the right moment, and Leonski looking to take matters into his own hands, but can't quite find the angle through the shrubbery, as Dan instead, well, just claps down on him with the AK-12. Now Kendrew looking to waltz his way back up, and suddenly, in the blink of an eye, he's left to his own devices in the 1v5, as VP have been absolutely ruthless so far on this bank attack, and now they're just cyberbullying the absolute crap out of Kendrew. So many flashbangs tossed at his feet, and he's going to slowly try to regain control of that top floor, but it's all for naught. It's just a futile effort, sadly enough.
Yep, Joystick closing out that round. A 3K throughout the duration of it, and this looks like utter dominance from Virtus Pro. 4 rounds on the trot. TT9 aren't playing particularly badly, but it just feels like everything's going against them, right? Every single fight they try to take, every angle they swing on is being guarded. It's being watched, and it's being lethally capitalized upon by Virtus Pro. So they need to find another method. They need to find another way in, and maybe start hitting just a few more shots as well. It seems like a lot of things, both the strategy and the gunplay, are kind of going against them right now. Ever since that first nail-biting round, where we saw the diffuser denied in the last second, and then all of the kills go the way of Virtus Pro in the last seconds. Those aren't words.
It's basically been on a downwards trend since then for TT9.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's been Virtus Pro dominant since that moment.
I mean, I'm shuddering to think exactly what TT9 needs to do differently, but there are just so many different fundamentals that aren't being, that just aren't being done right, sadly enough for them.
It's a quiet game as well. It feels very quiet in the early stages, and we have, of course, this basement defense being reattempted. We have the Fenrir on turn on Noah rather, and that is a very useful piece of utility on this map. You think about how effective Mirror can be in certain setups. He essentially feels like that, but more one-sided even, and with a lot more flexibility. So you station those FNAT lines in positions where you know attackers are going to have to walk into, and that you can swing off the contact of your own mines, or even your teammates' mines. Just even inside a site, you know, they're going to get value. They are going to find some reward for you.
Yeah, I mean, Fenrir is an exceptional operator. There's the potential right there to use him and his gadgetry to the best of its abilities, because honestly, just triggering those FNAP mines and then going for a wide swing yourself, as you mentioned, playing off of your own contact, it's a recipe for success. It's just about as good as the equivalent on, you know, the attacking side, where you trade off of a Yana clone, for example. You can get guaranteed freebies off of it, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see exactly if that truly manifests into potentially a frag or two on the side of TT9, and then a proper conversion into a round win. I don't know. So, could definitely well happen, but for now, VP taking it slow, taking it diligently.
Well, you could say that. You could also say that TT9 are kind of forcing them to take it slow. They have one extended player in Azza. This is Army, who has been taken down, as we get to see it from Always' perspective, pinging out that Azami and making it very clean work. But I'm mistaken. Noah's was also upstairs, caught out by Joystick. And now I was going to say it feels like TT9 are playing this very safe, very kind of cautiously, but actually those extended positions, and Kendrew ratting inside of open area. I thought he was on the bottom floor. He can hear all of this that's going on. He just needs to bide his time. He doesn't need to be a Cav to play like a Cav. This is the Goyo we're looking at. At some point, you're going to see him pop up in your feed and grab a nice little multi-kill, unless Virtus Pro detects him. I think at this point, they're not even thinking about the middle floor. They're focused squarely on the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, what needs to happen right now is TT9 just to wind down the clock, and Leonsky can call out with the Echo drones when the plan might be going down. When that's happening, Kendrew is forced to pop up and deal with his vertical presence. But I feel as if the ship might have actually sailed. He's finally going to make a move, and he knows there's someone over towards the open area door, and he's looking to try to find them or just play off of the hatch directly. And that's exactly what he's going to do.
Oh,
but
he
the
can't get
smoke
the
is
angle.
blocking him. Yeah, he doesn't know where they are. Drops through the hatch, and the Vector finds absolutely nothing.
Leonsky, though, with a neat little one-tap to finish off. Dan can't finish off the last. Always gets a collat at the end to take the round for VP. And again, it's a case of missed opportunities for Kendrew on this roam. The basement defense is just not working out for them. It's so unfortunate. The timing. I feel like Kendrew is the biggest example of siege timing that I've ever seen.
Yeah. I mean, let alone the fact that you had two players physically within open area for what must have been about 40 seconds of that round.
Yep.
Just preparing the vertical, and then suddenly you had the Thermite leave and just screw off because he had nothing else to do. He had to actually go out and help out with the execution. You had the Sledge on the top floor. It was like, okay, I'm satisfied with the amount of remodeling that I've done. Let me actually go to main stairs and apply a little bit of phantom pressure. And then you finally got Kendry, who was like, yep, time to get up and at him, rise and shine. Finally actually gonna, find a little bit of impact, and there's not a single soul in sight.
No. It's one of those. It's just one of those for Kendry. It's not his day at all. No. It's difficult to avoid that when you have these serious playmaking potentials and they just don't go your way. But Virtus Pro are doing everything else right. Let's not discredit them. They are doing everything else right that they need to be. They're taking their time against these setups, finding the roamers that are lurking around, dealing with them efficiently, and getting the plant down time after time, making sure they win the round comfortably. So 5-0 to Virtus Pro. Let's just take a sort of a zoom out for a moment and think about what this means for the Rumble as a whole. Virtus Pro need 3 points from this match to be able to secure their spot in the next stage. Kendrew does actually get some value early on as he goes for a run out from the garage to deal with Shepard on that rappel. You don't see that too often. Jumping back to the stakes at hand, Virtus Pro need 3 points, and they will put themselves in a position where maybe they can just about leapfrog Wolves. However, at the moment, we're going to have a quick mosey on over to the Wolves game. And right now, it is Wild versus Wolves 1-1 between both sides on Clubhouse. And it looks as though Wild may actually be in a position to win this round. We'll linger on this for a moment. We'll jump back to the Virtus Pro game as soon as we see some action there. But Bibu grabbing a couple of kills, and Wolves actually shut that one out. So honestly, at this point, Wolves look like they are defending that 4 spot quite nicely. But let's get back to the game.
I was literally just booting up the clean feed for Wolves versus Wild, and now we're going to be swapping back either way. But it is a 3v5, and it's suddenly working out quite splendidly in TT9's favor, and it's all down to Pasha and always Case Cold, but it will be recovered in a couple of moments as Pasha's fairly close by and always taking a few warning shots, I assume, from the top of Banana. And suddenly, even though we didn't officially catch it on stream, but we were just watching into the back end, TT9 have sprung to life, seemingly.
And they need to. They absolutely need to. One defense is arguably not enough on Bank. We've seen them push Virtus Pro to the limit on Bank only a week ago. Remind you, it was an 8-6 victory for Virtus Pro in this same match for the Combine qualifiers. But this just looks like a lesson to TT9. Of course, playing without Kanto makes a big difference. Noah grabbing that 3rd kill of the round. Big game player here right now. The only person right now going positive on the side of TT9. And he will look to try and make it purely positive, not just a 1.0, but like a 1.2-ish if he gets that kill onto the final player, which is Pasha. But no, Kendrew will find it after doing a big tour of the map. He finishes off inside the lobby and finds the final kill. A good round there from TT9, much needed as they switch onto the defensive half, or the attacking half rather.
Yeah, we see a sign of life come out from TT9, and of all things, it also turned out to be a flawless round. Imagine if TT9 was just playing like that from the get-go. It would have been a vastly different story on Bank, all things considered, but I mean, it's a bit of a shame that they only just now started to turn up, and I guess that has been more or less the story throughout this entire competition for TT9. But it is what it is, unfortunately enough. It is the reality that we live in, and at the very least, now on the attacking side, they have the opportunity to truly gatekeep VP from potentially standing a chance to leapfrog the Wolves, as you mentioned. But it's not really being reflected all that well. Just take a look at the kill counts. We've still got Azure and Astro, who are both 0-5 after 6 rounds of play. Not exactly a stat line that you really want to be showing off. Maybe the attacking side is going to be a little bit more kind to them. I should definitely hope so. But still, they're in for a rough one.
Yeah, it's not the best advertisement for the Yukin veterans. You know, they're trying to re-qualify for the tournament that made them in a big way. Although, to be fair, Astro had certainly made a name for himself inside of Benelux before that point. Certainly, Azzo will want to relive the glory days of the 10-star victories that he has had time and time again. But we have this round in front of us. Basement defense. This should, in theory, play very nicely into Virtus.pro's strength. We've been saying on multiple occasions throughout today, especially in the game against Heroic, they look like a different side when it gets to a site that they can play nice and tightly knit, play off each other's contact. If they go for these big sort of roam setups that are essentially the meta, you know, you want to be shooting drones, causing chaos, falling back, etc.
Yeah,
it doesn't work. It doesn't work for them. They have to play this old style. And to be fair, Pasha is sort of flexing that as army. He has that retreat route. He is going to shoot some drones, make his way back. But I wouldn't be surprised to see him and Joystick bail a little bit earlier than, say, TT9 did on theirs when we saw Kendrew lingering on this middle floor until literally the final moments.
Yeah, I mean, just in the last game alone, VP, when they were playing on Clubhouse, specifically on some of those top floors, when they were extending a roam, they would basically just duck out after about 30 seconds of maybe shooting out 1 or 2 drones, but they don't really want to take any kind of risks. If you can avoid them, more power to VP, and that has been more or less their play style throughout this entire tournament so far. It is a 5v4 as TT9. They have found the opening frag, and they're just about ready to actually send it into the execution, just popping a couple of those Vulcan canisters to ensure that there's nothing lingering about that might halt their progression, and the main breach is opened up. So they've got all the pieces to the puzzle right in front of them.
Joystick attempting to go for a flank, or at least opening up the possibility of one by shooting open that barricade, but Azza is well positioned to deal with it. Everyone else on the side of TT9 in that server position, ready to take into CCTV. Leonski sends out those smokes. He attempts to plant deep. A very nice plant position. This is not going to be predicted by VP. The C4s and gas canisters go out, but all to the wrong position. Leonski gets tickled by one of them, will fall to the smoke on his retreat, but it's a post-plant situation now, and a very advantageous one for TT9. Pasha just tries to get in and stick the diffuser. Surely he does not get away with this. Surely someone's watching. No way! He's ninja diffused it! Virtus.pro steal around right from under TT9's noses. TT9, what happened?
I don't have the answers. I don't have the answers to that.
I cannot believe that.
They had top floor control of square, so they could cut off Joystick's rotate. They had hatch control as well.
They had everything.
They had blue control from the physical staircase, so you could actually watch that long angle through the breach onto the long or the deep plant spot, and then suddenly everything got lost in translation for no apparent reason. It's not as if the kill feed was suddenly a sea of blue.
I feel like I must have missed something. I feel like I must have missed something. I feel like maybe a Kiba barricade went out. I feel like maybe...
I doubt that.
Maybe the lingering smoke caused some visual issues. But at this point, you're making excuses for what should be a very easy post-plant for TT9.
Yeah.
That is nuts.
Criminal.
Absolutely bonkers. I don't understand how that's happened. For TT9, for a professional team like this, they shouldn't be letting that happen. Virtus.pro now, 6-1, 1 round away from securing all 3 points. That's all they can do. All they can do is play the game in front of them and make sure that they get those 3 points, and then it's out of their hands. They'll have to hope that Wolves fumble the bag against Wild. A quick update on that game. Let's transition on over to it, as it's a little bit slow. We'll have our faces on screen as well right now. There we go. So, at the moment, it is 3-1 to Wolves on their defensive half. Grim has been banned.
Whew,
Hold up.
that's a bit of a wild
That's got to
one.
be the first. That's got to be a world's first. That's when you ban Grim. Anyway, let's just head on back to this game right now. We might be missing something. So, we're back. And it is a CEO defense. Once again,
Yes.
TT9 now on the heavy repel, and that's what you expect to see. Castle barricades in slightly different positions here. Dan maybe not as well protected by those as we saw TT9's defense were earlier. But this is a very
You have the
kind of
Amaru
passive hold.
present as well, so they can just send it at any given moment that they want, and I think that's what Kendrew is just being pit up to do.
Okay,
Or
Kendrew.
he's waiting. I don't know what exactly he's waiting for, because honestly, it doesn't look too comfy with so many players on the top floor that have control of your B-bomb site, your long desk, and have got an angle right through that
Where's
window.
Diffuser, though?
Good question, but Kendrew's just going to immediately repel back on in. He finds one for his troubles as Leonsky also caught another lacking, but always is going to trade things off as suddenly the alarm bells are ringing across the top floor of Bank. Diffuser, as you mentioned, has gone
It was
cold.
coming up main stairs for some reason, and Shepard got the flank on it. 2 versus 2. Astro has regained that diffuser, though. Always inside the site. So they've got a bit of a sandwich going here, Virtus.pro, in the 2 versus 2. They have the 2 TT9 attackers caught inside a meeting. They're both going to try and take down Always while Shepard attempts the backstab. Always, though, deals with Astro. That is diffuser dropped. Azza now needs to complete some heroics, but his position known, and Shepard deals with him. Virtus.pro shut it out. A 7-1. 3 points to them, and now it's in Wolves' hands.
Indeed, it is a wonderful performance coming out from VP, the most dominant victory that they've been able to lay out so far in this competition, and easily the best performance they have graced our eyes with. Always your MVP, relatively well deserved. He was having an absolute screamer of a game with 12 frags, dude. That's just silly.
Bonkers. Absolutely bonkers from Always.
That's just silly.
And like we say, not the best performance from TT9 by any means.
Left a lot to be desired.
We saw them play decently as well today. That was maybe a little bit unfair because, you know, they're also at a point where the game doesn't mean anything to them, right? They already had been confirmed as out of the Rumble qualifiers, so maybe they were just having a bit of fun and trying to do things. But there are so many instances in there that even if you are having a bit of fun, you know, not watching the diffuser for an off-meta plant, it's kind of on you. Missed opportunities on the roams, etc. All of these things, going for a send that last round, right? Sending fully into sight with an Amaru, but having your diffuser come up main stairs. Why? Just why? Put the diffuser on the repel or in the Amaru's hands.
No, I definitely not in the Amaru's hands, because you don't want to be the first.
As long as they're in the site, you know, it makes a bit of difference.
I agree, but I'm not necessarily a massive proponent of just sending it by yourself with no support and then losing out on the diffuser somewhere within the bomb site. I would much rather stick it on the player on the repelled Zofia, I believe it was, so they could you know, just follow in through. But I'm nitpicking at the end of the day.
Yeah, we're all nitpicking, but
yeah,
let's have a look.
Wolves
at the other
versus
games.
Wild, right?
Wolves versus Wild, indeed. Let's get it up on screen for you. So, right now, I'm going to turn on the audio for this as well. Just get a little bit of game audio in the background. This is, in case you're interested, on Cham's channel. I'm not actually sure who Cham is co-casting with today, but if you want to go and support them and listen to the commentary of this game properly, then go and head over to that channel. Me and Toodles are going to take a bit more of a back seat now. We've done our casting for the day.
We have.
Some really good games, and it's not over yet. The Rumble is still hanging in the balance. So Wolves, just to be clear about this, need 3 points to try and... In fact, no, they don't need 3 points. They just need 1. They need 1 point to make sure that Virtus.pro's leapfrog doesn't stay that way.
Yeah. They just need to make sure that they don't go down within 12 rounds. As long as they can either secure overtime or a win right here, they are going to be safe from elimination, having secured a spot within the top 4. And this retake really isn't working out all too well. Bibu, now left in the 1v2. He has got the custom SMG variant of the AUG. But little intel to work with. A player in dirt, a player on the kitchen hatch as well, and a rotate for him to work with to potentially stick.
Oh, he thinks it's there.
No,
I think
not.
He's trying to go for the long arm through the wall there, but
Yeah.
he doesn't know where it is. He should honestly go back to the other side and try and long arm it through the wall again. It's the only way you win this, surely.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. But take notes, TT9, because that is how you plant in an off position.
Yeah.
Right? That's how you do it.
I can't get over that post plant in the basement. It is just absolutely ridiculous. They had everything going in their favor, and they just dropped the ball. They fumbled the bag.
Yep. Well, 3-3 split. on Wolves' defense. That's decent from Wild. I'm trying to work out who brought the Grim ban. It must have been Wolves, right? Wild have been using a lot of Grim, to be fair, right? So Hungary, in particular, has been flexing the hell out of this operator. And we didn't get to watch Wild's attacking half, but we have seen them take Grim on Clubhouse a number of times before. So makes perfect sense. And I mean, while they just love their off-meta picks, you've got the let's say Doc isn't really off-meta, but they're bringing aggressive pick. Hungry on the Tachanka. For this site, it's the kind of site where it's like you can justify Tachanka, but only if you really practice the lineups and only if you really know what you're doing. I trust that Hungry knows what he's doing with every operator, really. So makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, and you've got the smoke as well. They've doubled up. I like it.
Yeah, they've got basically all of the area denial that you could even fathom, minus, I mean, the Goyo, for example. But, you know, you'd much rather bring the smoke and the Tachanka because you have agency over when you actually toss out your area denial, as opposed to, you know, with the Goyo. So it makes a lot of sense. And Hungry with, what was it, 20 incendiaries? Did that number get bumped up? Because I feel like the Tachanka had fewer Molotovs.
Yeah, they did. They buffed him in every conceivable way again because he was just underperforming. I think it looks as though the other game's probably finished because Fresh isn't watching G2 right now. So G2 on 8 points. Let's have a look. Matches. Maybe he's just not watching it. No, G2 lost to Heroic. 7-3
to Heroic. Wow.
Interesting. Very interesting, that. So what does that do to the standings? I feel like Heroic might be top if Wild don't win this.
If Wild don't win this, Heroic definitely finish off top. G2, they are in limbo between 3rd and 4th.
Okay.
Yeah. But G2 are secured for a top 4 spot.
I did not have Heroic top. I had Heroic out, didn't I? No.
Where
did I put my order, my predictions? Yeah, I had Heroic 5th.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I had Heroic 5th.
Damn.
Did not expect them to show up the way they did. I mean, they were abysmal in the Combine. They went straight out. They've clearly turned things around for this. 12 points. Wild could jump them, but that's at least top 2 secured for Heroic, so really nicely done.
Wait, who else actually got first rounded in the EU League qualifiers for the Combine?
I think it might have been only Heroic.
No. It was it's
TT9.
Heroic and TT9. They both got
so
knocked out of
the
the
two teams that I had.
afterwards.
You know, you can understand why I put TT9 bottom.
That
and
makes
Heroic
a lot more
bottom.
sense.
Of course, the double elimination bracket is a little bit different because it's more punishing, right? You don't have the opportunity to bounce back, and Heroic did have a very. What did they win their first game? I can't remember now actually. I feel like they lost their first game and then won everything since. No, they won their first game and Wolves lost their first game. That was it.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Hungry needs to shoot back now.
Preferably.
Packball can't find it. Just at that point, just start spraying. You'll get the destruction. You'll see a body eventually. You should have just started spraying from beneath.
And plus, you've got, like, what is it? Something around the 80 bullet mark inside of that.
Yeah, he hasn't reloaded
Frisbee magazine.
It's just a chunky Aldo.
Basically. Never going to be as good as the Aldo. Remember the glory days when that sumbitch still had an ACOG?
Oh, man.
Yeah, take
Aldo ACOG. I forget that Tachanka also has the bearing, or is this the SMG? Is this the SMG?
Yeah, he has the Spetsnaz SMG, which I, for the love of God, after 8 years, still don't know the name of.
Is there a Spetsnaz SMG? Why can't I name that gun? That's not an SMG-11. That's a bearing. They gave him the bearing at some point.
I'm not talking about machine pistols. I'm talking about primaries.
Oh right, no, it's just he whipped out a bearing there.
Okay. I didn't.
What channel is this game being hosted on? It is Chamberines. I will type the channel name here. Twitch.tv/Chamberine. So head on over there if you want some higher quality casting, because me and Stu are just going to provide this. You know?
Yeah, just a little bit of what's the proper terminology?
Tomfoolery?
No, not tomfoolery. There's a very backseat watch party is what we're doing right now, I guess.
Couchcast. Take your pick. It's a lot of different things.
There's a lot of different terms that you can whip out to try to call this portion
Boy.
of the show.
So I think now, honestly, we're in the prep phase. Let's have a quick.
Wait, P4 is back.
Oh, maybe that's why they're playing good now.
That makes a lot more sense. So maybe P4 had some IRL commitments that he just couldn't show up to,
it could have been
play
that.
the first couple of games on time.
It could have been that.
But yeah, now Voy, the initial stand-in that we started the day off with, is gone from the server, and they are back with their full core of readjusted 5 people post transfer window.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay, if they were playing with P4 against, who was it they were playing on Skyscraper? I'm trying to recall now, because that was a much closer game. I think it might have been Virtus Pro actually.
Was it in round number 4 or 3 when they played Skyscraper?
Cannot recall. It wouldn't have been 4 because we were watching Virtus Pro then against Heroic.
So then it
might have been 3. I don't know.
So then it might have been Wolves versus. It might have been Wolves versus VP on Skyscraper then.
This is like a whole EUL stage in one day, almost.
I love it.
Well, not quite, because it's 6 teams instead of 10. But it's like half of it in one day. A bit more than half. It's great. I honestly want to see this more often.
Yeah, no.
We'll see like a day where we get all the EUL teams and be like, yo, round robin, go.
I just really love the fact that we're slowly starting to actually inject a lot more officials into the Siege ecosystem altogether. It's definitely much more fun having a lot of condensed action here and there, because like me coming from CS:GO, you've got teams that are basically playing like 5 officials in one day from like 8 a.m. until like 12 p.m. or until like midnight, stuff like that. And it just it's like common practice to play a stupid amount of officials in Counter-Strike. And slowly doing that, slowly sort of incorporating that into Siege is a lot of fun.
Check the sass from our TO on the Discord, by the way. It's hilarious. Just have a look at the channel. There's some sass
there's some
in the
sass.
Discord. It's very funny. Yeah, anyway. It's great. Little in joke for us, for just us two. Thank you, Winbar, for the follow. I'm just mentioning your sass. And you bring it here too. It's good to see you. Good to see you here. Yeah, so we're just kind of spectating Cham right now. Cham, if you want the quality commentary, go to their channel instead. It's been a long day. Yeah, I'll give you that. This is a great game though. I want to see Wild win this round just to make it really, really tense.
Ooh, that's a very important frag that Jegs just secured. Injured, but got the trade.
Shink with a hat shot. Nice headshot. 21 seconds left, winnable, but Wild should be smart enough here.
I mean,
that doesn't turn the EMP against you, does it? Because it could remove the sights. If it did that, that'd be very funny. No.
It's not like the clutch zone interaction where it actually works in the favor of the defense. No,
it's funny that, because I suppose the effects of all other throwables on the attack side are universal in that they affect defense and
it
attackers.
doesn't matter.
But Thatcher's EMPs never affect the attackers. So even when caught by a Mire Magnet, it doesn't turn it against you.
There would be a couple of very rare instances where it might actually do something. Like if it were to turn.
I wonder if it would work against like a hacked drone of some kind, like
or X-Kairos pellets that are going off at the exact same time or something like that.
Nah, it wouldn't do that. It wouldn't do X-Kairos, surely. I'm pretty certain that doesn't happen. It's funny that we can be this far into a game. Seeing Grim banned in the pro match feels like a fever dream. I'm with you on that. This is what happens when Hungary brings Grim for like 2 tournaments straight. You get the bees banned. It's brilliant. It's so unusual. Let's have a quick look. I was going to do this at the start of the last round. Let's have a quick look at the Combine. Very quick look at the Combine. Where is the Combine? Here we are. Get back to the bracket. KT beat Youngtis 8-7 in one semi-final. In the other semi-final, how is this not finished yet? Come on. How is that not finished yet? Hurry the hell up. Some MOS files from players are still missing. Ooh, is there a protest?
X-Thunder v
Is there a protest? I'm going to jump back onto this and check the protest log. Or like the Combine Discord.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's an active protest going on somewhere in there.
I'm not part of the thread for today, so I'm not going to be able to see it. All I can see is the observer log.
Ah.
I do wonder. Lord Chanka is covering those games if you're interested in the Combine games right now.
I forgot, Lord Chenka, he does the Russian cast, right? Or is that someone else?
A thought has just entered my mind. There's a possibility that we can just hop on over and cover the Combine final after this, if you're down. If you're not, that's fine.
I mean, let's see. I haven't eaten today, and I have to get back to studying for my next exam, so I will sadly pass.
Okay, I might see if I can drag Cham in or someone to cast the final of the third qualifier. That might be fun.
I mean, that sounds like good fun either way.
Yeah, it also looks like it's a pair of teams that we haven't seen at all. Well, it will be a pair of teams that we haven't seen in the final.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll decide about it. Wolves looking good here.
5v3 for them right now as well, and it's a middle floor defense as well from bar and stage. That's interesting.
Yeah, late yokai drone, of course, absolutely essential on these defenses.
Where are those yokai drones? Because Packbull's already tossed out all of them. They have to be spread out somewhere.
We saw one in the
site.
So Hungary in bathroom. They know it. They know he's here.
Ooh.
Oh
wow,
that is a little bit. You might be a little bit ahead of me here.
I might be a second or two ahead of you, probably. Yeah, that's what I was reacting to.
I think you're a while ahead. That was scary. But Jake's getting the kill. So 2v3. Definitely winnable. I'm watching Cham right now. That's the thing. So
I've rewinded my feedback enough, so we should be in sync right now.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Yellow pings on the defenders. Oh, wait, no, sorry. On the attackers. This is Packball we're watching. Jesus. All right. Shinka. Down. Is this working? Did he want to drop that? I think he wanted to drop. I think he wanted to drop. Packball.
I hope you're right, because it didn't look intentional.
Oh, what a nade.
That's so fire.
Jegs can win this, though. Jegs absolutely wins these. They know he's here. Oh, no. Looking at the wrong hole. Look at this headgear. What the hell is that?
I don't like it.
It reminds me of something from Diablo, honestly. Like a sort of
true.
Like a kind of submerged ocean goop thing.
I mean, I haven't really played the most recent. I haven't played or bought the most recent Diablo, but it does kind of look like It does look like a really awesome kind of cleric gear, the cleric headpiece that you could actually farm out. Yeah. I've actually been playing the most recent Diablo.
I have. I've been playing a hell of a lot of it. Yeah, it's been.
I never took you for a Diablo fan.
I played a lot of Path of Exile back in the day.
Really?
I'd never played Diablo until this game. I played Path of Exile because it was free to play.
Yeah.
And I saw a lot of people enjoying it, and I was like, yeah, this seems fun. And it's one of those games you just get engrossed in, and it's a real time sink. So I spent a lot of time with Path of Exile.
Diablo, I could definitely see you actually picking up because it's so much more like casual friendly than PoE, honestly.
Yeah, no, it's much more approachable. PoE, you have to spend a lot of time in Path of Exile.
You have to probably like find 2-hour explainer videos on YouTube just to take you through like one specific build that you want to play for the league.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
Like
you have to plan it out. Diablo's a little bit forgiving. They've done a really good job in W4 of making sure that up to a certain point you can respec your build very easily.
Okay.
So, and even past a certain point, it's very easy to change certain elements of your build, like the main abilities. They're very easy to spec in and out of. Yeah, so it's a pretty good way of getting people in. It is definitely a lot more beginner friendly than Path of Exile. It's a little bit more limiting as well. Like Path of Exile, if there's an ability in Path of Exile, you can build around it. You can make the
I know you can. It becomes the identity of the
you
build,
can make
basically.
the dodge roll build. There is the way that you can build around jank is hilarious in Path of Exile. There's a bit less of that in Diablo, but it's still really fun. And the story is great. Excellent story. Brilliant cutscenes. Some of the most gorgeous cutscenes in gaming right now, honestly.
Yeah, I do really want to give Diablo 4 a try, but I'm like so far behind on a lot of my games. Like I haven't even finished playing Diablo 2 Resurrected.
I love the fact that we can talk about like Blizzard Activision games on what is, it's my stream, so I'm fine. Yeah. I'm in good stead. We would not be saying this on an official Ubisoft stream. If you get me in for Rumble, guys, don't worry, I won't do this. It'll be I'll be plugging Assassin's Creed all the way. Maybe not. I've never played it. Mario and Rabbids, I'll plug.
Mirage looks really, really good, I gotta say.
Yes, yeah. I'm looking forward to when Skull and Bones comes out as well. Like, no lie.
I honestly couldn't care that much about Skull and Bones, but the new Star Wars open world game that Ubisoft are publishing now, that I'm all for.
And Siege, of course. Plenty of love for Siege.
Star Wars better.
Wolves need one round, by the way.
Yes,
This one round is enough, right? Just to quickly kind of accentuate this, right? Wolves currently on 6 points. This standings is wrong. Wolves are in 5th right now because Virtus.pro are ahead on round difference, which is what counts. It is not head-to-head that counts. It is round difference is the first tiebreaker. So if Virtus.pro if Wolves get a point here, they're ahead. That's all they need. So they just need this round. They need to hope that Wild don't win the 3 back-to-back.
Yep.
Yeah. Big stakes. I'm going to go full screen. Make sure it's nice and visible. I really want to dive into these rounds now.
Okay.
See what's going on. Gym defense. Okay. P4 on the lurk. Nice. Quite an extension from Wild as well. So if Wolves hit the site hard and fast now, they might get it.
Yeah.
The incantados don't work. Teb takes down the Ying, but P4 still undetected. Default camera.
Wait.
Oh, but there's the Dread Mine. So crucial. Gets Teb though.
He's out of the... Oh! He was out of the FNOT's AoE, so we can still actually have an impact right here, but nah, he finally succumbs to Hungry. That's a bit unfortunate. And what is that? Hungry went in for seconds before being traded off, and there's Mowgli finding Jex to put us back in the 2v2.
Where are Packball and Aces right now? They are not in good positions. Packball kind of trapped in here. Aces down to 1 versus 2. If Wolves win this, they are through to day 2, and Virtus.pro are out. Aces, though, could be an upset. 1 versus 2. He's got to find one. Direct trade is enough.
Oh,
Wolves are through to day 2.
Was that the last round for them?
That was the last, not the last round of the game.
No, that was okay.
But that is the crucial one. Wolves
That's
are
the
through.
crucial one, right?
VP versus TT9 match already done.
Yeah,
TT9 lost it. VP won it, but not enough to take them through.
Yeah, I know you're right because Wolves, they are now on 6, so they have, as a bare minimum, just secured themselves overtime.
Yep, they've secured a point.
Yeah, a singular point. So they are basically through, and VP can no longer leapfrog them.
And there is still more to play for because Wild are on 10 points right now. Wild are on 10 points right now, right? So if Wild...
Oh, no, wait, because now...
Wild can only win in overtime, right?
Yeah, they can only win in overtime.
Ah, but the maths,
they would get themselves 2 points on whatever they currently have right now, meaning they would be tied with Heroic.
They have superior round difference.
Do they?
They have superior round difference, Wild. And if they win, it'll be even more so. So, if Wild can get to round 8, if they win this in overtime, the only way they can win it, then they will top the group instead of Heroic.
Yeah.
So there's still lots of stakes in this game, which is great.
The maximum round differential they can have is 16 overall or 15 based off of how close OT gets. So if they win in overtime, they still are #1 in the entire bracket.
Genuinely, Heroic losing 7-0 earlier to Wild might be the deciding factor in who comes first and who comes second. Only if Wild could win this game, though.
Funny how it worked out.
Yeah, very funny. Doesn't matter if you beat teams 7-0 if you lose others as well, Wild. You know, you've got to be consistent. So, yeah. 4 more rounds for Wild to try and do it. And join Wolves tomorrow. If they do it as well, we'll actually know the matchups. It would be Wild versus Wolves again. It would be a rematch of this exact game tomorrow, but a best of 3.
It would be a best of 3.
And then it would be Heroic versus G2. If Wolves win this right now, they get 3 points and leapfrog G2 into 3rd.
That would also
At which point it will be Wolves versus Wild tomorrow. So we are guaranteed a Wolves versus Wild best of 3 tomorrow.
And a G2 versus Heroic.
And a G2 versus Heroic. Yeah. Tomorrow's matches are already set in stone. There is no way it can change. So actually, despite the fact that we're playing for ranking here, everything is decided.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. That's very funny.
It's not that often that stuff like this...
Yeah, no, that never happens. That literally never happens. They either finish second and third or first and fourth. So it's Wild v Wolves in the best of 3 tomorrow. We get more of this.
Yeah.
TT9 did not win. They didn't win a single game, Tristan.
Yeah, you're right. Not a single one.
not
5 games played and 5 L's taken.
I love
As
shit
in,
like this.
yikes.
I love the fact that we already know the matchups and that this game does mean something, but it doesn't mean anything.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean anything, but it does mean something, but it doesn't mean anything. It's
Yeah.
beautiful. Beautiful.
In the grand scheme of things, it's completely irrelevant.
Yeah. I suppose, you know, it's worth being able to say, oh, we finished top seed if you're heroic or wild, right?
Yeah.
It means
Just a little bit
nothing.
of bragging rights on the socials, basically.
It means nothing right now.
Yeah.
Aces. Okay, so this is looking like a wild round. 4 defenders up, 30 seconds left. Shinka has diffuser. He's inside a kitchen right now, so they've really just got to go for that kitchen drop, unless he's rotating to Moto. I think that might be what he's doing. But the way that they're tackling this angle, I don't think Deadshot have... I don't think they have Moto Hatch open, right?
No, they don't.
So he's got to come down main stairs, right?
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
just going
And
to take
they-
fights.
he has to shut down the play over towards AK and potentially Dirt, but he doesn't win out the one either way. So now
Alright.
Beepu, hesitant to go for the drop. Shinka died elsewhere, and it's already a foregone conclusion. This one is done. So, Wild, keep it alive on Clubhouse for just a little bit longer.
Yeah. And, you know, going into tomorrow, they want to be able to say, we beat you once, we can beat you again, right? Whoever
Basically,
wins
yeah.
this. Whoever wins this. What a day. What a day. Bar stage? Nope, they changed it. So, descent within the ranks of Wild. Can't decide on this site. Whew. Just going to quickly double check the combine again. Just to see if that bracket has sorted itself out yet. Or whether we're still waiting on that game to finish. Okay, so Team 86 won. Wait, what? Team 86 won? But it's Thunder in... Team 86 in the final. Okay, cool. So Team 86 versus KT in the final. That's probably
That
happening.
should be a cracker.
Yeah. KT don't have a roster, apparently. What's that about?
Oh, and that's going to be
If I click
starting
on
in,
them,
what,
it should
less
show.
than half an hour.
There you go. So this is the KT roster. It's the Nixon side. Nixon and Nifun, again. The old LFO duo. Reunited. That's cute.
Oh, there have been too many LFOs for me to keep track of, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, there's an LFO in the combine right now, which is Makers. It's ex-Makers.
Wait, Makers got dropped by their org?
They did. And Gemini left as well.
Oh.
Gemini. Of course, for G2.
Yeah.
So...
But damn, Makers finally making their exit out of Siege after, what has it been, 5-6 years?
if I can jump on that final game, I might. You know, I kind of feel like doing it. So, although to be fair, it's very likely that someone else is already covering it, so I might not tread on their toes. We'll see. I'll decide afterwards. And like I said, I'll see if maybe I can get Fresh in on it or Cham or something.
Yeah.
We'll see what's going on. But we'll be back tomorrow for certain with the
100%.
best of threes. There are 3 best of threes, 2 semi-finals, which means something. Wild v Wolves, Heroic versus G2, and then a final, which means nothing.
Yeah.
Between them.
There's no consolidation final either, right?
I would imagine not. And
Probably
the
not.
funny thing is, a third place match would be more like logistically useful because
It would.
then if a team has to drop out, you have a third place team that you can
Right.
get to. Although you can always make them play a third place playoff like a few months away, like, if you really need to.
I do recall that happening at a certain stage, like many years ago,
Yeah.
where there was a tiebreaker that needed to be sort of like forced into existence because some team dropped out, and it definitely was within. It was
within like the
within
Yukon
EU
scene
region.
ish. Yeah, like
Yeah.
I can't remember what it was now.
The only reason why I remember this is because that whatever best of 3 was played, and it doesn't really matter who actually played those games. I can't remember, but
There was a
but I-
tiebreaker between Reply Totem and GC Esports a couple of Challenger League quals ago.
yeah, as well. And I do remember that at least one of those maps was played on old consulate as well. That's the only reason why I remember.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, Wilds might be about to finish second instead of first. Definitely about to finish second instead of first.
Definitely.
Definitely.
2v5, it doesn't look good. And
There we
with Jax
go.
going down, yeah, flawless close off for Wolves.
So Wolves
Brilliant.
not only leapfrog Virtus Pro with that win, but also G2.
Yeah,
Very
And
nice
to
finish.
think about the fact that they also started off equally bad as TT9 and climbed their way back into securing a top 4 finish, that is redonkulous.
Yeah, we should have just checked here for spoilers because, of course, this gets updated before the feed gets to us. But there you go. Those are the final standings for the day. Heroic top of the pile after that wild loss. So nobody flawless throughout the day. Everyone lost a game, at least. Heroic will be playing G2 Esports in their best of 3 tomorrow. And if I'm not mistaken, is that the game that G2 won? On the one that Heroic lost? Let's have a look. My memory doesn't serve me well here.
Which one exactly?
G2 versus... I'm looking for a Heroic loss. No, of course, Heroic's loss was to Wild. 7-0. Yeah. We cast it. We casted
exactly.
That. So
we should know better, goddammit.
Besides being completely swept out of the water by Wild on Villa, Heroic have done quite well, and they finished top of the pile. So yeah, Heroic versus G2 tomorrow in a best of 3, and Wild versus Wolves tomorrow in a best of 3 as well. Very exciting. Let's close Champ stream. Oh, it was Golu. I just got a glimpse of his face. It was Golu Molu casting alongside Champ. Very nice to see Golu back in action. Haven't heard his voice in a long time. Yeah, Fresh is probably explaining exactly what we're explaining now, and he's gone. He's gone. That was it.
He's done.
He's done. Fair enough.
Well,
he wasn't raiding us, was he? He did that a few times last time.
Has he? Oh.
He's done that a few times before, but yeah. So, cool. I'm going to have a quick look at what's going on in the Combine. Let's have a check. So, is anyone taking the final? Someone's surely taking the final to observe it. Let's have a look. What game is this? It's game number... Doesn't give the number here. I have to look at the bracket. Game number 127.
Oh wait, someone forfeited by the looks of it.
Oh, what?
Why does does it show a 7-0?
It does show a 7-0. Did they just not play it? Did they just can't? Can they just not be bothered?
Maybe.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, why would you forfeit that game? It's worth points. Did KT not know? Maybe KT had like commitments or something. Didn't expect to get that far.
Maybe there was an emergency.
Very strange.
Something happened.
But let's have a look at the overall standings then for the Combine so far. There's only one more qualifier left, and that is tomorrow. Team Valor are top with 200. They didn't play today. No, they did play today. They got first rounded. Calories didn't play together today, and they are second place. KT, third place. I mean, like, that's what I mean. Why would you forfeit that game? You could jump into second, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
Done Limited and Team 86 the next ones. Ice Force, who made the final last week against Team Valor, they're pretty much through as well. Yunctis finally make it far enough in a bracket to secure their spot pretty much in the next stage. It is the top 18 that go through here. So there's a very low kind of bar for entry in terms of like the minimum points. Probably going to be around about the 35-40 mark. So a lot of these teams sitting on 40-50 right now can consider themselves probably in. Unless a bunch of these teams lower down perform much better in the next few in tomorrow's qualifier. And to be honest,
might happen.
Eminem Academy, Sissy State Punks, 2022, Samba, Viperio. That's not the Wolves esports, that's a different Wolves. A lot of these teams definitely have the potential to sort of jump in there. So I wouldn't say that kind of 40-50 realm is absolutely safe just yet. But my guess is that X Thunder and Ryzen have made it through as well. So X Thunder, the old Nordic roster that won Nordic Championship. Ryzen, I don't know enough about, actually. I think they're a French roster off the top of my head. I might be wrong on that. But they made it to the semi-finals last time round, so they've got a decent total. Yeah, disappointing that this final's not going to be played. I would have liked to see a Team 86 versus KT game.
It would have been a right cracker, honestly, seeing that as well.
But open qualifier for tomorrow, if you're interested in tuning into that. It starts earlier than our games. I'll just kind of be watching those probably at 10 a.m. At least my time, probably 11 a.m. at 11 CEST. That's it. I think we're done here, Toodles.
Yeah, I think more or less we've said everything that had to be said and casted all of the games that had to be casted. So
Twitter still doesn't work.
Hold on. Yeah, no, it doesn't work for me. It said like you are rate limited the last time that I tried to refresh my homepage.
Rate limited.
Limited. Yes. I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either.
I have gigabit internet in the house. If I can't load Twitter, then something is desperately wrong.
Yeah, no, Twitter down is trending on Twitter. So
it's also trending in the Netherlands. 34 1,000 tweets.
Yeah, so something's up with Twitter.
Yeah.
But, you know, we can live without it. We're not terminally ill online. I might be terminally ill online, actually, but I've got plenty of other places to go if Twitter's not working. Toodles. Mwah. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here with you.
Thank you
Love casting
so
on your
much for
side.
having me.
It's still not over. We've got tomorrow
Yep,
a pair of best of threes that we are very excited to cast. So yeah, come back for those and find out exactly who it is that is going to be in the Rainbow Rumble group stage, joining all of our tier 2 teams. I've been Jerry. This has been Toodles, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye.